This young man and the S-rank dungeon are currently on lockdown, but he easily destroys all the monsters inside. After coming out, he's blocked by top-tier hunter inspectors, but none of them can last more than a few seconds, because in his previous life, his world was destroyed by monsters pouring out of hell, and he was humanity's last warrior. But after encountering the final boss of hell, he failed. However, because he diligently liked videos, he was reincarnated as a young man in another world. And without further ado, let's get started. The story has reached its end, and the admin has done their part. Enjoy the show. The world I once lived in has been destroyed. People had to fight monsters to survive. I also spent my entire life doing just that, fighting day after day just to stay alive. And so, the days passed, months passed, and years went by. Even 10 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. With just a sword, I could strike down any monster. I had no fear. The monster looked down at the sword god, its eyes flashing a dangerous red. It spoke, "Give up. The world you once lived in is already doomed." The mastermind behind all of this watched him struggle between life and death and made an offer. What a waste of talent. Become my sword. Hearing this, the sword god was enraged, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Don't mess with me." In a fit of fury, he bravely charged forward. The sword god leaped into the air and drew his sword. The monster swung its arm, sweeping across but failing to catch him. Instead, the sword god left a long gash on the back of his opponent's hand. It hadn't expected this, its face twisting in anger. The sword god was about to turn his head to assess the situation, but before he could act, it swung its hand at him. The punch sent him flying in a beautiful arc. Not satisfied, the monster continued to humiliate him with words as it attacked. "No matter how desperately you struggle, in my eyes, you're nothing but a bug." The sword god took the full brunt of the damage, coughing up blood on the spot. But, with extraordinary willpower, he still managed to do a backflip and land safely, regaining his balance. The sword god lunged at the monster. Alone with his sword, he charged forward, determined to fight to the death. The monster, in a Super Saiyan-like state, looked at him like an ant, raised its hand, and swatted him away like a fly with lightning speed. With immense vitality, the sword god stubbornly stood back up. It didn't deal the finishing blow, but coldly watched him struggle. The sword god suddenly noticed the pendant on the monster's chest. His sea blue eyes flashed. Seeing him take a stance and raise his weapon, the sword god seemed to be waiting for just that moment to act. He suddenly threw his sword like an arrow. The sword struck the center of its chest and then shot up into the starry sky. The monster's weapon stopped just a millimeter away from him. Half of the pendant was blown away, leaving a glaring crack on its chest. The monster glared with hatred, its voice rising to a shrill pitch. "You bastard." That throw had also drained the sword god of all his strength. The remaining part of the pendant continued to crack into tiny pieces and scatter. Facing life and death, the monster screamed in terror. "Stop." Despite its unwillingness, the monster was reduced to dust. When it completely vanished, he could finally relax. The sword god fell backward onto the battlefield, exhausted. His cold, jade-green eyes gradually lost focus, lying amidst the endless smoke and fire. He looked up at the sky and sighed. What a magnificent view. A young man walked under the warm sunlight. Beneath his messy, unkempt hair were a pair of indifferent, weary brown eyes. Not knowing where he had wandered into, alarm bells rang loudly. A sign on the fence read Namsan Gate, Rank C, Recommended CC, Minimum 3 people, Civilians prohibited. An urgent broadcast echoed. Please scan your hero registration number and personal ID. Civilians who are not heroes, please do not enter. As an unranked civilian, he walked up to the gate, ignoring the broadcast, and lowered his center of gravity into a ready stance. With a loud boom, his figure vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust. The alarm bells wailed frantically alongside the urgent broadcast. Warning, an unregistered hero has forcibly entered the gate. Seo Dojun didn't care and kept moving until he was surrounded by trees. Only then did he stop. As he continued walking, wanting to go deeper, a voice called out, "Hey." Young man Dojun reflexively looked over. A group of people in uniforms approached. A black-haired man asked, "Are you lost? I don't know what happened, but we're about to leave, so just follow us." Dojun stared at them without saying a word. A girl muttered softly, "Appa, look at his clothes." The buzzcut guy next to her also whispered, "Right, he doesn't look like a hero at all." They looked Dojun up and down and sighed heavily. "I know support staff wear all sorts of things these days, but that outfit, and what's with that backpack? Good grief. Could he be a rookie support who got ditched by his hero party? But that's impossible." Doyun, not wanting to hear them gossip, spoke up to explain. "I know what you guys are saying, but I just got here." The carefree, tactless young man blurted out, "See, I told you, he got ditched." The black-haired man, acting understanding, gently advised, "I've seen a lot of people like you. I know what you're thinking when you enter a gate. Don't act like we're close. But thinking you can just watch some videos or browse the net and then go hunting in a gate is pure suicide. First, get an official hero license. Pass the training and exams. Besides, this Namsan gate is rank C. If you want to start, try an F rank gate first." Doyun, with a calm and indifferent expression, replied, "I know you mean well, but I'm not going to thank you." The group didn't expect this kind of reaction and was completely stunned. The two young men couldn't hold back and yelled, "Who the hell is this crazy bastard? I don't know, Hyung. Don't stop me this time." The older man spread his arms to stop them. "Calm down." He looked at Dojun's retreating back and said, "Forget it. If he's going to ignore such sincere advice, let him experience it himself. He'll learn that this gate is nothing like what he sees on videos or the net. It's a cruel world. As soon as the prophecy was spoken, Dojin immediately ran into one. A minotaur-faced monster smirked at him disdainfully, standing in the beast's shadow. He calmly took off his backpack and closed his eyes. The monster raised its arm to attack. Dojin leaned to dodge. His eyes flashed, his irises changing from brown to gold. 10 years. The weapon slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust like fog. When the dust settled, it was utterly shocked. Dojin charged forward with his skinny arm, with a single punch. In a split second, he blew a massive hole through it. The monster's head seemed to evaporate from the face of the earth. The minotaur monster just lay there. Dojin looked up and couldn't help but comment, "Nothing has changed." Dojin stared at the charred beast in front of him. A moment later, he reached out. He picked up the beast's blade and stared blankly at his own reflection in it, as if he hadn't woken from a dream. Then, Dojin pointed the blade at the headless corpse. With a squelch, blood splattered everywhere. He focused on digging deep into its body to search. A few minutes later, he pulled out a pristine, sparkling blood-stained stone. It was a low-grade mana stone. He couldn't help but sigh. Before, I wouldn't have even bothered to glance at something so trivial. Dojin unzipped his backpack. He rearranged the items inside before stuffing more in. While he was busy, a rumbling sound echoed in his ears. It was the footsteps of the unfortunate monster's kin. This time, 3 of them came at once. One was already winding up to swing its axe. The monster swung its axe with immense force. He ducked and dodged it. He channeled his strength into the hand, holding the mana stone. Then, he suddenly threw it under the monster's astonished gazes. The mana stone blew the head off the newly arrived monster, sending it straight off the stage. The remaining 2 charged at him simultaneously. Dojin tossed his backpack aside. One look and you knew he was about to put on a one-punch kill show. The humanitarian party was also strolling through the forest. The girl in the group hesitated and said worriedly, "That rude guy from earlier. What if he actually dies?" The grumpy young man snapped. "Wait. Are you seriously worried about him?" The experienced older man reassured them. "If he's on intruder, by this time, the control center agents are probably already on their way. This is the Namsan gate. Rank C. So they'll send elite agents rank B or higher, as long as he doesn't go crazy and charge into a pack of monsters. He won't die. So don't worry." The bald guy confidently added, "You're right. That arrogant prick is probably shaking like a leaf right now, waiting for the agents to save him." The shaking like a leaf monster took a punch that caved its face in. The top knot monster took the opportunity to ambush him from behind. It was too slow compared to Dojin. Its blade only sliced through the air, seeing its prey disappear from sight. The top knot monster couldn't help but feel wary. Dojin teleported behind it, raised his leg high, and delivered a kick that caved its head in. It spewed blood like a rainstorm. And so, the one-sided battle ended. With one half kneeling and one lying flat, Dojin dragged the crude stone sword. He swung the sword powerfully, his eyes sharp and cold. 3 more mana stones. Done with that, he continued hunting for a bit more. Who knows how much time passed. But his backpack had gotten a bit fatter. Dojin wandered around looking for prey, feeling bored. The harvest isn't that great. So far, I have 12 low-grade and 16 mid-grade stones. The control center agents spotted him and reported to their teammates. This way, Dojin heard human voices and looked over curiously. In an instant, 3 other agents appeared on the scene. The brown-haired agent sternly demanded, "We are from the gate control center. Please show your hero ID. If you are unregistered, please come with us to the control center." Dojin raised an eyebrow, slightly confused. "Gate control center." The agent lowered his voice, emphasizing every word. "Please comply with our instructions." Inwardly, Dojin sighed. What now? How annoying. He looked at the other party, a faint glint in his eyes suggesting he wanted to fight. But ultimately, he changed his posture, looking completely indifferent. "Get lost. You're annoying." The brown-haired agent immediately ordered, "Handcuff him." The blonde agent pulled out his tools and warned, "Please cooperate. If you resist, we may be forced to use violence." Saying that, his other hand swiftly grabbed Dojin's wrist. The blonde agent held up the handcuffs. "Warning. Any injuries caused by your resistance will be entirely your responsibility. It's best to resolve this peacefully at the control center." Before the handcuffs could be slapped on, he grabbed the man's hand back, feeling the grip on his wrist. The blonde agent widened his eyes in shock. Dojin looked at him seriously and said, "Stop bothering me. Piss off." Seeing this, the agents immediately raised their guard and drew their weapons. In the blink of an eye, the weapons revealed their true forms. He glanced at the tools, thinking indifferently. Level 4 magic sealing devices, those only work on orcs. Dojin applied a little more force, bending the blonde agent's joint, and spoke up, emphasizing, "Final warning. If you don't want to get hurt, go back." As soon as he finished speaking, pressure came from the front. The agents attacked. Dojin casually blocked the strikes. The agent on the right threw a punch. He tilted his neck and easily dodged it. At the same time, as fast as the wind, he raised his knee and slammed it into the agent's side. A brilliant knee strike threw the right-wing agent off balance, and he followed up with a kick that sent him flying. The left-wing agent was stunned seeing this, freezing in place. He stared at him as if he were a terrorist. Dojin turned to look at the agent and gave a slight nod. Immediately after, his figure blurred as if vanishing. The agent, unable to see him, thought in terror, He disappeared. He suddenly appeared right next to him and delivered a gut punch. The agent took the full damage. Clutching his stomach and coughing violently, he called out, "Hey." The agent, clutching his body, awkwardly replied, "Yeah." Dojun asked, "If I register as a hero, I won't have any more trouble." "Right." The agent hesitated and replied, "That's right. As long as you don't break the law inside the gate, there's no reason to dispatch agents." He asked again, "What about rifts?" Hearing this, the agent felt a chill down his spine. Passages to other worlds where bizarre monsters appear have opened up all over the globe. The byproducts obtained from hunting monsters here are used as a new energy source. For that reason, the places where the government has completely controlled the passages and locked the monsters inside are called gates, and the spaces that haven't been converted into gates are called rifts. After hearing the explanation, he summarized, "So that means no matter which gate I go to, you guys will still come looking for me." "Right." The reason being illegal trespassing or whatever. Facing Dojun's annoyed expression, the agent hurriedly explained, "Yes, that's right. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without authorization, the control center will receive a notification, and agents waiting nearby will be dispatched. Rifts aren't as easy to access as gates. The Hero Association won't just sit by either." He didn't care about those annoying details and said arrogantly, "So what?" The silenced agent couldn't help but regret it inwardly. He really is a crazy bastard. Damn it. I should have reported to headquarters from the start. Just as he finished cursing in his head, Dojun grabbed the agent's face and swung his arm. He casually tossed the agent away like a dodgeball. Dojun looked at the agent and evaluated inwardly. Truly a nobody. The half-orc agent clutched his injury and yelled, "You bastard, next time, I'll definitely kill you." Dojun ignored him and continued his journey. When the pendant on the monster's chest shattered, the monster roared in despair. "Stop right now." Hearing its voice, which was almost a scream, I also gradually lost consciousness. It felt like being sucked into something. Death. I guess I'm about to die? With that mindset, the sword god closed his eyes and accepted it. But after a while, no one came to take him away. He opened his eyes in confusion. Unexpectedly, he was hanging upside down in the blue clouds. In front of him was a strange young man. The sword god asked, "Who are you?" The young Dojun looked timid and introduced himself. "My name is Co Dojun. I am on the verge of death. If you accept my request, I will quietly disappear." As soon as the words were spoken, the sword god replied without hesitation, "I refuse." Hearing this, Dojun was at a loss for what to do. The sword god took the initiative to explain his reasoning. "I have nothing left to tie me to this life. After 10 years of fighting to the death, I was betrayed by the comrades I trusted. The country I lived in has been destroyed. My friends are dead, and so is my family. No matter how hard I try to live on, there's nothing left for me in the end." "Right? You're the same." This sentence made Dojun freeze completely. He couldn't help but try to persuade the other party. "Even if my life is like that, I don't want my grandmother and Un to live that way too." The sword god finally softened, cleared his throat, and asked, "So just keep it short. What do you want?" Not expecting him to change his mind so quickly, Dojun's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly said, "What I want is Gasan Tech Complex, Jumcheon District, Seoul, now known as the Hero Complex. The trading of byproducts from the gates is even more active than IT companies." After hunting enough mana stones, Dojun strolled down the street with a backpack. He walked for a while and stumbled upon a purchasing shop, thinking to himself, "Maybe I should pick this place." The sleazy-looking receptionist saw a customer walk in and greeted. "Welcome." Dojun walked in and said, "I want to sell some mana stones." Hearing that, the cashier jumped up and bragged, "You've come to the right place. We offer the best purchasing prices in Seoul. Hell, in all of South Korea." Hearing that, he dumped the mana stones onto the counter. Seeing the blood-stained stones, the cashier couldn't help but complain. "Geez, you could have at least wiped the blood off before bringing them in." But outwardly, he acted friendly. "You've got quite a lot of mana stones here. Please wait a moment while I sort them out. Would you like some coffee while you wait?" Dojun replied. "Whatever." He just sat there waiting for the guy to inspect the stones. The cashier counted and typed on his calculator at lightning speed, saying, 12 low-grade mana stones, 16 mid-grade, and 5 low-tier high-grade. The commission fee is 40% of the purchase price. You know that, right? So, calculating it, the total amount you'll receive is 46 million won. Hearing the absurd middleman fee, Dojun spoke up. "Hold on. I'm the one who hunted them, and you guys are just buying them. Yet you take a 40% commission." The cashier, caught off guard, was stunned. Then he immediately flipped his attitude, smirking. "Sir, it seems you don't understand how things work around here. We usually take 45%. You know, I only dropped it to this because it's you. If you don't want to sell, take them back. I guarantee no place will buy them for a higher price than me." Dojun casually swept his goods back and said, "Then I'll take them back." The cashier immediately pushed his hand back, then obnoxiously held out his other hand to extort him. "Hey, sir, you have to pay the sorting fee. You know, the coffee isn't free either, including the sorting fee. That's 300,000 and the coffee is 10,000 won. Since I had to use an expensive towel to wipe the blood and can't reuse it, Please pay a total of 350. 00001, including the towel. Dojin pulled his hand back and coldly challenged. I don't have any money for you. If you want it, try and take it. The cashier gave a sleazy smile, acting tough on his home turf, and threatened. You have to pay. You hear me. We've got a few C-rank heroes backing us up. You son of a bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, several burly men walked out from the emergency exit. The scarred man looked at the cashier and raised his voice. What's going on? Why'd you call me out? Another troublemaker. Dojin took his eyes off the cashier and looked at the burly men. The scarred man half opened his mouth, glaring down at him to apply pressure. The cashier's face turned pale, trembling like a leaf as he hid behind the counter. The scarred man screamed as he was sent flying toward the reception desk. The C-rank hero just lay there flat on his back, unable to get up. His two accomplices were also lying on his left and right. Perfectly symmetrical, Dojin dusted off his hands and smoothly walked up to the counter. He stood in front of the receptionist and stated his price. The commission for this is 1%. Let's have smooth transactions from now on. I'll be back next time. A while later, he returned home and tossed a thick stack of cash onto the table. His grandmother and Un were stunned speechless. His grandmother picked up the stack of money, weighing it in her hands, and asked hesitantly, Doyun. What? What is all this money for? He awkwardly scratched his head and made up an excuse. Well, you see, I lent some money to a friend to start a business a while ago. Now, his business is really successful. She questioned him suspiciously. Do you really have a friend like that? Dojun had to brush it off, saying, do you remember the places I grew up in? It's a friend I used to play with back then. She squeezed a wad of cash in her hands, her aged voice saying, Of course I know. Un innocently chirped up. Oppa. Does this mean? Our family is rich now. Dojin smiled gently, patting his sister's head, and said, From now on, yes. The little girl was overjoyed, running around the room cheering. Our family is rich. We're gonna be rich. Dojun looked at her, his eyes full of thought. The memories of the other Dojin flooded his mind. Grandma and Un. Please let them live in the safest place possible. And then he disappeared before I could even answer. He looked into the mirror. Dojin's face now bore a slight resemblance to the sword god. When I woke up, I had become Seo Dojun. The safest house in South Korea right now costs up to 110 billion won. I have no obligation to fulfill that one-sided promise. But, as long as my power returns, that amount of money is nothing. The rifts, the spatial gates, the monsters. Everything here is weaker than my old world. The world that was destroyed. Tumei, the one who was once the sword god. This place is like child's play, even though not even 10% of my power has returned yet. While he was pondering, the doorbell rang, along with a shout. Seo Dojun, are you in there? He proactively stood up and told his grandmother. I'll go check. You stay inside. Grandma. With that, he went to open the door. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a brown-haired guy and a blonde guy waiting. The brown-haired guy sneered. Seo Doyun. Debt's gotta be paid on time. Right, the blonde guy added. Do you even know how much you still owe? A whopping 48 million won. From his memories, he knew about this. He let out a sigh. These were the loan sharks the real Seo Dojun borrowed from before he died. The 5 million won for his grandmother's hospital bills had multiplied tenfold in a short period. The brown-haired guy glared and said, You just made some money from the gate. Didn't you? The blonde guy opened his mouth to demand. Hand it all over. We're just collecting according to the contract. So don't feel wronged. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired guy took a punch straight to the cheek. He flew backward and slammed into the wall. The blonde guy froze in shock, looking back at the brown-haired guy and exclaiming, What, the Dojin didn't give the blonde guy time to think? Cracking his knuckles. The amount I've already paid is over 9 million won. If anything, I'm the one who should be getting paid back. The blonde guy was scared stupid, nervously smiling and stammering. Are you really Seo Dojun? Dojun clenched his fist, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, Tell your boss I'll be paying him a personal visit very soon. Then came the beatdown. The sound of punches echoed to the high heavens. A while later, he and his sister went to the mall to hang out. They both entered a plushie store. Looking at the pile of adorable stuffed animals, the little girl asked expectantly, Can we really buy one? I can get this doll. Dojin smiled kindly and said, We already bought some stuff. Now, just pick whatever you want. When I shared memories with Seo Dojun, the barren emotions inside me changed. Right now, it's just compassion. But Seo Dojun was always kind to Une, his half-sister. At the very least, I will protect that heart of his. After fiddling around for a while, the little girl still asked very cautiously, Appa, can I pick this one? Seeing the scrawny bunny plushie in Un's hands, he immediately grabbed the chubby bear she had liked earlier. He held it up and said, I told you to pick whatever you like. Un beamed, scratching her head foolishly. After that, the two of them stopped by a restaurant for a meal. They were enjoying their delicious food. Someone called out, Is that Seo Dojin? Is it really you? He turned to see who it was. A chubby girl with 2 muscular bodyguards caught his eye. She smirked mockingly and asked, Dressed like that and you still judge others? You don't look any better yourself. Who's the brat next to you, causing trouble just like your mother? As soon as those words came out, the atmosphere around them instantly tensed up. Only Un was completely clueless. Who is this lady? Dojin stayed silent, not bothering to react to her. But the tree wants peace while the wind refuses to stop. Seeing that she couldn't get to the older one, she shifted her attention to the kid. She nosily asked, "What's your name?" The little girl politely replied, "Oin." With nothing better to do, she acted snobby and mocked. "You're from the Seo family. Look at the way you're dressed. Pathetic. Just like your mother." "Right. What's wrong?" "Cat got your tongue. Can't answer." This bitch had provoked him to no end. But he still didn't react, making her visibly displeased. So she directed her spearhead back at the little girl. "Hey, kid. Do you know what the word whore means?" Knowing what she was about to spew, Dojin coldly cut her off. "You're as ugly as an orc." Hearing the insult, she was shocked, stupid. The sword god couldn't tolerate this hag anymore, his contempt showing clearly on his face. Seo Dojun was born out of wedlock and lived in poverty. At the age of 7, after his mother died, he was finally taken in by his biological father. He had to endure over 10 years of discrimination and disdain, and was completely abandoned after the stepmother gave birth to a son. Then he was kicked out onto the streets again, forced to live with his grandmother and a half-sibling he had never met. Seo Doyun, what was your heart made of to endure all of that? But now, everything will be different. The sword god stood up, looking down at her, and scolded. "We lived together for 22 years. Yet I still find you disgusting. From your face to your rotten personality. Even your pig-headed brain is beyond saving. You're jealous of girls who are prettier and better than you, while you always live in an inferiority complex. You're not even half as good as this little girl, who at least knows how to think about her brother's finances." He cursed her out to his heart's content, then looked down at her as if from on high. The stepsister rolled her eyes in anger, and the two bodyguards looked terrified. "What did you just say?" Just as a fight was about to break out, an elegant lady walked over. "Doyun, long time no see." She immediately ran over like a wronged child. "Mom, do you know what that bastard just said to me? He called me a..." The woman didn't want to hear it and snapped softly. "Enough. Step aside. What kind of uneducated behavior is this, Seo Dojun? Are you doing well, no matter how busy you are? You should still come home once in a while." The sword god felt disgusted and cursed inwardly. "You hypocrite. You're the one who tormented Seo Dojin the most for 12 years. She continued her fake concern. "Your father worries about you a lot too," he remarked. "How disgusting. We don't exactly have the kind of relationship where we check up on each other. Do we? Get out of my sight." She couldn't keep up the act, her face turning colder than an ice cellar. Hiju angrily turned and walked away. The stepsister stared wide-eyed after her mother. She was bewildered, constantly asking herself, "Is this really the Seo Dojun I know? The guy who would just bow his head and take it even if slapped for no reason?" The stepsister also got scared, hurriedly grabbing her bag and running after Hiju. "Mom, wait for me. Those two completely ruined their happy meal," he said in a serious tone. "Let's go." "Ein." The little girl looked sad. "Okay." The sword god looked into the distance and thought to himself, "Seo Doyun, the one who always stayed silent when treated poorly, is no more." It's best she realizes that as soon as possible. The mother and daughter's car sped down the highway. The stepsister regained her courage and whined, "Mom, why did we just leave like that? We should have beaten that bastard to death." "Do you know what he said to me, that bastard?" "He told me." Hiju finished touching up her makeup and made a call. "Director Lee." The person on the other end replied, "Yes, ma'am." She coldly interrogated, "Why is that Dojun brat still alive?" Director Lee rubbed his bald head and reported the truth. According to the report, Kang Yu left Dojun behind inside the rift. That guy should be dead by now. Hiju couldn't control her impulses and screamed like a madwoman. "Exactly. So why the hell is he still alive?" Director Lee hurriedly said, "I apologize. I will investigate it again." The stepsister's voice trembled, her face pale. "Should be dead, Mom." "What did you just say?" Hiju didn't even bother to pay attention to her, staring blankly into space. Seeing her stay silent, she grew even more anxious. "Mom, what do you mean? What are you doing? Don't tell me." "You were planning to kill Dojun." Hiju didn't even turn her head, asking indifferently, "Do you still have feelings for Dojun?" Hit right on the mark. She hastily defended herself. "It's not like that. If Grandpa or Dad finds out about this..." Hiju quickly covered her mouth, bringing her face close to her daughter's, and said with a cold, ruthless expression, "I'll handle this. You just keep your mouth shut." The terrified daughter didn't dare to utter a single word. Hijo was fuming, thinking to herself, "You dare talk back to me, you little bastard? No matter what, I will make you disappear from this world." 10 years ago, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. From then on, monsters poured out like a flood. Humans were massacred en masse, and the world quickly fell into chaos. But then, heroes emerged. They were the ones who pulled the world back from the brink of destruction. At the same time, a strange substance was extracted from the monster corpses. Mana stones. Mana stones quickly replaced all old energy sources. Every country rushed to convert the rifts into teleportation gates. Now, the entire global industry revolves around gates and heroes. To put it bluntly, if you want to make money in this world, you have to become a hero. He stood in front of a small office and muttered, "Here it is. The headquarters of HCS Corporation. Iliang Daibu." Dojun took a leisurely step, then pushed the door open with a creak and walked in. Jang Se-op was putting out a cigarette, with the blonde and brown-haired guys standing behind him on either side. He asked loudly, "Who are you? You dare show your face here after beating up my guys?" Dojun looked at him for a moment and said, "The more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Jang Se-op yelled. A disadvantage? What the hell are you talking about? He spoke his mind. I believe I deserve compensation for the mental, physical, and financial damages you all have caused me. Hearing this, Jang Se-op's mind raced. The meek kid from before had really changed. Looking at how he easily handled his underlings, he must have awakened inside a gate. He leaned in close to intimidate him. Looks like you just found yourself some backing. Let me tell you what happens to trash who go around bragging about awakening. As soon as he said that, a swarm of his underlings marched out. Every single one of them looked like a hardened criminal. Glaring down at him, Jang Se-op grabbed his jacket and lectured him. Those guys were proud too. But after awakening, they ended up as nothing but useless D ranks. Listen here. I've got a whole bunch of D ranks under my command. They won't even let you get a word in. Hearing that, it was obvious he didn't want to have a proper conversation. To stop him from leaving, Dojun called out. Sit down. I'm not done talking yet. A bespectacled underling got agitated, stepping forward and yelling. What, you little punk? You dare act cocky with me? Dojun calmly snatched the guy's glasses, tossed them aside, and casually delivered a punch straight to his face. The underling dropped to the floor just like that. Everyone was stunned. Then, as he beat the crap out of each of them, he said, You guys don't just do loan sharking, right? I know you also forge documents. If I want to make money, I need a hero ID. After 3 of them went down, the next guy finally got a chance to attack, but missed completely. So he took a hit to the head and laid out flat. Dojun right now was no different from a demon of death. His eyes were incredibly terrifying. He returned to his calm demeanor, almost commanding. Make me a clean one. Leave no loose ends. Deadline is tomorrow morning. Unable to believe what they were seeing, the whole gang broke out in a cold sweat. Jang Se-op was so overwhelmed his brain practically short-circuited. This power. He's not a D rank or a C rank. He might even be a B rank Doyun. Tired of waiting? Asked. Not gonna answer, Jang Se-op hurriedly shouted. I'll do it, I'll take care of everything. Just when he thought the ordeal was over, Dojun grabbed his shoulder again. One more thing. Did Hong Hae-yo order you to kill me? Hearing the question, her image instinctively flashed in his mind. But Dojun didn't give him time to think. Squeezing his shoulder harder. Still not talking. The intense pressure on his collarbone made him scream in agony. Jang Se-op hastily cried out. It was Hong Hae-yo. It was her. She said. She wanted you to drown in debt and commit suicide. That's what she told me. Let go. Please let go. Please. Getting his answer? Doyun let go. Muttering. Suicide. So that's why she locked me inside the gate. Hearing this, Jang Se-op reflexively defended himself. Locked you in a gate? I don't know anything about that, seriously. I swear, if you die, I won't get a single penny. Why would I throw you in there? I'm telling the truth. Seeing him about to wet his pants, Dojun didn't doubt him. Pondering for a moment, he muttered, Kang Chan-ho. He's the one who pushed me into the gate. Bring me all the information you have on him by tomorrow morning. Jang Se-op trembled. Yes. Dojun left the office to the collective sigh of relief from the entire gang. The sword god looked up at the clear blue sky. He unconsciously recalled Dojun's wish. Please let my grandmother and Yoon Young live in the safest place possible. He had formally agreed. Is that all? Very well. I will help you. The next morning, holding his freshly issued ID card, he went to the management center's gate and scanned it. A cold, mechanical voice announced hero registration card verified. Your level is lower than the recommended level. Please exercise caution and think carefully before entering. Dojun looked at the card and clicked his tongue, muttering, That bastard at the company. He should have just upgraded me to rank A. He walked right in despite the scanner's warnings. Your level is lower than recommended. Your level is lower than Bomsiam Gate. Rank B. Scale D. Terrain Tunnel. Recommended rank A. Entry prohibited unless in a party of 2 or more. It's a rank B gate, but the scale is only D, making soloing quite difficult. However, due to its tunnel structure, it only allows solo entry. So, unless you're at least rank A, clearing this gate is nearly impossible. If you're really unlucky, you'll have to single-handedly fight hundreds of monsters in a pitch-black tunnel. Before him was a giant snake with gorgeous scales, exuding a deadly aura. Dojun was absolutely thrilled. Putting on his gauntlets, he said excitedly. Not bad at all. The snake flicked its stiff tongue, dripping with venom. Dojun ignored it all and picked up a mana stone, seeing its kin slaughtered right under its nose. The golden snake hissed in a frenzy. After finishing off one, Dojun turned his head and analyzed. A venomous snake species. Just a graze is enough to paralyze the body. He leaped high into the air and landed with a heavy impact. His feet spun like a top, flickering in and out of sight as he carved several gashes from its head to its tail. He even tore right through its body at the very end. After dealing with this one, his gauntlets were drenched in snake venom. Looking at the corrosion, he casually evaluated. Well worth the 300G. The hissing of snakes approached again. Dojun reflexively glanced over. This time, they brought their whole family for a gang fight. He engaged in deep combat with these venomous snakes once more. The more he fought, the fiercer he got. Blood splattered everywhere. As for the snakes spitting venom, it was like a torrential downpour. A moment later, Dojun was the only one left standing in the tunnel. He rummaged for loot and wondered. No mana stones. There really aren't any. He thought to himself, if it's like my previous world, the drop rate for mana stones from Blackfang snakes is under 3%. Looks like I'll have to hunt a few hundred more. Following the tunnel, He arrived at a lush, verdant forest. He noticed several dry skeletons reeking of death nearby. Following the gaze of the empty eye sockets, he spotted it. Is that the boss? He saw a snake 3 or 4 times larger than the ones he'd encountered so far. He dropped his backpack and muttered, I didn't even know the way. Yet, I ran into it here. How convenient. He leaped up for a punch. Gotta finish this quick and head back. But this time, he was repelled. His wrist throbbed, seeing a clear fist print on the snake's body. He thought in shock. My attack didn't do much. Before Dojin could think of a countermeasure, the tail slithered close and whipped him. He was sent flying backward into the wall. That tail whip was agonizing. Dojun sat there for a moment to recover, only forcing himself up when the boss snake slithered closer. He dodged to the side, narrowly escaping death. Right after evading, his toes pushed hard against the ground. He dashed at lightning speed toward the boss snake. He practically flew at it, throwing a punch that cracked a section of its scales. Judging by his eyes, he seemed to rate it quite highly. Facing an enemy with overwhelming power, he couldn't help but think, just as I expected. It's completely different from the snakes earlier. Its skin is so tough that punches barely do a thing. What do I do now? If only I had my original strength back. Something like this would be nothing. Amidst the deadlock, a faint gleam caught his eye. Dojin looked over and saw an old sword. This is... Hesitating for a second, he closed his eyes and accepted his fate. He pulled the sword out and muttered, It's old, but I have no other choice right now. No matter how dull the blade is, what matters is who wields it. This sword. Let me borrow it for a bit. To dodge the snake's maw. He gathered his strength and leaped up. At the same time, he didn't forget to armor his sword-wielding hand. His pupils contracted sharply. He declared decisively, Consider it an honor to fall by my hand. You damn snake, gripping the hilt tightly. The boss snake hissed furiously, opening its jaws wide and lunging its head at him. The sword god focused his mind so intensely that his pupils vanished. Then, with a single slash, he split the boss's head open. However, the sword shattered as well. Dojun held his stance, waiting. His lips pressed tightly together. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, If that strike hadn't taken it down, I would have been a goner. He stared intently at his new loot. Snake venom sprayed everywhere. Dojun acquired a new material for a weapon and evaluated it. A bit short for a longsword, but it'll be usable after some sharpening. Anyway, I still made more than at the Namsan gate. That's a relief. By the time he left the place, it was already late at night. Dojun sighed. I didn't expect a rank B gate to take up this much time. Restoring my strength is definitely the top priority right now. I just hope my brothers don't see me looking this pathetic. The next morning, at the shop he had previously visited, a hunter placed his loot on the counter. The clerk calculated for a moment and said, You've gathered quite a lot of mana stones. The commission is 40% as usual. Hearing this, the hunter was a bit dissatisfied and haggled. What 40% is way too steep, I'm a regular. Can't you give me a discount? The clerk counted the money and rambled. You know, we charge the lowest commission on the market. The gate center's basic processing fee alone is 5%. And we don't leave any transaction records. You don't have to pay taxes either. All things considered, this kind of deal benefits you way more, doesn't it? The hunter found it reasonable and counted his money. Well, I guess you're right. By the way, what happened to your face? Hearing this, the clerk shrugged helplessly. Don't ask. Some lunatic barged in and beat our guards to a pulp. And I got thrashed too. The hunter put his money away and kept chattering. That's why I say don't rely on those rank C bodyguards. You gotta look at their skills, not just their rank. Ranks are just something bureaucrats made up for easy management. True strength is completely different. How can a rookie who just got his license and stands guard at a door compare to a hero who risks his life hunting monsters every day? The clerk thought to himself, Ugh. If you're done, just leave. You talk too much. The hunter winked and chuckled. We've known each other for a while now. If you need anything, just give me a call. With that, he headed outside. Just then, Dojun arrived. The moment the clerk saw that face, the god of plague had appeared. The clerk reflexively panicked. He pointed right at him and shouted, That's him, he's the one who did this to me. The hunter turned his head and asked in disbelief, This guy, he's tall and looks pretty clean cut. And he caused trouble here. Hey, are you the one who made a scene, calling yourself a hero but beating up innocent people? Don't you know heroes aren't allowed to lay a hand on civilians? The clerk gloated inwardly. The guy you're messing with is a 7-year veteran hero. He's got connections everywhere. Knows a ton of high and low rank heroes. You're dead meat for crossing him. Dojun turned his head and retorted, Mind your own business before you try to lecture me. These words added fuel to the fire. The clerk grew even more excited. Doyun, fearing absolutely no one, continued, Or are you planning to step up and get revenge for them? The hunter clenched his fists in momentary anger. You want to die. Then it hit him. The leading cause of death among heroes wasn't monsters, but conflicts with other heroes. His 7 years of veteran intuition instantly triggered his flight response. See you around, I'm busy. Gotta go. Seeing his backup walk away, just like that. The clerk froze in shock. Dojin pressed on. You don't seem to like me very much. Do you? The clerk turned pale with fear. Without waiting for an answer, Dojun tossed over his backpack stuffed with mana stones. Then he said flatly, Calculate the total. Looking at the sparkling stones inside, the clerk felt an immense pressure. What? What is this? High-grade mana stones. Who the hell is this guy? Unable to resist the temptation, the clerk reached out and punched the numbers into his calculator. Then he cried out in shock. A total of 150 million gold. Hearing this, Dojin was secretly dissatisfied. I grinded all day and only got 150 million, outwardly calm. He demanded. Hand it over. 150 million. The clerk hastily blurted out. We still have to deduct the commission. Seeing Dojun's dagger-like glare, he thought. Did I say something wrong? Fortunately, Dojin remembered this detail and sighed. Right. 1% commission. So that leaves 148. 5 million. Bring it out. The clerk cursed in his head. What? The commission is 40%, are you deaf? But outwardly? He only dared to say. Well. Transactions over 100 million require approval from higher-ups. Dojin glared at him and ordered. Then, go get approval. Right. Now. The clerk made a call and spoke softly. Yes. Here's the situation. Seeing that the other side picked up, Dojun snatched the phone. He spoke directly to the person on the line. Did you hear that? Tell him to transfer the money to me. The shop owner on the other end said. I understand. Please give the phone back to my employee. Without bothering to listen to the rest, Dojin hurled the phone into the wall. Feeling the heat of the smashed phone and receiving the order from this god of plague, your boss said he understands. Bring out the money. The clerk didn't dare say another word and immediately complied. Yes. Sir. Dojin left the shop carrying several full bags of money. Let's keep our transactions civilized next time. The clerk cried tears of blood, inwardly. Since when does a civilized transaction only benefit one side? 10 minutes later. The shop owner finally arrived. He asked anxiously. Hello, why didn't you pick up? What was that call just now? Utterly exhausted, physically and mentally. The clerk said. Boss. I can't do this anymore. Seeing the phone embedded in the wall, the shop owner's eyes darkened. The clerk looked at his boss with a gloomy expression. The shop owner made a call for backup. Hello, Ju Yun, it's your uncle. I need you to come over for a bit. On the other end of the phone was a young woman. Every passerby looked at her in pleasant surprise as she walked in elegant black high heels. People gathered around, making her look like a famous celebrity. Is that Hyun Ju Yun? It really is her. Amidst the adoration, Ju Yun arrived at her uncle's shop. Following the chime of the door, a welcoming voice sounded. Welcome. The moment the clerk saw her, he exclaimed. Oh my god, Hyun Ju Yun. Ju Yun took off her sunglasses and gave a playful wink. Yep. It's me. The clerk was utterly shocked. Thinking. Yoon Yo Yeon. The 4th S-rank hero of South Korea. I heard she was the boss's niece. But why is she here? As if reading his mind, Ju Yun took the initiative to explain. My uncle said he's got a headache because some hero came and forced you guys to buy mana stones. Can I hear the details? Do-jun and Yoon Young were hanging out in their yard. One was playing with dolls, while the other was practicing martial arts. Even if I hunt all day, it's hard to make 100 million. At this rate, it'll be too late. I need to get strong enough to hunt in S-rank gates, even if it's just one day sooner. To do that, the most important thing right now is to regain my former strength. But unlike my old world, the mana in the air here is extremely scarce. Even if I gather mana like this every day, it'll take 3 years. Maybe even longer. It would be better if I had decent equipment. But there's hardly any here. Even garbage tier gear is rare. While he was stressing over this, he suddenly sensed danger. The little girl was playing happily when she saw her brother running toward her. He scooped Eun Young up and rushed inside. Eun Young, you need to get in the house. Dojin brought her inside and immediately slammed the door shut. Seeing him in such a rush, their grandmother asked, What's wrong? Dojin, suddenly, the entire apartment shook. The grandmother startled and screamed. Earthquake, it's an earthquake. Eun Young panicked as well, screaming at the top of her lungs. With his incredibly sharp senses, Dojin thought, that's not an earthquake. This could be. The sky turned pitch black. And then there was this fissure. The crack spread wider and wider like a spider web. The center of the rift was right in their yard. A dimensional rift. The grandmother asked in a panic. Do-Jun, what on earth is happening? He instructed sternly. It's dangerous. Don't leave the room. Either of you. Then he leaped straight into the rift. He didn't turn back, even as his grandmother and sister called out to him. Dojun, brother. At the same time, at the Seoul Hero Association, the staff received the alert and shouted. Captain A rift was just detected in Mappo. The association manager pondered for a moment before issuing orders. A new rift after 63 days. The White Lion Guild is closest to the Mappo area. Contact them immediately. Quickly mobilize any other heroes nearby. Where is the exact location of the rift? A subordinate replied. In the yard of a civilian residence. Hearing this, the senior manager smiled bitterly. A civilian residence? This is trouble. If a normal person, not a hero, enters a new rift, they won't be able to make it back out. His head started spinning. Worse yet, if they lose their lives. A monster wave will last for 10 days in the rift zone. If that happens, all of Seoul will. The manager asked again. Have we identified the person who entered the rift? The blonde agent said. His name is Seiyu Dojun. He's a resident of the house where the rift appeared. According to his grandmother, he entered the rift to save his younger sister. So he's not a hero. Historically, when a normal person enters a new rift, what are the chances of a monster wave occurring? The blonde agent hesitated for a moment before answering. Joe Shijo. Baffinger Joe. Hearing this hellish probability, the crowd's faces completely fell. At the same time, Hiju was losing her temper with her subordinate. She was furious. questioning him in disbelief. Awakened, Dojun awakened, what the hell are you talking about? Director Lee replied with absolute certainty. He hasn't registered with the Hero Association yet. But he definitely awakened in the gate last time. Hearing this, Hiju flew into an even greater rage and cursed. What the hell is that bastard Kang Chan-ho doing? Things wouldn't have turned out like this if you had just killed that punk yourself. Why did you have to make things so complicated? And he already took the money. Manager Lee, tell that bastard Kang Chan-ho that if he doesn't kill Dojun, he has to pay back 10 times the money he received. I don't need to contact Kang Chan-ho. What do you mean, Director Lee? Pale-faced said. A new rift just appeared in Mappo, at Dojin's house. We also just confirmed that Dojin has entered the rift. This news will be announced to the media soon. Hearing this, her mood improved slightly as she muttered, so that means we won't have to see that vulgar bastard again. Right, Director Lee hesitated. That's right. However, it was only a slight improvement. She was still bitter. Hiju ordered in a low voice. Keep an eye on it until we're absolutely certain. Director Lee reluctantly replied. Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, Dojin was inside the rift's dimension. The place he stood was a primeval forest teeming with lush greenery. Dojun felt the vast, majestic nature around him, his heart stirring. I can't believe it. This is the Batasua forest I used to frequent when I was young. The shape of the forest, every branch and blade of grass. And of course, the wind, the abundant mana in the air. Even the shape of the sky and the clouds are distinct. Maybe if I head this way? He laughed heartily. Just as I thought. The world tree. An ancient spirit tree that holds the flow of pure mana. The reason the previous world was destroyed was because this tree was burned, and the flow of mana was corrupted. I can't believe the world tree is still safe. I don't know how. But now I can regain the mana I once had. Dojun was ecstatic and eagerly sat down to cultivate. He immersed himself in this ultimate training space, day after day. He meditated inside a hollow of the world tree. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, forgetting to eat, forgetting to sleep. He focused entirely on his breathing. He trained diligently like this until a full moon night. Dojun awoke from his frenzied training state due to the presence of a horde of monsters. The Vonkana. Dojun looked down at his old enemies, silently calculating the debt. The ones who had burned the world tree in the past. They were rushing madly towards the world tree. Dojun habitually glanced at his hip, thinking, it would be better if I had a water element sword. But these Vonkana monsters won't give me any time. Dojun quickly activated his mana and made a decision. It doesn't matter. I'll crush every last one of them. Blue mana enveloped his body as he stretched out his hand. He then unleashed his spiritual mana to attack the intruders. The Vonkana, struck by Dojun's mana, clutched their heads and shrieked. Dojun's eyes rolled back as he stared at them grimly. Seeing him easily dispatch their comrades, the remaining ones became much more cautious. The Vonkana didn't dare to approach Dojun recklessly. They released their mana. The condensed mana was released as a gas and detonated. This fighting style is also quite inconvenient. It's been a while since I've released this much mana at once. They kept a safe distance, planning to use long-range attacks. In the smoke-filled space, mana bullets rained down on him. When the mana bullets were just a few cm away, they were neutralized by the mana shield he had erected. Dojun used mana to levitate his body, murmuring, I've confirmed that the world tree is safe. Now, for the mana in my body. Let's see what these eyes can do. With that, he relaxed and moved towards the Vonkana horde. Seeing him get closer, the Vonkana continued to roar. Without waiting for them to fire their mana bullets, he opened his mouth wide. His mana shot out, entering the Vonkana's mouths, causing internal damage and making them explode. 2 unlucky Vonkana died in the fiery explosions. Where their bodies vanished, a mana stone appeared. Dojun walked past the mana stones, muttering indifferently. Confirmation complete. I just need to deal with the rest of you. Then I can get the immortal embers. Right, I remember they have a pretty high drop rate. Let's see how many I can harvest from this bunch. For the sake of harvesting the immortal embers, Dojun went on a rampage. He kept destroying and dodging, losing track of how much time had passed. He returned to the hollow of the world tree to inspect the fruits of his labor. Amidst the pile of mana stones, a sparkling golden seed emerged. Dojun's target was this very golden seed. He picked it up and couldn't help but say to himself, the immortal embers. I never thought I'd get this again. He crushed the golden seed, and a flame erupted in his palm. Dojun playfully poked at the flame with interest. I want to draw more mana from the world tree, but in my current state, that's impossible. The only thing I can do right now is to absorb this ember and convert my mana to the fire attribute. After absorbing 1 immortal ember, he fondly recalled his time as the sword god. Back then, I didn't need to absorb these embers. Now, it takes a full 10 minutes just to absorb one. Dojun rotated his arm, checking for any changes, while also looking at the golden seeds at his feet. He thought to himself, I'll just absorb as many as I can. In the sky, a giant rift suddenly appeared. Reporters and the media immediately swarmed the area, along with the public. Cheongu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He looked up at the scene outside, extremely annoyed. It's all because of that bastard. What the hell is going on? Cheongu glanced at his watch with a nonchalant tone. He said he was doing it to save his sister. But the scene outside hasn't changed at all. Sounds pretty noble, doesn't it? Souls in the rift are easy to awaken, so he just rushed in without a thought for anyone else. If you want to die, die alone. Why drag others into it? He heard some comments from the person next to him and asked with a smirk, so, What did the guildmaster say? Qian Lu replied irritably. Same as always. He told us to just wait. But he himself was a bit confused. But why Qian Gu speculated in a low voice? It's probably because this time, rifts appeared simultaneously in the US, China, Turkey, and Switzerland. There are also signs of rifts in several other major countries. That's probably why the guildmaster is busy. This is the first time something like this has happened. But I heard the others got it under control from the start. Qian Gu gritted his teeth. His brow furrowed. We're the only ones in trouble. It's all because of that bastard. The first one who went in. Just wait until he comes out. I'll smash his face in. Outside. The rift was emitting a low, ominous The voice of a daily news anchor could be heard. It has been 28 days since the new rift appeared. The Hero Association has issued a level 1 warning for a monster wave. On the screen was a blurred image of a young man. If the first civilian to enter, Mr. S, does not return in the next 2 days. Someone suddenly reached for the remote and turned off the TV, Zhang Seop, with a cigarette in his mouth. Mused? You mean that Seo Dojun guy is Mr. S? Director Yeon-gu bowed slightly, the light glinting off his glasses. Yes. Sir. I've had it verified. It's definitely Seo Dojun. Director Kim Aeon-gu, Huang Zhang-seo's right-hand man. After a moment, he asked, what do you think are the chances of that kid coming back alive? He quickly calculated. If he's a civilian, it's not even worth mentioning. About 1%. No. Less than 0. 1%. A strange, smug smile appeared on Zhang Seop's lips. A civilian. Ridiculous. Hearing his words, the underlings below nodded vigorously. The people at the Hero Association are so clueless. He rested his chin on his hand and indifferently mentioned a possibility. What if that guy has awakened? Yeon-gu thought quickly and immediately made an assumption. Even if he has awakened, we'd still have to see what rank he is. Honestly, it's hard to say. Zhang Seop sighed and leaned back in his chair. That's true. Being a good fighter doesn't mean you can survive in a rift. His next command startled him slightly. That Seo Dojun kid has family. Right? Keep them. This order reminded him of Yu Gyong and her grandmother. What are you planning to do? Sir Zhang Seop made his decision in a low voice. For now. Just treat them well. Then he took off his glasses, his face revealing a dark expression. If he does, sell his family's organs. If he comes back alive, tell him we took care of them. That will create a debt. The scene shifts to a large, ancient tree bathed in brilliant light. Dojun was currently concentrating on strengthening himself. How much time has passed? In his hand was a faint yellow wisp of energy, befitting its name, Immortal Embers. I've absorbed hundreds of them. The golden wisp quickly spun in his hand. Now, I can use fire-type mana anytime. My fire resistance has also increased significantly. Dojun's eyes glanced back, remembering his appearance as the sword god. If we're only talking about the fire attribute, I'm even stronger than I was at my peak when I was called the sword god. His hand gently touched the trunk of the ancient tree. His voice echoed slowly in the air. Back then, and now, sparkling light slowly fell from the world tree. Thank you, world tree. Then, Dojun bent down to pick up some red gems and put them in a basket. He slung the basket over his shoulder and quietly said goodbye. I may not see you again. However, his eyes shone with resilience and determination. But if you are ever in danger... Finally, Dojun turned and left with a gentle smile. I will protect you at all costs. The scene quickly shifts to night, with the moon high in the sky. From within the rift, he gradually appeared. His toes touched the ground lightly. Dojun looked up, observing the desolate surroundings. There's no one within a 1-kilometer radius. Everyone must have evacuated in preparation for the monster wave. As he looked at the row of buildings ahead, a light suddenly flashed. There's a fairly strong aura coming from that direction. Without a second thought, his whole body moved like the wind. Very quickly, Dojun appeared behind 2 people. While observing them, he silently assessed the situation. Judging by their uniforms, they seem to be the people from the gate last time. If I get caught, it'll be a huge problem. A golden flame from the immortal embers quickly ignited in his hand. In an instant, Dojun decisively threw it far away. The spark flew across the sky towards the rooftop of a nearby building. It finally disappeared, leaving only a flickering speck of light. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed through the sky. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What was that? What was that sound? Cheon-gu turned to look at the source of the sound and light, then hurriedly asked, a fire. Both of them quickly rushed towards the blaze. By the time they arrived, the fire had already consumed the building. His sharp eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening. What is this? Why is there a fire here? Meanwhile, Doyun, from a distance, was carefully evaluating the effectiveness of his recent move. The targeting accuracy of the fire attribute seems pretty good. He looked down at his hand, a sense of nostalgia welling up inside him. Chusak. Isn't this the flame you were once so proud of? The proud and confident image of the sword god was now recalled in his memory. You would definitely be pleased. After all, you were the strongest fire mage on the continent. Cheon-gu's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricting to their limit. Startled, he turned his head back, his brow furrowed. Wait a minute. He looked towards the rift, which was showing some changes, and said softly, the rift? Something strange. Cheon-gu couldn't help but wonder at his words. What is it? In an instant, the rift gradually shrank and then disappeared. Both of them were rushing back to where the rift had appeared. He quickly noticed the abnormality he hadn't seen before. What? The rift? Jianggu's stern face couldn't hide his surprise. It's... now. Only a few flickering sparks of the rift remained before they vanished. It's gone. Dojin slowly walked up the stairs in the silent night. Suddenly, he turned his head, his eyes flashing with terrifying power and seriousness. Early in the morning, the city's news broadcast was reporting an urgent bulletin. Breaking news. The new rift that appeared in Mappo has disappeared early this morning. On a company's LED screen, the anchor was still reporting. Today marks 29 days since the civilian known as S entered the rift. The Hero Association, which had been preparing for a monster wave, was taken by surprise by this strange phenomenon and is currently investigating the cause. Pedestrians on the street all looked up at the screen, engrossed in discussion, unaware that the person they were talking about was right there. At the same time, a mysterious fire broke out in a nearby scrapyard in the rift area. They stopped to chat. That guy S disappeared after entering the rift. Right, serves him, right. Who in their right mind would rush into a rift the moment it appears they spoke with malice? He's dead anyway. That's a bit harsh. So heartless. If the rift hadn't disappeared, all of Seoul would have become a battlefield. Dojin stopped, thinking about the news report. If it's gone, does that mean I'll never see the world tree again? What a shame. But maybe it's for the best. He looked up at the sunny sky. Besides, the sun shone brightly. Dojin told himself, I have other things to protect, too. Suddenly, he stopped in front of an old office. It looked like it hadn't been used in a long time. Inside the hallway, two men were talking. Their cigarette smoke filled the old corridor. The man with the scar, holding a cigarette, smirked. Now that bastard is dead, the old woman and the little girl will be done for soon. The other guy replied, yeah, our boss isn't an ordinary person. He'll get at least 10 times more out of them. The scarred man puffed on his cigarette and continued. Forget the old woman. That little girl will grow up to be a real beauty. The boss is probably already figuring out all sorts of ways to use her. As they were talking, a voice cut them off. Hey. Dojin stepped out of the shadows towards them. He spoke up. Where's your boss? A car pulled up right in front of the old office. A man in black shoes got out. Jang Seop stepped out of the car. He arrogantly combed his hair as he walked, a smile of relief on his face. He's finally dead. I can finally sleep peacefully. Suddenly, Jang Seop turned and asked Yeon-gu, Manager Kim, what's on the schedule for today? He quickly flipped through his notebook. You have a lunch meeting with CEO Big. Nothing scheduled for the evening. Immediately, he took off his sunglasses and gave an order. I see. Contact the madam and tell her I'm coming over tonight. Tell them to prepare some decent new girls. He understood. Yes. Sir. The two of them walked up the old office stairs. Jang Seop's eyes widened in surprise. He had just arrived to see one of his underlings sent flying. The man's blood splattered in front of Jang Seop, leaving him speechless. The man was thrown far away, landing in a corner amidst a pile of tools. Dojun stood still, watching. He coughed heavily. His voice was like the Grim Reaper's, ordering Jang Seop, get over here and crawl like a dog. At the sound of his name, he trembled all over. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. Dojun leaped up and sat calmly on a nearby chair, looking down at Jang Seop kneeling on the ground. His voice was deadly. Are you deaf? Terrified. He could only crawl forward as commanded. His hair fell over his face, hiding his expression. He coldly ordered, bark. A scumbag like you doesn't deserve to be called human. Dojun roared while the other man kept his head bowed. Bark like a dog. Now whispering sounds filled the room. Jang Seop opened his mouth wide in fear and barked continuously. Saliva flying. Woof woof woof. His two underlings faced the wall, pretending not to see, not daring to help. Jang Seop continued to bark like a dog. Doyun, dissatisfied, looked down at him and ordered again. Louder. He sat on the chair, his voice filled with anger. In front of me, you grovel, pretending to be as loyal as can be. But the moment you see an opening, you stab me in the back. Dojin's eyes were murderous as he asked, Huang Jiangsu, you think I've never dealt with your kind before? Terrified, Jang Seop slammed his head on the floor, begging, please, please spare my life. I'll be loyal to you like a dog for the rest of my life. Dojin kicked him right in the chin. Speak up. Jang Seop spat out blood. Flying to the side in pain, he turned his gaze to Yeon-gu. Specs. Do-yoon gave him a task. From now on, you're the boss. Stop bowing your head to a beast like this. He continued. Overthrowing your superior is no big deal for you guys. Right, I'm giving you permission. Go ahead. Yeon-gu fearfully pressed his lips together. He bowed deeply, politely refusing. Our boss has a lot of connections. If I suddenly become the boss, they'll find it strange. Sweat poured down his face as he pleaded fearfully. So, please don't do this. Please spare my boss this time. Dojin gave him a look that could kill. Why are you so troublesome? Aren't you guys the ones who specialize in putting people in barrels and throwing them into the sea or crushing them in a scrapyard? He said impatiently. A sentence that struck terror into their hearts. In that case, I'll just throw him into a gate as monster bait. Hearing this, Jang Seop hurriedly slammed his head on the ground again, begging for mercy. Please, I beg you, please spare my life, just spare my life. And I'll live like a dog for the rest of my days. The underlings also bowed their heads. We beg you, Dojin thought with a disgusted expression. Dealing with Huang Jiangseo now would be cleaner and save trouble later. He sighed to himself. Have I gone soft? He extended his hand like a lifeline. Here. Jiang se op. Thinking he was forgiven. Looked up with a joyful face. He was about to grab his hand. Constantly apologizing. I'm sorry for everything I've done. As he spoke, a light appeared from his hand. From now on, I will see you as my master. The moment his hand touched Dojun's, it was burned by fire. Jiang Seop screamed in agony. In Dojun's eyes, he was wailing pitifully. He threatened, this is your last chance. Dojun quickly pulled his hand back. Jiang Seop's charred hand fell to the cold floor. He turned and walked away. Behind him, the man was still screaming pitifully. Dojun turned his head back to look at Jiang Seop and warned, from now on, if my family gets even a single scratch, all of you will die. So protect them properly. 24 hours a day. For the rest of your lives. There were many rumors about Dojun. Officially, Dojun was a person who had disappeared along with the rift. The sun shone down on the Wernin shop. Dojun and his sister were sitting inside the shop. The little girl was eagerly eating a pastry. The government, the Hero Association, and all forms of media had all considered Dojun dead. Information appeared on his phone. He stared thoughtfully at the phone screen reporting about him. Through the window, Dojun's face appeared with a nonchalant expression. Even if I say I've returned alive, it will only cause more trouble. He smiled as he watched Ugayong puffing her cheeks while biting into a piece of bread. Huang So will find us a new house soon, so it's better to take our time and move later. The little girl happily enjoyed the pastry in her hand, a few crumbs still on her mouth. The little girl looked up and smiled at him. I'm so happy we're moving soon, Dojun told her. Now, you can go to kindergarten like other kids. Not only that, you'll get to go to school next year. Hearing him, Yujong's mood immediately soured. Doyun, seeing this, anxiously asked why. What's wrong? You don't want to go to kindergarten, the little girl sadly replied. No. Yujiang explained the reason, which stunned him. The other kids keep teasing me because I don't have parents. Dojun turned away. His lips pressed tightly together. He looked at the little girl and comforted her in a gentle voice. It's okay. Then you don't have to go. You don't have to see those kids. You can just go straight to school next year. Hearing his promise, Yujiang's mood brightened again. Really, so I don't have to go to kindergarten anymore, Dojun replied softly. Don't go. He thought irritably. Should I enroll her in a prestigious private school so no one can look down on her from inside the hotel? An angry voice rang out. What, leaving an old woman and a child in a hotel? Dojun was questioning Yeon-gu. Are you guys out of your minds? He explained, sweating profusely. This hotel is managed by our company. In terms of safety, Dojun finally had to accept the arrangement. Fine. He opened the door and went in. Yujiang cried out joyfully. The little girl ran happily and hugged him tightly. Dojun's beloved grandmother came and took his hand. Overjoyed. Doyun, you've really come back. Yujiang hugged him tightly and burst into tears. Brother. Doyun, flustered by the scene, stood between them. He smiled and replied to his grandmother. Yes. I'm back. Yujiang's question brought him back to the present. Brother. Are you a hero too? Hearing the question, Dojun asked back with interest. Why do you want me to be a hero? The little girl, holding a piece of bread, replied. I'd rather you weren't a hero. Dojun was curious about the reason. Why is that? The little girl hesitantly explained. Because heroes have to fight scary monsters. And sometimes they die. Yujiang's face was sad. My family. Grandma and me. We just want you to live with us for a long time. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Dojun pressed his lips together and said no more. Yujiang's earnest voice still echoed in his ears. Brother. We just want you to live with us for a long time. Dojun remembered the horrific scenes from the past. Even in the harsh world of the past, there were people who survived until the very end. He sat on the corpses of the beasts he had slain. During the long time I fought monsters, I lost so many things. He remembered Yujiang running to hug him. But now, something precious that I had once forgotten has returned to me. Remembering the meals with the little girl and his grandmother, Dojun was determined to protect them. Here, I will live to protect that simple happiness. A helicopter flew over the city, surveying the situation. At the Korean Hero Association, the headquarters before them was large and magnificent. Na Tae-vung, the founder of the Korean Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation, looked down at the city from above. Can we really not find anything? The girl beside him answered meekly. No. Sir. We haven't been able to determine anything at the moment. I'm truly sorry. Sir. Taewong sighed in frustration. This is so annoying. If a rift can just disappear on its own, it can also reappear at any time. She glanced at him and replied carefully. Yes. Sir. Having such an unpredictable variable is indeed very dangerous. If it had created a monster wave, it might have been easier to handle. He reminded her in an unhappy tone. Watch your mouth. Taewong turned his head and said to her, think about the safety of the people and be grateful it hasn't gone that far. The girl, realizing her slip of the tongue, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful with my words next time. He was a powerful man. Na Taewong, one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. If he ran for president, he would surely win with the highest vote percentage in history. It was even said that he could easily take down entire conglomerates if he wanted. But what he cared about was not politics, nor power. but only the safety of the people and preparing for the rifts. He gave his instructions and turned away. Take your time, but investigate it thoroughly. She informed Tae-woong. Understood. Also, it seems the residents of the house near the rift area have agreed to sell. Hearing this, his tone softened. Is that so? That's good. Tae-woong always prioritized the rights of the people. Remember to pay them more than the market price, so they don't feel shortchanged. If it can bring some comfort to those who have lost loved ones, it's worth it. He turned to work on the computer. Tae-woong silently evaluated what was on the screen. He looked for a moment and said to the girl, it seems this rift appeared simultaneously in other countries as well. This is not normal at all. She asked cautiously. Didn't the US and China already handle theirs? He hesitated slightly. The problem is the UK. Tae-woong explained grimly. All the skilled heroes have been dispatched elsewhere. A notification suddenly appeared on the computer screen. He clicked on it and immediately became alarmed. No way, what the hell is happening? An urgent message appeared. Agency has switched to alert status. Breaking news, World Hero Federation issues urgent bulletin. Monster wave appears from rift in the UK. Warning. 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 Tae-woong couldn't believe this news. The rift? In the UK. An early morning at a shopping center. People were bustling about. Shopping. Do-yoon, with a bag slung over his shoulder, also blended into the crowd on the street. In front of him was a small shop. He opened the door and entered the shop. The employee, who was greeting a customer, suddenly stopped. Well? Seeing Do-jun walk in, he screamed in terror. The employee hurriedly reported to the manager. Sir, manager, that guy. It's him. The manager immediately folded the newspaper he was reading. So it's this guy. He stood up from his chair and asked him, is it you, the one who forced the sale of mana stones when I was away? Do-jun lowered the bag from his shoulder. Good. I have a lot of mana stones to sell today. I need someone with authority to handle this quickly. He threw the bag he was carrying onto the floor. He looked at the bag on the floor and assessed it. Looks like you've brought another pile of low-grade, unprocessed stones. Just like last time. Thinking this, the manager decisively refused. I'm not doing business with you. Please leave. Do-jun asked doubtfully. No business. He waved his hand, signaling for him to leave. Then turned and walked away. It seems you don't understand. A 1% commission fee is a huge loss for me. I won't do business with you anymore. So you'd best take your things and go. Do-jun smiled and let out a breath. You'll regret this. He stopped and said to Do-jun, talking to you is getting nowhere. But just so you know, even the Gauge Center charges a 5% fee for a reason. The mana stone distribution structure isn't as simple as you think. His face darkened as he advised him. Just give it up. Grab your bag and get out of my sight. And don't ever come back. Instead of leaving, Do-jun put his foot on the bag. The dazzling stones inside immediately spilled out. The employee and the manager both stared in astonishment. The glasses he was wearing fell off. His eyes wide with disbelief. The manager's heart pounded when he saw them. Wait a minute. Aren't those hero mana stones, the ones rumored to sell for any price? Why are they here? Do-jun crossed his arms and looked at them. If you don't want them, I'm leaving. The stones with the blue hue were hero mana stones, created by a drug lord, the infamous Ka from Mexico. While analyzing mana stones to create drugs, its power shattered everything around it. This incredibly powerful stone activated the latent power within him, and he awakened as a hero. Since then, this type of stone has become famous as an essential material for awakening and enhancing magical power. Hero mana stones became a sought-after item among superhumans, both a rare energy source and an extremely expensive commodity. Seeing the hero mana stones, the two of them stared, dumbfounded. He put his hands in his pockets and said to them, I'll pack them up. I'm leaving. Seeing him about to leave, the manager quickly changed his attitude to one of reverence. Sir, honored customer, would you mind waiting for a moment? The employee was at the counter, wiping each stone with a cloth. Do-jun was drinking water. The manager cautiously began. Honored customer. He sat opposite him, discussing the price. I think a fee of 0.5% is a bit much. Seeing it wasn't going his way, Do-jun stood up. If you don't like it, then forget it. Seeing this, he quickly explained. It's not that I don't like it. I'm just curious. He asked carefully. Why change it to 0.5%? Do-jun replied coldly. Because I'm annoyed. The manager, knowing he had angered him, quickly bowed his head in apology. I'm truly sorry. I was too rude. He glared at him with eyes as sharp as knives. I've heard enough apologies. Just tell me if you'll adjust the fee or not. The employee looked at him, filled with resentment. What a stubborn bastard. No manners at all. He had no choice but to accept. Fine. Then he launched into a long speech. Mana stones are rare items. So if you were a major partner, you could sell them at cost, with no commission. But you're not always going to be selling hero mana stones. Right, so when you sell, if this time, for us, I'm willing. 10% for Do-jun. After listening, cut him off with one sentence. Too long-winded. He stood up to leave. If you don't like it, forget it. The manager quickly shouted. 9%, we're really taking a loss to offer this rate, Do-jun replied. Then don't take a loss. Seeing him still about to leave, he lowered it again. 8%, the chairman will kill me if he finds out, Do-jun replied nonchalantly. Then don't let him know. He continued to lower the percentage. wanting to keep him. 7%, I can't go any lower. Dojin Sigid. Who asked you to give in 6%? I swear, there's no profit left. How can you do business if you're not making a profit? The employee, still wiping the stones, looked at the two of them dejectedly. The manager was kneeling on the ground, his head bowed. Dojin looked down at him from above and said, for old time's sake, I'll accept 1%. In his heart, he was screaming with resentment but didn't dare to say it out loud. This is daylight robbery. Dojin used his final move. I'll tell you this up front. He said something that made both of them stare in astonishment. I have about 7 more bags like this. The manager quickly shouted. Hey, what are you standing there for? Bring the contract out here. Now, the employee quickly replied. Yes. Sir Dojin walked out of the shop, stopping to look at the screen showing the amount he had just received. Stoneman has transferred 67 billion won. View account. He looked at the screen, thinking, at this rate, buying a 1 billion won mansion won't be far off. He pursed his lips, thinking of something. The problem is, to get high-grade stones, these gates aren't enough. Dojun had an idea. If only I could freely enter and exit the rifts. The manager came out and was startled to see him still outside. He looked at Dojin and asked, what is it? Is there an energy wave? He ignored him, still focused on his phone. The manager looked at his screen and understood. Oh, it's the UK. I thought it was something serious. Urgent administrative message. Now, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Energy wave detected in the Star Forest area. UK. Tourists and staff are advised to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of overseas Koreans. Dojin fell silent upon seeing the message. Dojun calmly looked at the administrative warning message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The message content was now displayed. Urgent administrative message. Now, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Energy wave detected in the Star Forest area. Tourists and staff are advised to urgently adjust their schedules. The embassy is coordinating to ensure the safety of overseas Koreans. See more. Seeing this, Dojun's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he acted as if nothing had happened, put away his phone, and turned his head. He left with a casual remark. Those incompetent fools. On the bustling street, Dojin walked alone, deep in thought. In the past, no matter where, no matter which association requested it, I would immediately enter the danger zone. His back was now firm and resolute. But I don't live like that anymore. Scene change. A barbecue restaurant. Someone was flipping juicy pieces of meat on the grill. Yujiang sat on the side, staring intently at the meat, swallowing her saliva. Her eyes were filled with craving. Despite the little girl's longing gaze, the server continued to flip the meat. Today, Dojin had brought his grandmother and the little girl for a lavish meal. Dojun's grandmother awkwardly flipped through the menu. Looking at the prices, she was pained to see a few pieces of meat costing thousands of won. Doyun. 100 grams for 250. 0001. Isn't that too expensive? Dojin sat opposite her. He took a sip of water and replied, his voice confident. I made quite a bit this time. Please, eat as much as you like. Don't worry. Yujiang didn't care much. When someone placed a piece of meat on her plate, she quickly opened her mouth to taste it. The moment the first piece entered her mouth, her taste buds exploded, causing her to widen her eyes in amazement. The little girl's face was filled with joy, as if she had taken a bite of heaven. Yujiang exclaimed happily. It's so delicious. Dojin's grandmother sat beside her, looking at the meat, hesitating to pick up her chopsticks. Doyun, seeing his grandmother's hesitation, silently stared at something. Without waiting, Dojin immediately ordered from a nearby waitress, fresh short ribs, pork shoulder, shoulder core, and give me 4 servings of each, please. Dojin's grandmother, seeing him being so extravagant, asked worriedly, how can we eat all that? Why did you order so much? Dojun, picking up a piece of meat, smiled and comforted her. Please, eat to your heart's content today. Grandma, you need to eat a lot too. His grandmother couldn't stop him and could only sigh helplessly. Euzong, sitting beside her, quickly offered a piece of meat to her mouth. Oh my goodness, the little girl, with a happy expression, held the meat in front of her grandmother, her voice urging, Grandma, the meat is super delicious, try it, hurry up. Faced with the little girl's sparkling, pleading eyes, the grandmother finally opened her mouth. Her voice still held a hint of scolding. This child, so good. The moment the meat touched her tongue, Dojin's grandmother was so surprised, her eyes widened. She hid her delight, only letting out a few sounds of approval. Afterwards, the three of them harmoniously immersed themselves in this cozy meal. But at that peaceful moment, Yujian, with her striking long purple hair and long legs, slowly approached. Her slender figure gracefully and slowly entered the restaurant. Her beauty made everyone turn their heads. Suddenly, Yujian called out, Mr. Seo, Doyun, who was eating, immediately turned his head with a look of suspicion. Seeing this, Yujian approached, bowed her head slightly, and requested, could I speak with you privately for a moment? Seeing him continue to eat calmly, she was a bit doubtful. You're a hero, you know? Before she could finish, Dojun cut her off in a cold tone. Can't you see I'm eating with my family? His voice was as cold as ice, his sharp gaze showing no respect for Yujian. Whatever it is, wait until I'm finished eating. It was the first time someone had refused her. And with such a disdainful expression, Yujian immediately froze. With a look of disbelief, she looked down at Dojun and reminded him, I'm Heo Yujian. But even for a famous S-rank hero, Dojun didn't look at her and continued to reply, his tone nonchalant. Is that so, Yujian? Feeling insulted, stepped back, a bit resentful. What kind of strange man is this? A long wait passed. In the waiting area, Yujian sat quietly and properly on a chair. The people around her, as if seeing a celebrity, couldn't help but turn to look at her. Yujian's aura was so captivating that it drew the eyes of all the young men in the restaurant. A nearby girl, watching her from afar, couldn't help but blush in admiration. Suddenly, whispers arose. It's really Heo Yujian, the S-rank female hero. The global star. Is that really her? Yes. Yes, she's even on the list of the world's most beautiful female heroes. Yujian paid no attention to her surroundings. With a bored expression, she sat with her arms crossed, waiting seriously. The young men nearby stared at her face for a long time, then wondered aloud. Who is she waiting for to make someone like her wait? Who could be so bold? The surrounding chatter made Yujian's expression even darker. Her thoughts were filled with indignation. Seo Doyun. Yujian sat on the side, silently watching his back as he happily enjoyed time with his family. 2 months ago, he entered a gate for the first time and returned safely. That's probably when he awakened his abilities. I heard he died in the new gate incident in Mappo. Then, her gaze fell on Dojun's face, eating carefree as if nothing had happened. Yujian was skeptical. And yet, he's sitting here so calmly. Her thoughts continued, remembering his sharp gaze. Yujian felt a slight tremble. One look, one word from him is enough to make me tense. But to become an S-rank hero in less than 2 months, the Kaimo Oil Corporation invested a fortune to mine Matin, and it still took them 5 years to produce one S-rank. Her face was now filled with fear. She tried to comfort herself. He couldn't possibly have become S-rank in just a few weeks. He must have some other special, unusual ability. Suddenly, the sound of a chair being pulled out interrupted Yujian's thoughts. Yujiang had finished eating. She came out with her grandmother and Dojun. With an excited expression, Yujiang smiled and exclaimed, That was delicious. I'm so full, Yujian. Sitting in the distance, also stood up, waiting for Dojun to pass. But suddenly, a rude man's foot appeared, stomping hard on the floor in front of Dojun's family. Dojun frowned, his icy gaze sweeping over the man. The rude man was Cheon Woo. He looked at Dojun with a provocative expression, his voice mocking. What's this CO Dojun? Am I seeing things? How did you manage to survive and crawl out of that gate? These words made the other party ponder. Kang Cheon Woo, seeing him not answer and even put on an arrogant face, became angry. He stepped closer, his attitude threatening. I knew you were a bug, but I didn't expect you to be a snake. His appearance startled Yujian, who was standing behind. She thought, with some hesitation, why is it him? At that moment, Dojun looked at the man's threatening posture, unafraid. He put his hands in his pockets and didn't bother to reply, with a disdainful attitude, not wanting to make a scene. Dojun ignored him and immediately turned his head away. He averted his gaze and turned towards Yujian, who was standing behind. He spoke. Hey, you said you had something to talk to me about. The unexpected question made Cheongu also turn to look. Seeing Yujian, he was surprised. Heo Yujian. What Dojan continued to treat Cheongu as if he were invisible. Looking at Yujian, his voice was cold. How about this? I'll help you with your matter. In return, look after my family for a bit. Yujian hesitated. Specifically, what do you mean? Dojun immediately glanced behind him, quickly signaling to Yujian. Just call a taxi and take them home. He didn't stop, continuing to explain. I have to go first. Yujian silently watched the icy atmosphere before her. At that moment, Dojun's eyes suddenly turned sharp, radiating a powerful killing intent. His voice was a bit cold. I have a debt to collect. Seeing Dojun provoke him, on the other side, Cheon Woo didn't wait and bared his teeth, his crazed eyes ready for a fight. In front of a restaurant on a full moon night, Yujian was gently leading Yujong to the car and reassuring her. Grandma, don't worry too much. Let's go. The little girl with a worried face glanced at her, waving from outside. And you too. Cute little girl. Goodbye. Yujian forced a smile as she watched the car. The car started to move with Yugyong inside. At that moment, loud noises came from inside the restaurant. Doyun, with a cold expression, stared straight ahead. A large red mark appeared on Cheongu's face. This made him angry, and he whipped his head around with a furious aura, shouting, You bastard, are you looking to die? A trembling waitress came out and reminded him, Sir, please don't cause trouble here. Immediately, Cheongu swung his hand and hit the waitress, making her cry out. He cursed. Damn it, get the hell out. The waitress fell to the floor, and he growled. Everyone, get out. A moment later, Cheongu, as if possessed, strained his neck and shouted, Do you really want to die? Want an early grave? You bastard. While he was screaming, a hand aimed straight for Cheongu's face. Immediately after, he moved like lightning past him. Cheongu didn't have time to react before he was hit. Clutching his pained face, he crumpled to the ground. Dojun turned his head, his face dark, and called out, Kang Cheon-woo. He continued to question him, even as Cheongu kept his head down, blood dripping. You locked me in that damn gate to die. Didn't you? Dojin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked down at him and asked. We haven't settled things yet. Have we? Cheongu slowly stood up and said mockingly. A guy who was even abandoned by his own father. What right do you have to talk? Did that stepmother of yours put you up to killing me? He calmly took out his phone. Then Dojun pressed the record button on his phone. He did it skillfully. Then spoke. Say that again? His sharp teeth clenched. A bit of smoke rising as he said, What the hell are you mumbling about? Cheonwu's voice rose. His clenched fist enveloped in fire. What did you say? Immediately. He rushed forward with his fiery fist, cursing. Your mother was a shameless woman. Wasn't she go to hell? Seo Dojun Cheonwu aimed straight for Dojun and charged. His eyes flickered slightly. At the last second, Dojun blocked the fiery punch with his hand. A flash of light appeared, surprising Cheongu. His pupils constricted with an expression of disbelief. My punch was deflected. His image appeared with a hand glowing with blue light. Immediately after, he sent Cheongu's entire body flying. Dojun's eyes flashed like lightning as he lunged forward. The surrounding space was filled with dust from the battle. The waitress, huddled in a corner, trembled with fear and said, The police. What's the number 11? Cherie. Suddenly, the phone was snatched from her hand. Yujian flashed a brilliant smile, holding up the phone and explaining. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. The waitress went limp, her eyes welling with tears as she said tremulously, Ms. Heyo Yujian. Thank you. Meanwhile, he was pummeling the man until he bled. She approached the out-of-control Dojin and thought, even though Kang Chanwu is a B-rank hero, I never expected him to be so completely overwhelmed. Yujian thought as she walked over. Could he be B-rank or higher? Maybe even A-rank or higher, but even an A-rank couldn't easily beat a B-rank to a pulp like this. Her voice made him stop. Seo Doyun. Yujian hesitated for a moment, then said, Be careful. You could actually die. Hearing her, Dojun frowned and looked down. He stood up, flexed his wrist, and walked towards Yujian. She watched Dojun with some concern and asked, This person? How much do you know about Kang Cheonwu? He stopped, tilted his head, and looked at Yujian with an emotionless expression. I think I know a fair amount. Why is it that important? She exhaled and said hesitantly, Very important. Then Yujian began to explain. Because Kang Cheonwu's cousin is Kang Dongpil, an S-rank hero. Dojun bowed his head slightly, glanced at her, and said nonchalantly, I know. Is there a problem? Yujian looked at his unconcerned expression and thought, he knew from the beginning. Yet his attitude is so calm, as if it's nothing to worry about. So reckless. This man, Cheonwu, lay on the ground, beaten and unconscious. As her voice echoed, Kang Cheonwu's arrogance has always been because he has Kang Dongpil backing him up. So what you just did, Seo Doyun, was extremely dangerous. I've heard about the feud between you two, but if you think Kang Dongpil will sympathize with you, you're dead wrong. A slight smirk appeared on Dojin's lips. Yu Jaeon, seeing his reaction, asked with a skeptical look, Kang Dongpil. Aren't you afraid? Dojin said as he walked closer to her. Actually, I'm starting to get annoyed. You know too much about me. His face darkened, and his eyes widened as he stared at her. Yu Jaeon faced him, looking back with her lips slightly pursed. The tension between them made the waitress hiding behind the counter think. She said she'd take care of it. Finally, she was the one to break the tense stalemate between them. I'm sorry for coming so suddenly. I came because my uncle asked me for a favor. Yu Jaeon's voice was slow and steady. You sold mana stones to Gasancher Stoneman, didn't you? Sell them to me. A hint of confusion appeared on his handsome face. Any amount will do. She made an extremely generous offer. I want to buy everything you have. A smile suddenly appeared on Dojin's lips. That's quite a lot. But she also revealed a triumphant, slightly mysterious smile. The assets of an S-rank hero are nothing to scoff at. Ignoring Cheonwu on the floor, he gently made a proposal. Nothing is unsellable. But I have one condition. Yujian quickly asked. What condition? A dark shadow fell over his pupils. A hint of danger lurking within. It's nothing big. For Hyo Yujian, this will be simple. Suddenly, the scene changes as a wine bottle is smashed on the floor. Hey yo. Angry at the news she just received, raised her voice. But he's dead. Isn't he? I heard he died in a newly opened rift. She grew even more irritable and threw another bottle past her director. The director, flustered, tried to choose his words carefully. I'm sorry. The Hero Association must have confirmed his death. But she didn't think that was a reasonable explanation. Stop making excuses. What are you going to do now? He scratched his head and answered hesitantly. But, first, I have something to report. His voice was steady but tinged with a slight tremor as he reported. Kang Cheonwu was retaliated against by Seo Dojun. Hiju's eyes immediately widened, not understanding the issue. Kang Cheonwu, what's so special about that lunatic? His next word struck Hiju like a bolt of lightning. Perhaps. Seo Dojun already knows something. A bead of sweat silently rolled down her cheek. She looked away, carefully considering. If my bosses or my husband's spies hear about this, it'll be a real problem. But as long as it's handled cleanly, it should be fine. But if the media finds out, the corporation's stock will plummet. Hiju turned her head and pointed her finger, ordering the director. You have to stop that right now. Call the press. Tell them if they dare to publish this story. Not only the T group, but also the W group will pull all advertising and never work with them again. The police, too. Silence them. Immediately, he replied carefully and respectfully. The police and the media. I've already taken care of it. After a tense moment, Hiju let out a weary sigh. Good work. Director Lee. He timidly bowed his head and whispered to her. But as you know, that's not a permanent solution. Is it? That's why I wanted to report something else. The new information from the director made her eyes widen. Kang Chon-woo's cousin is Kang Dong-pil. Hiju's beautiful face was still filled with astonishment. Kang Dong-pil, the one I'm thinking of. She was now remembering the person he had just mentioned. That Kang Qian-woo was known as the scum of the hero world. Dong-pil would sit at the same table with him, drinking cheerfully. Everyone thinks Kang Dong-pil is very fond of him. However, he was using his cousin to do his dirty work for him. But in reality, he was just using Qian-woo to do his dirty work. He didn't forget to add some newly investigated information. If Qian-woo is controlled by the police and the press, then Kang Dong-pil can't rest easy either. I think the other side has already made a move. Her whole body leaned forward slightly, her voice laced with caution. We should meet him. Arrange a meeting as soon as possible. The director quickly accepted the order. Yes. I'll do it right away. Pausing for a moment, Hiju continued with another request. And Director Huang Jiang-seo of HCS Capital. He betrayed us. Didn't he? And he was very cooperative. Honestly reporting the results. Yes. He is currently taking care of Dojun's family. Her face immediately darkened as she gave a hoarse command. Contact Prosecutor Park right away. Daring to betray me and switch sides. He will pay the price. The scene shifts to a team preparing to enter a dungeon. Currently, Korea has a total of 37 rift zones. The security personnel seriously check the identities of the participating team. Among them, 5 are transforming into gates. For the rest, only heroes belonging to the Hero Association are allowed to enter and hunt monsters. The male staff member held out a golden card and said coldly, Hero Yujian. Identity verified. Have a safe expedition. Immediately after, the entire team proceeded inside. Dojin walked behind, silently observing the space. There's only one entrance. They clearly know it's Heo Yujeon, yet they're still checking so strictly. Injo, an A-rank hero and the guildmaster of the Carnation Guild, said sarcastically, You were the one who suggested hunting in this area first. Strange. Isn't it? Yujian rolled her eyes slightly, trying to hide her true intentions. I just felt like it. So I came. She gently turned her head towards the back of her formation, which was exactly where he was, slowly following everyone. At that time, Dojun had made a rather strange request. There's only one condition. If you let me into the Rift Zone, I'll sell all my mana stones to you at market price. The reason, because hunting here is a faster way to make money. As she walked, Yujian kept telling herself about what had just happened. Just for that reason. He dares to step into this dangerous area. He's really crazy. Ahead was an exit with the light of the sun and a green meadow. Even if my uncle hadn't asked. I still need hero mana stones. So I don't see any problem. She calmly walked forward in silence. But Inju showed an excited expression and started to probe. Tell me the truth. Who is that guy? She replied with a tired and weary tone. Just an acquaintance. Her tone was playful and gossipy. Just an acquaintance. You expect me to believe that he's a boyfriend candidate? Isn't he? However, Yujian firmly denied her thought. No. Unni. It's not like that. I just owed him a small favor. So I brought him along to repay it. Inju's voice rose slightly, tinged with curiosity. A favor, Yujian. An S-rank hero. Owes someone. Dojin remained silent, following behind while the team chatted. It's a long story. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, causing everyone in the team to pause for a moment, and of course, he had felt it too. The entire team immediately entered a combat-ready state. A giant eagle-like creature swooped down from nowhere with an extremely aggressive attitude. Inju's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe the surprise. It's a cockatrice. As the team leader, she quickly gave the combat order. Inju and Yujian. On defense, Sang-ho. Block its legs. Suddenly, a black shadow shot forward. Without a word, he decisively rushed towards the eagle-like creature. Yujian's team stared in astonishment, following Dojin with their eyes. Seo Doyun, his hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in a surge of power. One down. The people present couldn't help but shout loudly. Damn it, we just entered the gate and ran into trouble right away. As the giant bird monster swooped down, everyone quickly got into a ready stance. At the same time, Yujian whipped around with a serious face. She hurriedly said, Inju and I will immediately go on the defensive, Sang-ho. Rush its legs. In a flash, Dojun shot forward like an arrow. To the astonishment of those present, in an instant, the ground and rocks here were sent flying into the air, along with a cloud of white smoke. It didn't take much time or effort for Dojun to stand before the giant bird monster. In his hand now was a brightly shining ball of fire. His face grew more and more serious. This scene caught the cockatrice off guard. Dojun took down the opponent with a powerful punch, sending it flying backward. Immediately after, he landed safely, amidst a chaotic scene of flying dust and smoke. The recent display had left Yujian completely stunned. She just stared at him with a look of suspicion. Now Dojun stood calmly before the heavily injured body of the giant bird monster. although it lay paralyzed on the ground. Its eyes were still wide open in terror. The scene before him left Sang-ho dumbfounded. He said in confusion, "What was that?" It died in one hit. As soon as he finished speaking, Dojin raised his foot. His voice echoed everywhere. "Not yet." He decisively stomped on the giant bird monster's head without any mercy. His voice gradually became colder. "This is what you call an ending." Dojin's action further astonished those present. They kept looking at him with suspicious eyes. Inju turned to look at Yujian with pleading eyes. She stammered, "That person. Who is he?" After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously replied, "Just someone stronger than usual." Hearing this, the other person lost her composure. She kept shaking Yujian's body and loudly questioned, "What? How can you say that? Taking down a cockatrice with just one blow, how many heroes are strong enough to do that?" Faced with this, she calmly adjusted her glasses. Her voice was calm. "If it's just taking it down, you can do it too." Unne. At this point, Inju became even more amazed. She kept asking, "How can you say that so casually? It was a mid-air battle. It was hit right in front of us, with no time to dodge. And then it was down for the count. And with just a single blow, these words were like a thunderclap to Yujian. In an instant, her eyes were filled with terror. That bird monster. Just like that, as her eyes met Dojun's figure, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. And that man? Who in the world is he? Suddenly, Yujian cleared her throat. Unne. I think we have to change the plan. She continuously made her decisions before the astonished eyes of those around her. I'm going to go a little deeper into the central area. Suddenly, Doyun, who was dismembering the cockatrice, spoke up. He didn't hesitate to emphasize, to Yujian's astonishment, I have no intention of sharing the spoils with someone who didn't contribute. Dojin took out something red. He gently placed it in his bag and said nonchalantly, I'm not asking for anything either. Hearing these somewhat arrogant words, Yujian judged, I don't think your skill level is suited for this place. Are you planning to go deeper? Hearing this, the corner of Dojin's mouth involuntarily curved into a perfect smile. He looked up at her, his voice carrying a hint of praise. Interesting. Before Dojin could process it, Yujian had turned and walked away. She casually made a request. I'll clear the way here. Let me lead. If you don't want to, then stick close to me. In a flash, she had leaped away from this place, leaving him alone with a cloud of dust. Yujian just glided forward like she was flying. Dojun just stood there, stunned, watching the figure of the girl gradually move away. Immediately after, he also got into a ready stance. Soon, only Inju's group was left. Watching the gradually fading figures, Inju's voice began to ring out. If Yujian is a bullet, then that person is a brilliant, dazzling light. Immediately after, the person next to her quickly replied, Guildmaster. Aren't we following them? Hearing that, she asked back, Can you guys keep up? The other person replied with a helpless tone. Of course not. It's hopeless. Just like that. The conversation of two people echoed through the green forest. Well, today we're the supporting cast. As usual, let's just go around and get some experience points. Yes, ma'am. The remaining people hurriedly walked over to the cockatrice's corpse with curious expressions. As soon as they saw its battered state, one person suddenly mused. Everyone praises us for being A-rank heroes. The owner of that thought was none other than Inju. Now, her face was filled with fear. But in front of an S-rank, we're truly insignificant. Yujian is the same. Those thoughts kept swirling in her mind. And that person... Elsewhere, Yujian was running forward at the fastest speed possible. Suddenly, she glanced back, seeing the empty space behind her. She felt safe and wondered, should I slow down a bit? Suddenly, Dojun's familiar voice rang out. Can't you go any faster? At that moment, Yujian lost her footing and fell. She let out a terrified scream. Her face was now filled with fear. A thought suddenly flooded her mind. What? What was that I was caught up to? Speed is my specialty. I'm top 2 in Korea. Suddenly, Dojin's footsteps stopped. He calmly turned back to mock her. You're slower than I thought. You were running like you were trying to shake someone off. Hearing that, Yujian refused to give up and continuously retorted. Who said, I was trying to shake someone off. However, she was panting heavily. I've never... Before them now was a towering mountain. Suddenly, Dojin spoke up softly. What's that place? Hearing him, Yujian's gaze became more determined than ever. She cleared her throat. Over there? She kept emphasizing as she saw the scene ahead. Is where the boss monster of the rift, the Casa Asian, resides. A boss monster. Yujian didn't hesitate to remind him. Have you ever heard of the KSA? It's a giant, 20-meter tall beast that looks like a flying lizard. Don't be foolish and charge in. You need at least 3 S-rank heroes to have a chance of taking it down. Hearing this information, Dojin seemed pleased and asked back. That thing holds an imagination-grade mana stone. Right, immediately. She replied to him. That's right. It's only 1 rank below the ultimate mana stone. But are you even listening to me? Before Yujian could say more, his foot had already stepped forward, witnessing this action. She was terrified and blurted out. Don't tell me you're planning to catch it. However, Dojun didn't answer her. He shot forward like an arrow. This scene left Yujian frozen in place. She kept thinking with a frightened face. I didn't bring you here to do reckless things like that. Oh my god, what is he planning to do? As soon as she came to her senses, she also hurriedly chased after him. Her piercing scream echoed everywhere. Hey, stop right there. While in the forest, only the image of the two of them endlessly chasing each other remained. The dust from the ground also rose up continuously. Night quickly enveloped the entire area, plunging it into a terrifying silence. Yujian was so terrified her eyes were wide open. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What the hell? Now, the image of the cockatrice being defeated replayed in Yujian's mind once again. This made her fall into contemplation. Is happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dojun was continuously searching for sharp swords. Suddenly, Yujian turned back. Her face showed clear determination. The Kasa Azian is a terrifying monster. Not only that, but in her mind, there was also the figure of Heijan. He stood there with a muscular build. Park Heijan, an S-rank hero, famous for his Kasa Azian hunts. He didn't hesitate to charge straight ahead aggressively. Even he led 30 A-rank heroes on his first hunt. Heijan had fearlessly confronted the cockatrice. The result was that all the A-rank heroes died. Only Park Heijan returned alive. On the brink of death, his whole body was covered in bulging veins, and his face showed a hint of exhaustion. After that, Park Heijan. However, Heijan still exuded a majestic aura, gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes for revenge. The images of the fierce battle also gradually returned to Yujian's mind. At that time, several blue tentacles had shot out quickly. They had unhesitatingly wrapped tightly around the opponent's body, holding it fast. But with this opportunity, Heijan and his comrades had charged forward to attack in an instant. A moment later, the monster in front of them had to let out a pained howl. The scene was gradually enveloped in darkness. The monster had begun to disappear. This sight made Heijan and those present feel excited. They kept cheering with joy. They finally took down the KSA. The sky also returned to its clear blue appearance, but almost all the participating forces had perished. Back in the present, Dojun slowly stood up. The Sweet Life Guild, founded by the mighty Park Heijan. It's been 3 years since that battle, and he still hasn't recovered his strength. He suddenly looked at Yujian with sharp eyes. However, his next question made her feel so confused. She was stunned. You know you didn't contribute anything. Right. Faced with this question, Yujian couldn't help but feel skeptical. She thought to herself, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The image of Dojin defeating the giant monster replayed in her mind. The Kasa Azian. That notorious monster. Thinking of this, Yujian's face became even more terrified. Was defeated by this man in a single blow. In Dojun's hand was now a red item. He calmly looked at it with a thoughtful gaze. Dojun quickly put it in his bag and slowly spoke. Now, I probably don't need anyone to guide me anymore. Immediately after, he started to leave. To Yujian's astonishment, from now on, I'll act on my own. Suddenly, she spoke up. Aren't you going to take the Kasa Azian's parts besides the Mana Stone? Its hide, beak, and claws are all valuable research materials. Hearing this, Dojun's footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned his head back, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. It's not profitable. Hearing this, Yujian didn't know how to respond. She just stood there, motionless. Before Yujian could react, Dojun turned his back and left. He only left a sentence behind. Instead of wasting time on that, I'd rather hunt for another monster's Mana Stone. Take them if you want. Consider it a guide fee. At this moment, she was noticing something beside her. After a moment, she replied, I don't need it. The evening twilight quickly enveloped the entire area. Dojin's backpack lay quietly on the ground. Around it, Inju's group was staring at it intently in silence. Suddenly, the pink-haired young man spoke up. He borrowed that huge backpack and brought it back full of Mana Stones. Can you believe it? As soon as he finished, someone else replied to him. That amount of Mana Stones. Our entire guild would probably have to hunt for 20 hours to get that much. Looking closely, it would probably take 3 days of non-stop grinding to get that much. Meanwhile, Yujian sat quietly to the side, listening to the whole story. Who in the world is this person? At this moment, a thought suddenly enveloped her entire mind. Not only fast, but so much. Inju's face momentarily became terrified to the extreme. If what Yujian said is true, then he, alone, without special equipment, without combat armor, could still take down the Kasa Azian. What she saw now was the scene of Dojun standing majestically on a high mountain peak. That alone is enough to call him the strongest hero in Korea. Maybe even the strongest in the world. Suddenly, Inju turned around. On her face now was only pure naivety. Dojun had now returned. He brought 2 backpacks with him. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, he calmly placed the backpack heavily on the ground. Dojun slowly rummaged through something amidst the chatter of those around him. Good heavens. He brought back another full backpack. If I told this story today, no one would believe me. They just think I was crazy. The owners of that voice were the black-haired girl and the pink-haired boy standing nearby. To be clear, not a word of this gets out. Who would believe it anyway? That's probably true. Suddenly, someone's footsteps approached. Yujian and Dojun stood there, discussing something before the suspicious eyes of the others. They began to gossip endlessly. Hey, are those two in love? Probably. When Yujian brought him here, I already felt something was different. It takes a man like that to not be overshadowed when standing next to Yujian. As soon as he finished, the other person replied, they do look good together. A perfect match of talent and beauty. Just like that. Inju was lost in her own thoughts. Her face was now filled with contemplation. Wait a minute. It doesn't seem like a new romance. Meanwhile, Yujian and Dojan were still talking animatedly. That guy doesn't treat Yujian gently at all. I can't believe someone dares to treat her like that. The moment he handed the backpack to her, those present exclaimed in surprise. Hey, the scene of Dojan turning his back and leaving astonished Inju. She couldn't stop wondering. What was that? He's just leaving, no goodbye or anything. Meanwhile, Yujian just mumbled something to dismiss it. Not stopping there, Inju sidled up to her and said, and those backpacks, he left them all behind. Only then did Yujian clear her throat. I told him that if the story of him defeating the Casa Asian got out, he'd become famous instantly. The word she uttered made the other person even more astonished, and he just waved his hand and said it was too much trouble. Then left it all for me to handle. She judged. Does someone like that really exist in this world? However, Yujian remained silent. Her face had gradually darkened. A thought quickly flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush slightly. Does someone like that really exist? The light of a new day shone throughout the modern city. On the shiny glass was the prominent sign of a fitness training room. A punching bag was being hit continuously. 3 times without stopping. John let out a grunt, putting all his strength into the punch. Finally, the punching bag was torn to shreds by his blow. His eyes were filled with anger and frustration. John glared forward, an unsatisfied sound escaping him. Damn it, look at me now. What a mess. Park John, rank hero, guildmaster of the Sweet Life Guild, affiliated with the Korean Hero Association. The guard following him put on a confident smile and reassured him. Please calm down. Guildmaster. They say the longer a frog crouches, the farther it jumps. He continued to praise John to the skies. The more you endure these hard times, the more your fame will grow. Taking a towel to wipe off his sweat, he silently agreed. Definitely. I have to make those who look down on me regret it. The man bowed low and continued with his flattering words. Little by little, what you've accumulated over time will become strength and then explode violently. The guard's final sentence made him swallow hard. At that time, everyone will have to bow at your feet, and it seemed the man knew very well how to please his arrogant master. Moreover, when it comes to dealing with the Casa Asian, who knows it as well as you do, he handed over a water bottle while smiling fawningly. In the future, you will be recorded as the hero who conquered the cockatrice with the smallest team in the world. The association might even grant you exclusive rights to hunt the cockatrice. John took the water bottle, having no intention of refusing the compliments. That's right. He quickly regained his cheerful state and replied confidently. No one knows more about that monster than I do. Looking at the photo on his desk along with his award, he fell silent for a moment. But, compared to 3 years ago, the guild has shrunk pitifully. John glanced at the guard with a smiling face. Even so, the only one who can take down that monster bird is still me. Right? Hearing this, the man took the opportunity to praise him even more. That's right, besides the guildmaster, who else could do it? Their laughter echoed throughout the training room. The scene shifts to Dojun's personal information file. Dongpil raised an eyebrow, looking at the paper with a curious attitude. Seo Dojun, is this the guy Kang Dongpile? S-rank hero of the Hero Association. Cousin of Kang Cheon-woo. His subordinate bowed his head slightly and reported respectfully. Yes, sir. A few months ago, hero Kang Cheon-woo tried to throw him into a gate to eliminate him. This surprised him slightly, and he asked back. And he didn't die. He even awakened his abilities there. He carefully replied, yes. That's right. Dongpil ordered his subordinate to continue reporting. Go on. He leaned in to present the information he had investigated. The client this time is Hong Heju, vice president of the T group, and also the second daughter of the W group. He was still engrossed in the resume, asking flatly, a rich, arrogant lady like that getting involved with him. Of course, there's a reason for everything, and the problem lies in his identity. I heard Seo Dojin is the illegitimate son of the T group. He was brought home at the age of 7. But 6 years ago, when Hong Heju gave birth to a son, he was kicked out. A contemptuous, slightly smug smile appeared on Dongpil's lips. Even though they're related by blood, the Chaebol family is so ruthless. Dongpil stood up from his chair, spoke softly, and then asked, so, how much did Cheon-woo get for that job? The subordinate's soft and slow voice was heard. 30 billion. His tone was slightly disdainful of his cousin. That's it. Dongpil reached for a golf club and said, but he got dealt with, didn't he? In response was his obedient voice. Yes, sir. It was said he was just beaten up, but in reality, his whole body was severely burned. His eyes were damaged. He's living like he's dead. He casually placed the club in front of the golf ball and commented lightly. How gruesome. With just a light swing, Dongpil perfectly sent the ball into the hole. His face suddenly took on a dangerous and cruel expression. If it were me, I would have chopped off his limbs and crushed his head. His subordinate continued to report everything. And I heard. His next words startled Dongpil, causing him to miss his shot. That Yujian helped Seo Dojun at that time. The ball rolled and brazenly missed the hole. He strode aggressively towards his subordinate, his tone full of surprise. Yujian, why did she help that guy? What's her relationship with him? He was terrified, his voice extremely timid and trembling. That? I'm not really sure. I only know that, thanks to Heo Yujian's testimony. The matter was settled smoothly. Dongpil didn't say much, immediately grabbing him by the collar and shouting. Investigate it for me right now. Find out the real relationship between those two. If they're not related by blood, there must be some kind of deal. Find out what it is. The subordinate panicked and immediately rushed towards the door. Yes. Yes. Sir, I'll investigate right away. Now his brow was furrowed. Filled with annoyance, the club in his hand was also squeezed until it lost its shape. Dongpil clicked his tongue and threw the club hard onto the floor. He pursed his lips, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Hong Heeju's side is definitely going to come to me soon. They want me to do the job that Cheon Woo couldn't finish. After calming down for a moment, he finally let out a breath. Fine by me. On Dongpil's face was now a greedy and cunning expression. For a Shaebol's daughter, money is probably not an issue. The sky quickly turned to night, and the moon was high. Dojin strolled leisurely down the deserted road. It seemed he was deep in thought about something. Just as I predicted, hunting in the rift is much more efficient than in a gate. His footsteps echoed on the quiet road. Adding to the solitude, it seems I'll have to ask Heo Yujian to guide me many more times. Dojun recalled the words Yujian had said to him. If you sell the cockatrice's mana stone, people will ask who caught it, what your abilities are, and then the press will follow you day and night, causing a noisy nuisance. It's best to just keep it for now. She closed her eyes slightly, curious herself about what he planned to do. If your goal is to become famous, I won't stop you. But what are you planning to do? He was seen suddenly placing the backpack in her hands. Currently, a confident smile slowly appeared on Dojun's lips. I'll find another way to get in and out of the rift zone. Finally, his footsteps stopped in front of a long, dark corridor. For now, I'll just rest. The new house Huang Jiang Seo prepared is quite nice. He gently pushed the door and stepped inside the house. But a cold glint appeared in Dojin's eyes. Looking at the neatly arranged shoes at the door, he couldn't help but be curious. Whose shoes are these? Just then, a sweet voice came from inside the house. Brother. Right before his eyes was a group of men in black, looking very dangerous. Chael Young glanced at Dojun, remaining silent. Euzong, however, was somewhat panicked and rushed to hug him tightly. Brother Dojun didn't let his guard down and immediately asked, Who are you people? The man suddenly interrupted him. You're Seo Dojun, right? He asked a dry question with a cold face. I'm Prosecutor Park Chael Young from the Seoul District Prosecutor's Office. Do you know a Mr. Wang Jiang-sop? He remained silent, carefully protecting the little girl behind him. Then the man flatly made a firm declaration. You are under emergency arrest on suspicion of participating in the illegal high-interest loan activities of HCS Capital, the company headed by Mr. Huang. He turned to her, his expression fierce and terrifying, and said, What would happen if I killed Hong Heeju? A towering skyscraper stood majestically under the gentle golden sunlight. In front of the building was a stone plaque with the name Civil Service carved on it, righteous and imposing, carrying the full weight of the law. Dojin sat in the interrogation room, his hands cuffed to the sides of the chair. His eyes glanced to one side as if something had caught his attention. A pair of legs belonging to a man in black trousers and leather shoes walked down the corridor. The man's voice was heard. Yes. Yes. Director Lee. Rest assured, both Huang Jiang-seop and Seo Dojun are being very cooperative. Chael Young held the phone to his ear with one hand and opened the door to a room with the other. Thank you for your concern about my daughter's study abroad. Hey. In front of him, a man was sitting at a computer, watching the camera feed. Through the transparent glass, he looked at Dojun sitting in the interrogation room and continued his conversation with the person on the other end of the phone. Please send my regards to Director Hong. Dojun sat on the chair, his hands hanging loosely, within his line of sight. The reason I became a prosecutor, he rested one hand on the table and said with a smile, is to eliminate trash like them from this society. A stack of documents was thrown hard onto the table. Chael Young sat with his legs crossed, holding two documents, and said, What the hell have you been doing all this time? The number of charges listed here alone is enough to put you in prison for 10 years. He held up the documents for him to see. Huang Jiang-seop's side has provided more than enough evidence against you. Dojin's expression didn't change. He remained calm and serious. Chael Young, furious and out of patience, shouted, Look at those defiant eyes. Do you think I'm a joke? His face suddenly froze when he said, Isn't this the work of that crazy woman? Hong Heo. He looked at him in confusion, the atmosphere in the room heavy with pressure. He asked, Who Hong Heeju? Who's that? He thought without any worry. Considering the situation, Huang Jiang-seop's faction must have been completely crushed. I was planning to cooperate quietly to let things go smoothly. But at this point, he took a step forward and said, I don't know where you heard that from. Chael Young's face darkened, his expression fierce and threatening as he looked at Dojun and said, But do you think Korean prosecutors are a joke? Your life is over. You bastard. His face darkened, his pupils glowing gold as he looked back at the man threateningly. Chael Young's face suddenly filled with fear. Losing all his previous bravado, he stood there, stunned, looking down at him in disbelief. His voice trembling, he gritted his teeth. He raised a hand, losing all reason. His voice sharp. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, stopping his movement. His raised hand froze in midair. A man, holding documents in one hand, opened the door with the other and called out, Prosecutor Park, could you step outside for a moment? The empty hallway suddenly echoed with a piercing scream. What? Chael Young looked at the document and said, Could the machine be broken? The other person immediately refuted. No. Sir, I've already checked. There's nothing wrong with the machine. His hand trembled, wrinkling the document slightly. His voice filled with suspicion as he said, "The hero scanner reported him as a normal person. How? That's ridiculous. That's CO Dojin." The man's face was worried as he said softly, "I'm not sure why either. Could the information about his awakening be wrong?" Chaeyoung's face fell as he thought. But that information came from the T group. They can't be wrong. And he even knows Hong Haejo's name. Who is he? Really? Dojin was still sitting in the interrogation room. Looking down at the document, the light from the lamp shone down on him. His face was slightly angry as he thought to himself, "Now I understand why they call Korean prosecutors bastards. Maybe I should just smash everything." The door suddenly opened while he was still thinking. "And then take Grandma and Yujiang and run far away." Yujiang walked in and asked, "What are you doing here?" He sighed in frustration and replied to her, "I don't even know myself." She put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and advised him, "Don't act rashly. I know you're in shock, but using your power will only make things worse." He looked at her and asked, "So you're going to help me?" She crossed her arms and replied reluctantly, "Not exactly helping, but..." She spoke with a sense of justice. "Now that I'm sure you're innocent, I can't just ignore it. If I didn't know, it would be one thing. But now that it's clear an innocent person is being framed, I can't stay silent." He smiled. "I see." She walked closer to him and said, "The Hero Association will investigate. They're looking into the illegal use of heroes and the Mappo Gate incident at your house." He asked, "What about my family?" She put one hand on her hip and said with dissatisfaction, "Am I your secretary? Why do I have to worry about your family matters too?" He glared at her. She didn't dare to look him in the eye and looked away. She turned away and replied, "Your family is safe. Don't worry." His face relaxed into a smile. "Thank you. I'll definitely repay this debt." Her cheeks flushed as she turned back to glance at him and advised, "Anyway, try to endure it a little longer. I'll try to resolve this as quickly as possible." Outside the building, the gentle sunlight shone down. Hayo Yujian didn't choose to directly clear Dojun's name. She publicly exposed the bribery and illegal lobbying activities of prosecutor Park Cheol-young, leading to his dismissal. A car sped down the highway. A fair investigation later confirmed that Dojun was completely uninvolved in the incident. Yujian focused on driving while Dojun crossed his arms and looked out the window. "I couldn't avoid punishment for the illegal use of a hero. But thanks to Hayo Yujian's vigorous defense, the penalty was only a suspended sentence." A voice came from the integrated tablet in the car. "A previously unseen monster has just attacked people in the UK. It has the shape of a mantis, about 1 meters tall, with 4 eyes, and possesses extremely powerful jumping abilities." He said nonchalantly, "It's a makasarin." She was startled and turned to look at him in surprise. "Wait, how do you know its name?" "Currently, only the association knows the name of this new monster species." He didn't answer but looked out the car window, reminiscing. Monster names aren't just made up. A large red mana stone was placed on something, connected to many energy chains. Mana stones not only contain energy but also store existing information about that species. Analyzing a mana stone will reveal the monster's name and data. A beautiful image of Earth appeared. On modern Earth, they use science. An image of a destroyed planet, with only fragments remaining. But in that collapsed world, it was done with magic. The bright red mana stone appeared along with a terrifying mantis-like monster. So, if a monster appears in both worlds, it's highly likely that Dojin already knew its name. He crossed his arms and said calmly, "Dealing with the makasarin is simple. Just use red fire ant extract." She asked, doubtfully, "Red fire ants?" He looked at her and answered her question. "They're harmless to humans, but they're an extremely potent, paralyzing poison to makasarins. One spray, and it won't be able to resist anymore." She fell silent. After a moment, she asked him doubtfully, "Seo Doyun, who are you?" "Really?" He didn't answer. The car continued to speed down the highway. She glanced at him. He acted as if he hadn't heard and remained silent. She asked him, annoyed and frustrated, "Are you even listening to me?" His face darkened as he suddenly spoke. "If I killed Hong Hayo, what would happen?" An angry woman bit her nails. Haejo sat in her office, her face filled with anxiety and a hint of fear, biting her nails continuously. A bodyguard stood straight, looking at her with concern. The bodyguard, holding a document behind his back, said softly, "That's how it is." She bit her nails anxiously, her voice slightly frustrated. "Hayo Yujian, why her?" The bodyguard, holding the document in one hand, tried to explain with the other. "It's still not clear. No one knows what their relationship with Dojin is, or how they even met." Her face twisted with malice, radiating a killing intent. Her long nails broke as she continuously bit them. She hissed, "That bitch Hayo Yujian, what the hell is going on?" Hiju stood up and slammed her hands on the table. She said, "And what about Dojin not being a hero? You said he had awakened." Her aura was filled with killing intent. The bodyguard's voice trembled as he spoke. "We're not sure about that either, but it seems he really has awakened. But maybe he has some ability that can bypass the hero detection equipment. That's just my speculation." Her eyes widened with malice. She pointed her finger and then shouted, "Contact Kang Dongpil right now, 20 billion. Tell him I'll pay 30 billion. Do it immediately." Dongpil's voice was mocking. "I'm not doing it. 30 billion is too cheap. It should be double to be worth it." The man stood straight, his hands behind his back, and said, "Double, isn't that a bit much?" Dongpil held up one finger and said, "You don't understand anything." He put his feet up on the table. To Hong Heo. I'm the only choice. Besides, after the job is done, 60 billion is nothing to her. His face darkened, his pupils glowing red with a cruel smile. Now that Heo Yujian is involved, if I have to face an S rank, that price is more than reasonable. The man's expression was wary. A bit worried. Heo Yujian. She is indeed a dangerous opponent. He suddenly slammed one foot on the table. This action startled the other man, making him fearful and wary. Dongpil radiated a threatening, slightly angry aura and said to the other man, You fool. You think all S ranks are the same. A kid like Heo Yujian. I could finish her off in 20 minutes. Tops? The man's face turned pale with fear as he replied, Yes, boss. His face suddenly changed, no longer threatening and angry, but with a gentle smile as he asked, Has the association responded yet? The man replied, with an image of expensive wine bottles chilling in an ice bucket for better taste. Well, they said they can't increase the payment due to the financial situation in the UK. The man continued to answer his question, looking at his back as he walked towards the window. The association also publicly announced that they will carefully select the nominated heroes. He cursed in frustration and said, Damn it, they're playing hardball to the point where I can't even say the pay is too low and I won't go. He turned his head back to look and said, The people in the association are the real thugs. When are we leaving? The man quickly replied, We fly in 3 days, under the clear blue sky. A voice was heard. They've arranged for us to fly with the Japanese hero team. He looked out the window at the scene of an airplane flying over the sky and the city with its tall buildings. Japan. Huh, I was planning to meet Takagi anyway. He put his hands in his pockets and said softly, The KSA is a new monster. No one has found its weakness yet. The city scene was beautiful and modern. If I discover its weakness, my value will skyrocket. Purple lightning flashed dazzlingly with continuous thunder. Cambridge. People were running in panic under a monster flying in the air. Looking down and following them, the monster's neck was long, with pincers on both sides. Its eyes glowed yellow as it looked down at those holding weapons, standing firm to block it. They looked up at the monster with worry and fear. The monster suddenly let out a piercing scream and attacked forward. Its scythe-like arm quickly swung down fiercely towards them. They quickly scattered to dodge the monster's attack. The scythe came down heavily, cracking the stone ground. A few people with swords jumped up to attack the monster. Someone on the ground used magic to attack the monster. The monster's head was quickly severed from its body by the attacks. Its head flew up, separated from its giant body. The headless body quickly fell powerlessly onto the stone ground. They looked at the monster's body lying on the stone floor. They were tired, wiping away their sweat. The white-haired woman turned her head to look with a questioning expression. 2 monsters, just like the previous one, also let out piercing screams. A terrifying, intimidating aura emanated from them. The woman's eyes widened in fear, caught off guard as she watched it attack her. The purple lightning never stopped. It became even more intense, appearing in the dark clouds with blood splattering on the bell tower's pillar. 3 giant monsters ravaged the city, causing houses to collapse and fires to spread everywhere. The UK's heroes were giving their all to stop the monster's advance to the south, but without clear information about the enemy, they were completely helpless. The monsters continued to move towards the cities ahead, where buildings still had their lights on. And now, with the Cambridge defensive line just collapsed, the capital, London, was less than 60 kilometers away. The dust and smoke were so thick that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. The monster's eyes glowed yellow, clearly visible in the hazy smoke. Its yellow eyes stared ahead. Suddenly, its eyes no longer glowed yellow, but turned gray. That monster fell, startling the others, causing them to scream. On by on. They began to fall, losing their lives. A helicopter flew in the sky, shining a light down. Yujian, Dong Pil, and 2 others. Their faces were filled with surprise and astonishment as they looked down. One person said, Oh my god. So it was true. Her face was still frozen in surprise while the others had already started to praise her. Heo Yujian was right. The red fire ant extract really works. Even the Makasaran couldn't stand it. You're amazing. Dongpil's face darkened with jealousy as he thought to himself, No way. Does she really have this level of skill? What the hell is going on? She smiled and looked back, saying, All right. Let's go. Let's finish this. The 2 behind her immediately replied, Yes. Ma'am? Yujian smiled, holding her sword, and jumped down from the helicopter with her 2 friends. A few hours later, an airplane landed. In the building, reporters stood at the entrance, holding cameras, waiting. Young reporters, some holding mics, some holding cameras and camcorders. Wow. The press is here in full force. A young man spoke up. Well, of course. It's Heo Yujian. No doubt about it. She's the MVP of the UK mission. The man with glasses smiled and replied, She was the one who found the Makasaran's weakness. She's become a true hero. She pulled the UK out of despair. Of course. She's a hero. I heard the British royal family is going to knight Heo Yujian. The young man's eyes lit up as he shouted. There she is, she's here. A pair of legs stepped out. Yujian, with a happy expression, pulled a purple suitcase behind her, followed by Dong Pil. The flashes from the cameras began to flicker. The reporter's questions started to shout out, making her face freeze in confusion. Ms. Heo Yujian, please look this way for a moment. How did you discover the Makasaran's weakness? Dong Pil. Mr. Kang Dongpil. Give us a few words. I heard you were the one who killed the most Makasarans in this campaign. Dongpil, with a smiling face, answered the interview, which was broadcast on a large screen in the city. A team of 200 people, including hero Heo Yujian, returned today. As is widely known, it was the extraordinary efforts of the Korean heroes that saved the UK. The key to defeating the Makasaran was to disperse red fire ant extract into the air. Doyoon, wearing a hood, slightly raised his eyes to look at the newsboard. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curved into a mocking smile. Meanwhile, the man being interviewed was still laughing and talking animatedly. Suddenly, Dojun's eyes turned cold. A thought flashed through his mind. Kang Dong-pil. At a luxurious coffee shop somewhere, Yujian placed some bags on the table and said, "Here, Doyun," holding a glass of water, was surprised. "Ah, gift." She happily pointed to each gift bag. "This one is for your grandmother and Yugyong, and this one is for you." Doyun. He took his gift bag and opened it right away, which annoyed Yujian. "You could have opened it at home. Why the rush here?" Dojun looked at the elegant suit in his hand and commented, "It looks expensive." She picked up her glass of water and calmly explained, "Consider it a small token of my gratitude for your help. Thanks to you, I was knighted." Yujian continued, "Compared to the help I received, this gift is nothing. If you need it, I can even give you a car." He put the suit back, his expression calm as he replied, "I'll let you know when I need one. Besides, I received help too." She looked straight ahead, her expression serious. "If I ask how you knew the Makasaran's weakness, you probably won't answer." "Will you?" Dojin replied nonchalantly. "Is there any reason I have to answer?" Hearing that, Yujian could only sigh helplessly. The warm yellow light in the cafe shone gently. She spoke up. "What's your plan now? I don't expect him to say things like world peace or anything. But if he's planning to target Hong Hejo or Kang Dong-pil, that's going to be a problem. I have to find a way to stop him." He slowly opened his mouth. "For now." Dojun tilted his head, looking very serious. "I have to buy a house." She looked bewildered at his statement. Yujian asked in astonishment, "You're renting?" Dojun remained silent, not knowing what to say. Scene changed to late at night. Somewhere, the sound of laughter and playful banter could be heard. At a luxurious villa, glamorous women were having fun in the swimming pool. Dongpil was soaking in the pool, his arms around two beautiful women. His face was dark as he thought. Heo Yujian. For some reason, she seems different lately. It's one thing to know the Makasaran's weakness, but she's also deliberately hiding how she found out. And forget the Makasaran. What about Dojun? Yujian was relaxing leisurely. She crossed her arms and asked back, "What do you mean?" Dongpil recounted each event. "You even helped pull him out, even though you had to go against a prosecutor. You also said you witnessed him turn Qian Wu into a punching bag." Yujian took off her eye mask, annoyed, and explained, "Kang Qian Wu was the one who started it, and the assassination attempt through the gate failed anyway. On the day of the fight, Kang Qian Wu was the one who started it too." He let out a contemptuous laugh. "Hey, that bastard Qian Wu did something stupid for money. He deserved to die, but he was my cousin. In short, I have a legitimate reason to take revenge on Dojin." Her cold eyes glanced at him. A warning. Dongpil was a little scared by Yujian's gaze. She lay down and turned to the other side, speaking nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. I don't intend to get involved." He was surprised by her action and thought, "I thought there was something serious between them." Yujian put her eye mask back on, not revealing any emotion. "And I have no reason to get involved either." Back in the present, Dongpil thought as he poured wine. "No reason. I made it so clear." He sipped his wine, his expression serious. "There's definitely something not right about Dojin." Longsaturn. Zilberg. UK. This area had become a wasteland after the monster attack. The UK Hero Association was trying to send as many heroes into the rift as possible to collect mana stones before the second wave began. The man with the beard, standing guard, complained, "What a shame. If we had the red fire ant extract, even D ranks like us could take down the Makasaran." The man next to him agreed. "Yeah, that's right. If we could have stopped the wave from the beginning, this area would have become a lucrative mana stone mine. Once a wave has appeared, the rift can't transform into a gate anymore." That man continued, "I heard the second time it won't be the Makasaran, but something else." The man with the beard replied, "Yeah, that's what's scary. Not knowing what will appear. A country was once destroyed because of this." With that, the man turned his head to look at the rift. His partner next to him asked, "What is it? Is something wrong?" The man replied, "I just have a feeling someone is coming out." The partner reassured him, "The team that just went in is already out. It's only been 5 hours." The gatekeeper continued to remind him, "Come on. Stay sharp. Keep a proper watch. There are bound to be some greedy civilians coming for the mana stones." Suddenly, lightning flashed inside the rift. The gatekeeper who had just spoken turned around to look, his expression astonished. His partner next to him looked just as stunned. From within the rift, a man with a muscular build, looking extremely dark and terrifying, appeared. He looked down from above, his pupils emitting a purple light that terrified people. The two guards were terrified by the man's appearance. Not a hero. His clothes, his scars. They're not right. Quick alert headquarters. Before they could report, he had already stretched out his metal arm. creating a green circle. The two were bewildered as they were lifted up by the green circles. The guard being pulled up high exclaimed in panic. What is this? The man didn't pay them any mind. Striding past them. Damn it. The guard angrily turned and threw a dagger at him. The man inside didn't flinch, letting the magic circle block the series of daggers, causing them to immediately change direction. He muttered a single phrase. So weak. With that, the man suddenly clenched his fist. The two guards screamed in pain as if someone was squeezing them tightly. He gently extended his hand. His finger moved slightly. Purple lightning appeared. From within the lightning, a phone gradually materialized. The screen was still displaying the number 19. Bafinji Arshalo. On the crimson screen, Sure Joe. 26% was clearly displayed. The man wondered. It's been 10 years in this time, hasn't it? Still not even 20%. He walked past the two guards, muttering. Could it be a failure? After all the trouble of creating a spatial rift? First, I need to increase the mana density. One of the two guards weakly spoke up. You. What are you? But... The man turned and opened his mouth. First, he said as he brutally attacked the guard who had just spoken. The man, with a terrifying expression like a demon, continued coldly. I must purge these weak, insect-like creatures. In the opening scene, a place haunted by the appearance of monsters. Bayou, South Korea, against the blue sky. Dojun appeared calmly, but each step he took shook people's hearts. The sunlight fell on his shoulders. The wind blew past. No one knew where he came from or where he was going. They only knew his presence made everything fall silent. Suddenly, a series of strange noises from the surroundings attracted his attention. Something was rushing towards Dojun at an incredible speed. From the ground, a giant monster emerged. Its roar tore through the space. It opened its terrifying mouth wide, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in its way. But this time, the prey before it would not be so easily swallowed. A whole swarm of monsters appeared at once. But amidst the chaos, only one person stood firm. Dojun did not retreat, nor did he need to hide, because from this moment on, the hunted would no longer be human. He looked down, his gaze fixed on the deep, dark abyss below. What was waiting for him there? With just a light touch, the ground trembled. The supreme divine power distorted even the seismic waves. After a moment, he made a gentle guess. 26 of them within a 100-meter radius. Dojun smirked. From his palm, a ball of fire erupted. The heat billowed as if it wanted to scorch the sky. Let's see how many of them survive. A bright red light shone through the crack. Countless fire spirits were channeled into the deep pit. Dojun calmly put his hands in his pockets, his face showing no emotion. Immediately after, the ground shook. An explosion rang out. A dazzling light swallowed the space. The power exploded. Hellfire roared up to the sky. A blazing red pillar pierced through the clouds, tearing the air as if it wanted to burn the sky. Dojun, after witnessing that display, had a skeptical look in his eyes. What in the world was that? For a moment, he let out a smug smile. The story continues. In the heart of a bustling city, a skyscraper stood tall, a symbol of power and hidden secrets. An elderly man, with a calm demeanor, took a sip of coffee. All right. What kind of person is he? The subordinate's sunglasses glinted. He spoke in a serious tone. Indeed, he is a difficult young man to approach. A few people beside him also nodded slightly in response. He confirmed to me that he is indeed a hero. Min Hong-ki, vice chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Not stopping there, Tae-won continued to dig deeper. He looked at his assistant with a curious expression. I heard the hero stat measuring device couldn't measure him. Is that right? Yeon-gu deftly rearranged the documents on the table and nodded slightly. Yes. I didn't get any response. The middle-aged man in a black suit, his face scowling, shouted angrily. What an insolent brat. As a member of the association, he should answer clearly. He was Park Sung-cheol, vice chairman of the Korean Hero Association. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. The person smiling beside him gently gestured. What else? Tae-woon once again urged his assistant. What else did you find? Yeon-gu held up 2 sheets of paper filled with text. He shook his head. Not much. But there is some information. And then, he gradually revealed a terrible secret hidden behind the scenes. Seo Dojun said it all started with the dark conspiracy of hero Kang Cheon-woo. Spiritual energy flared in his hand. Dojun raised his head defiantly, ready to face the giant monster's descending blow. His eyes glinted with killing intent, his hands blazing with fire. Dojun clenched his fists, his spiritual power surging as if to incinerate all enemies before him. Yeon-gu continued. Seo Dojun nearly died in a battle at a gate and awakened his power. The monster's entire body was crushed, its flesh and blood exploding into pieces. A deafening explosion echoed, the aftershock sending dust and bone fragments flying across the sky. After that, he took revenge on Kang Cheon-woo, then single-handedly dealt with the new rift in Mappo. The battlefield shook. Red flames soared. Dojun's figure moved like a storm, sweeping away all obstacles. Yeon-gu read to the end with a serious face. Seo Dojun possesses overwhelming power. Tae-woon crossed his arms, thinking, he's truly a wild horse. Hard to tame, but a prized one. The monster's body exploded, its flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Tae-woon still had a concern. He requested a hero certification, saying he had a sponsor. Who in the association is it? Yeon-gu's face darkened. He replied in a heavy atmosphere. It's Heo Yujian, An S-rank hero. Taewon and Seungcheol were stunned. Their eyes wide with disbelief. The flames flared violently. Dojin stepped out. The corner of his mouth curled in a provocative smile. Amidst the light reflecting off the golden card, his cold face was clearly visible. Dojin stared blankly at the golden card. The 8th person on Korea's S-rank hero list. The giant monster's shattered corpse lay on the ground, its poisonous blood pooling in streaks. Thanks to this, I'm allowed to freely hunt monsters in the rift. Not bad. Huh. Taewon smirked. A fierce and crazed smile, as if everything was going according to his calculations. In the quiet meeting room, after that laugh, he sighed again. He looked at his 2 partners opposite him, showing admiration. This kid really has guts. Yes. His actions are truly beyond those of an ordinary person. However, the atmosphere suddenly shattered with a worried shout. Seungcheol slammed the table and shot up, sweat rolling down his forehead. His sharp voice echoed. What? He dares to enter a level 2 rift alone? Without any teammates or support team? That guy must be crazy. Taewon's eyes were quiet. Deep, only responding with a heavy silence. Yeon-gu frowned slightly, his eyes sharp, as if weighing each word before speaking. Seungcheol froze, sweat rolling down his forehead, and let out a strained, tense laugh. He was flustered, and to end the discussion, he hastily shouted, trying to justify his thoughts. Chairman, if that Seo Dojun guy comes back alive, publicize his identity and promote him heavily. He's Korea's 8th S-rank hero. After all, after speaking, Vice Chairman Seungcheol frowned and fell silent again. Yeon-gu was skeptical. He asked again, still hesitant about the consequences. But that might be something he doesn't want. Shouldn't we ask for his opinion first? That statement was immediately and angrily refuted by Seungcheol. Vice Chairman Min. What are you talking about? In these unstable times, if we announce there's another S-rank hero, the public will feel more at ease. Right, all eyes in the meeting room turned to the person with the highest decision-making power. Chairman Tae-wong. What do you think? A deep voice spoke up. I've heard both of your opinions clearly. His face showed no emotion, his eyes showing determination. Let me meet him in person and see. The scene shifts back to the main character. Dojin delivered a lightning-fast kick, his body charging straight at the giant monster. The force of the impact shattered the ground. The monster's body was thrown back with a ferocious roar. He charged straight into the swarm of monsters, their grotesque mouths wide open. His eyes were calm, his hand open as if preparing to unleash a move. Dojin's eyes were incredibly sharp. His hand swung up, gathering powerful spiritual energy, preparing to deliver a finishing blow that made the monsters tremble. Firepower was summoned, his hand ignited, the flame swirling into a destructive force, ready to descend upon the monsters. The fire exploded violently, slicing through the monster's body. Dojin landed heavily on the ground, dust rising from the aftershock. His arm was still wreathed in flames from the last blow. His eyes were cold, his whole body exuding an oppressive aura. The explosion echoed, drowning out all other sounds. The scene was one of chaotic fire and smoke. The body shook violently and then shattered into pieces. Dojun stood proudly on the scorched corpse of the monster, the dying flame still flickering around his arm, against the deep blue sky. His figure was like that of a ruler, solemn and cold. The flames on his hand gradually died down. He let out a soft sigh. Dojin looked up at the sky and thought, as expected, the amount of mana consumed is not small. I need to get a weapon quickly. A white and blue building, not touching the ground, stood on sturdy supports, under the sun. A sign appeared, Gasan Hero Complex. Not far ahead, a weapon-making shop in a warm brown color stood at an angle, neutralizing the cool tones of the complex. Inside the shop, a young, muscular blacksmith sat at the counter, his eyes glued to his phone screen. The gold-plated shop bell with a pendulum shaped like an inverted sword rang, signaling a customer's arrival. The door opened. Dojin stood there, hands in his pockets, a long, rough bag slung over his shoulder. The blacksmith didn't seem very welcoming, speaking in a robotic tone. Give me the name of the person who made the reservation. Dojin approached and placed the heavy bag on the table. Even then, the man didn't bother to look up. He politely stated his request. I want to use this to make a weapon. He was determined not to look away, only raising an eyebrow slightly. He bluntly refused. If you didn't make a reservation, you can't. Go find another place. He received the blacksmith's indifferent attitude and began to lose patience. His face darkened, his eyes as sharp as knives. He growled. I heard many places are too busy to even take new orders. You're the one who answered the phone. Right. He was engrossed in his game. At this point, he glanced at Dojun, annoyed by the disturbance. He couldn't help but get irritated. Damn it, I already told you we're fully booked. We don't have any more slots. Go look somewhere else. All the blacksmiths in this area are skilled. He grabbed the blacksmith by the collar and lifted him off his chair, his veins bulging. The man shouted in surprise. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Dojun stared at him. Are you the owner? The man frantically corrected him. I'm the owner's son. Dojun moved closer, exuding a cold, dark aura. He glared and ordered, get your father out here. Now. I came all this way because I heard this place was good. The blacksmith reluctantly turned and walked away, casting a strange look at him. He called out loudly. Dad, a customer wants to see you. An old man in flip-flops came clattering out. Age had not worn down his muscular body. He was drenched in sweat. He adjusted his hat strap and asked, who recommended you? His name was Cheoguan. a craftsman who made equipment for heroes. Dojin answered succinctly. Heyo Yujian. Hearing those 3 words, the father and son blacksmiths turned pale. Half in awe, half in fear. Chiyoguan asked again. Did Yujian really send you? He didn't answer. Calmly unzipping his tool bag, he took out 2 long, rough materials with a golden brown sheen and sharp points. Chiyoguan recognized the item and was surprised again. He approached and took the 2 items in his hands. While observing them from all angles, he stammered. This is... The young blacksmith also came over curiously to look. Dad. What is that? The item was longer than 2 hands. He returned to his calm demeanor, but his voice still held a hint of surprise at seeing such a rare item. It's the fang of a giant black serpent. It's been a long time since I've seen one of these. Dojun made a more detailed request. Forge me a sword that's good enough, but high quality. As for the length, make it as long as possible. He paused for a moment. Long, you don't know, do you? If you try to stretch a non-metallic material like this, its durability will decrease sharply. He crossed his arms and listened, his eyes assessing. The man then made another offer. I'll make you 2 medium-sized swords. He was very stubborn. When things didn't go his way, he would poke and prod. So, you're saying you're not capable. Join them together and make 1 long sword. I need a long one. Oh. And if possible, increase the mana absorption ability to the highest possible level. The young blacksmith shouted in anger. Hey, I can't stand listening to this. What do you mean? Not capable. My father can make even ordinary weapons with a mana absorption level of 3 or higher. Dojin suddenly fell silent. He took a pre-forged sword from the rack. It looked very impressive. Dojin held both ends of the blade. He guessed. This one looks to be around level 5. Right? With that, Dojin's veiny hand squeezed the body of the sword with force. A magical light emanated from his hands, bright enough to illuminate the shop, causing the young blacksmith standing a row of tables away to take half a step back. The next second, to the astonishment of the father and son, he neatly crushed the sword like a piece of scrap metal. The sword in his hand shattered in an instant, large and small pieces flying everywhere. The scattered metal fell to the ground. The father and son stared in shock at the remains. Dojin also dropped the piece of the sword, his fist still clenched. He said in a cold, threatening voice, if you're planning to make trash like this, you'd better just declare your retirement right now. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became as hot as if it were on fire. The young blacksmith was so scared he froze. Cheo Guan was fuming but didn't dare to say anything, lest he get punched and die. At the edge of a forest, the trees were bathed in the green sunlight. By the lake, flowers bloomed. It seemed peaceful and uneventful. A giant monster stirred, a source of destruction. The single eye in the center of its head was closed. It suddenly opened wide, its blood-red pupil flashing menacingly. Its oversized body awakened in the heart of nature. Its back arched. Each step it took, shaking the ground. It tilted its face to the sky, letting out a roar that reached the clouds. Just then, Dojin arrived with a calm attitude. He stepped into the shallow water. He found the scream extremely annoying, still as noisy as ever. Huh. He waved his hand, and a flame erupted at chest level. His gaze had already locked onto the target. Dojun moved like the wind, dodging the monster's heaven-shaking stomp. The monster froze, staring at the strange object rushing towards it. Not sure if it was a demon or a person. From above, he leaned in, gathering momentum for his flaming hand. His lips were extremely decisive, cutting through the wind and plunging deep into its shoulder. The monster opened its mouth and roared in pain. It frantically grabbed a nearby tree as a weapon. Bulging green veins appeared. The tree couldn't be used before Dojin flew over and swiftly cut it down. The top and bottom parts lay uprooted on the ground. After dealing with the monster's weapon, his sharp, fiery eyes turned to his main target. It had almost no advantage. His swift movements were just enough for it to react with stunned horror. Without wasting a second, Dojin swung his hand to slash the other shoulder, circling behind with a flame full of magical energy. But the fight wasn't over. The monster had healing abilities. A green light of healing magic gradually reconnected the torn flesh and skin. Its muscular body fully recovered. It stubbornly bared its fangs and glared again. Unfortunately for it, Dojun didn't hesitate and kicked off from behind it, with just a light touch. A searing flame transferred from his hand to its flesh. The monster's power was not small, causing it to turn black as if it were being roasted. The monster took the full force of that flame sword, roaring with all its might. That decisive roar caused its head to be severed from its neck. He used the force of the wind to create a powerful slash, successfully bringing the curtain down dramatically. The monster was defeated, falling with a world-shaking thud. Doyun stood up, looking at the smoldering, unextinguished flames, sweating and exclaiming, as expected, maintaining a mana sword for a long time is really tiring. He bent down, took off his shoulder bag, and pulled out a glass mug with a handle. Dojin opened the lid, pressed it against the body of the monster he had just defeated, and scooped up a mug of blood, a reward for himself. Well, thanks to this, I was able to defeat the Cyclops. Dojin returned late at night, but the lights inside the weapon shop were still on. He pushed the mug of blood towards the young blacksmith. He was bewildered. What is this? He replied nonchalantly. Give it to your father. This will make it easier to fuse the two functions of the black serpent together. The young blacksmith looked at the red liquid and couldn't feel at ease. He kept calling after his retreating back. What is that? You have to tell me what it is. The tall buildings at night shone brightly under the usual streetlights. Dojin finally left the shop. He stopped on the sidewalk, his hand unconsciously tightening the strap of his bag as he thought, I've prepared the basic materials, but to increase the mana absorption ability, I'll need to find that. There's only one place on Earth. It was Boracay, 12 hours away from him, a resort surrounded by a swimming pool to cool off. The early morning air here was quite relaxing and lively. The phone on the edge of the pool vibrated with an incoming call. The screen showed the caller was Seo Dojun, Yu Jaeon, who was soaking in the pool. Came over and picked up the phone. The words from the other end of the line were so shocking that she was surprised. Yu Jaeon had to lift her sunglasses to her forehead and ask again. Boracay. In the pool, people were playing together in the water. On the shore, Yu Jaeon and Inju were lying on chairs, enjoying their day off. Yu Jaeon's cold eyes behind her sunglasses were observing. She spoke up. The council decided to send heroes to Boracay. Inju, sipping her drink, replied, Yeah. I heard the Boracay government and the council both gave up. Now they're planning to seal off the entire rift area. Injo, in a deeply cut bikini that revealed her ample, sexy chest, gently took off her glasses, tilted her head, and smiled. Even though the monsters there are much more ferocious. In return, we can mine a lot of mana stones. The pay from the guild is also good. So our guild decided to participate. You should go too. He's going too. Yu Jaeon's voice was probing as she asked about his identity. Is that person the 8th S rank who's been making waves lately? She replied. I'm not sure either. She wasn't satisfied and said loudly, What do you mean? Not sure, I heard you two are very close. Inju quickly denied it. What? That's not true. Oh. So cute. I saw you two hunting the cockatrice together with my own eyes. Yu Jaeon's face turned red with embarrassment. She replied awkwardly. That. Well. I know. You keep saying it. I'll go. I'll go. Inju excitedly stretched out her arms, cooing sweetly. Yu Jaeon. Thank you so much. Suddenly, Yu Jaeon stammered, cutting her off. But I'm not even sure if he's coming with us. Elsewhere, Chiaguan's face was covered in sweat, dripping down his cheeks. Full of tension, his voice became fearful. But wait. How did you find this? This perfect fusion. It doesn't look like metal, yet it's cast as one piece. Wow. Who would have thought Cyclops' blood could be used this way? Dojun stood with his arms crossed, looking arrogant. A slight smirk on his lips, Chiaguan held the wooden sword in his hand and reluctantly accepted. All right. I'll do as you ordered. I'll make it as long as possible. It can be up to 330 centimeters. He reminded him. Make it a two-handed sword, but design the handle so it can be wielded with one hand. About 5 kilograms should be right. The man's face under the hat looked distorted. What's this? Suddenly speaking so politely, I thought you were an arrogant type. Turns out you have some manners. Or maybe. Perhaps this weapon is that important to him. The shop owner observed the wooden sword in his hand, both rough and heavy, and said, But 5 kilograms is a bit heavy to wield with one hand. It's not like you'll only swing it a few times. He spoke up. It's fine. Just do it like that. How long will it take? Chiaguan replied. At least a month. The mana absorption rate can reach level 7. He thought. Level 7, can it withstand my full power? As expected, I'll have to use that. For now, just make the shape first. Chiaguan looked at Dojun and said, As for increasing the mana absorption rate, wait until I give you the material. His pupils shrank in the whites of his eyes, feeling worried. Could it be? He's planning to go get that material. A few days later, in front of a parking area sign, a luxury car was parked. He stood next to the car, his face full of gratitude. Thanks. I'll make good use of it. Yu Jaeon smiled and replied. It's nothing. Do I look that short on money? You only dared to ask for something worth $1 billion. Dojun smiled and replied. This is a reasonable amount. That left her a bit speechless. Yu Jaeon stood there, stunned. Yu Jaeon stared blankly at him as he looked around, inspecting the car. She was a bit curious. What's going on with the Hero Association? Dojun replied. They're planning to announce my identity. I asked them to pay a fair price. She was stunned. A price chairman, Natai Woong, is someone who always puts the greater good first. It seems so, but the negotiations failed. She shouted angrily. Can't you just live a decent life for once? I'm your sponsor. Please think of me too. Her words were met with the harsh sound of him slamming the car door. Yu Jaeon stepped up, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and said softly, The association is busy dispatching troops to the rift area in Boracay. When things calm down, I'll arrange for the chairman to talk to you again. Dojun's voice was bewildered. Boracay. Yu Jaeon's arm gently touched his. Yeah, that's right. They said they're going to completely seal off a part of the area. The distance between them grew closer. A scene full of ambiguous romance. Dojun looked into Yu Jaeon's eyes and asked, Are you going too? Her face flushed with embarrassment. Beads of sweat ran down her cheeks, making Yu Jaeon feel both tense and flustered. She turned to answer. Of course. Why do you ask? His handsome face and charming voice spoke up. Because I want to go with you. Those words made Yu Jaeon's heart pound. Her cheeks turned pink with shyness. In another space, Heeju's face was fearful and trembling. She asked Dongpil, What, you're asking for more money? A smirk appeared on his lips. This is not the time to be stingy. Director Hong. She shouted angrily. I've already advanced you 30 billion. And you're still asking for more money. When are you going to start working? I should have given this to someone else. Dongpil just replied. Who else would take this job? She scoffed. There's no shortage of people in the world who would kill without batting an eye for money. He sighed, his eyes looking at Heju with mockery. But, director, you're really uninformed. Let me give you some free information. Seo Doyun. He's on S rank. The 8th S rank hero of Korea. Haeyo's face twisted. Beads of sweat appeared on her cheeks. She shouted, That bastard is an S rank, are you kidding me? He laughed. Oh. Really? Information I had to pay to get that information? If you don't believe me, you can just sit there and wait to die at his hands. He slowly strode towards the door. Her voice called after him. Wait, is Seo Dojun really an S rank? If that's true, I can't control him. I'll give you more money. So you must deal with him. Dongpil's smile widened into a sinister grin. Not just money. If we become close business partners in the future, that would be even better. Heju seemed to lose control at the information he provided. She shouted, Whatever it takes, as long as he dies. Suddenly, Dongpil's phone rang. Haeyo felt a sense of unease. He pursed his lips and silently read the message notification. Dongpil's voice spoke up. It seems fate is on your side. Director Hong. Haeyo stuttered. What do you mean? The corner of his mouth twitched up. He held the phone towards her. A very good opportunity to deal with Seo Dojin has just appeared. In the business class cabin of the plane, Yu Jian sat with an extremely calm and elegant posture. The eager comments of netizens buzzed. Hero Guild. The most elite team of S-rank forces. Under the Hero Association. S-rank. Dispatched to Boracay. The largest overseas deployment in history. Kang Dongpil. Haeyo Yujian also joined the Boracay campaign. Officially entering the S-rank phase. Jang Seho's arrogant figure sat calmly with his arms crossed. Choi Gang Seung. I heard Jang Seho is also going to Boracay. Busansai. Jang Seho alone is carrying the entire guild to the top. Danbit. Gadon smells money like a hunting dog. Boracay must be paying a lot. Or Hae John, with his muscular build, was lifting weights in the business class cabin. Kim. I'm sure Park Hae-john is only going for the money. Transaction. Hae-john's guild is shrinking. They're short on cash. Yujian's delicate face was looking around, observing the situation outside. She was unaware of the lively praise on the internet. Hae-john, 77, Haeyo Yujian is going too. She's already a national hero. She could take a break. Number 1, Gangnam Super Idiot. When the tide rises, you have to ride it. CEO, Yu Jang Dan. Oh my god, Haeyo Yujian is so sexy. Dongpil crossed his arms, calmly looking around. Fisher, Kang Dongpil is going too. Boracay must be spending money like water. Yujiang, I heard if you get a mana stone, you don't have to pay taxes. It all belongs to the hero. Wow, 99? Is the rumor true? Just one medium grade 1 is enough to change your life. Dongpil turned in bewilderment to look at Dojun, who was slurping noodles noisily. The comments were still lively. D.T. Who is this Seo Dojun guy? The storm on social media grew more and more curious. Sexy. A new S rank. The Boracay battle is probably his debut. D. Hazer. He's so young. They probably forced him to go to gain experience. I'm curious about his real strength. So gang. If he's S rank, he must be something. The plane took off, flying through the sky. Each person's eyes held their own thoughts. Jang Se-ho's face was calm. Hae-john's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Yujian maintained a serious expression. Dongpil was staring wide-eyed at Dojun. He was puffing his cheeks, chewing his food under a black hooded cloak. The plane was gradually descending towards Boracay. Amidst the bustling scene of numerous tall buildings, after so long, Boracay. The camera quickly pans to a modern headquarters with a flag fluttering in the wind, where heroes were gathered in large numbers. Boracay Hero Association. At that moment, breaking news was announced through an emergency meeting. The editor reported, the Korean expedition team has just landed at the airport. The other person responded with enthusiasm. That's great news. Among the summoned countries, they arrived the fastest. A high-ranking official frowned. He was taking notes and commenting in a heavy atmosphere. A few heroes didn't go to their accommodations but immediately set out for action. They really are a hurry country. Aren't they? He stammered. But. The official tilted his head, his eyes showing a mix of surprise and seriousness. I'm worried the Korean side will discover that information. Another veteran leader crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, his eyes deep and cold. There are no secrets that last forever in this world. So we must control them very tightly until this mission is over. The group nodded. I understand. He let out a soft sigh, clenching his fists as if to gather all his remaining composure. The atmosphere grew even darker as the final report was read. Boracay's national treasure level hero, Moises, was defeated and killed by an unidentified entity. Amidst the tense atmosphere in the meeting room, the story suddenly took a different turn. It wasn't a monster. The black box data clearly shows a human form. The other man still looked puzzled. He pondered. At the rift near Santa Zim? What the hell happened? In the large conference room, a man in a serious suit, holding documents, pointed at a glowing map while presenting. Below, in the audience, Yujian stared at her phone. She frowned slightly. A message was quickly sent. Where are you? The meeting has already started. Dojin replied very casually. On a plane. She asked doubtfully. A plane. We just landed at the same time. I transferred flights. The destination is still far. What do you mean? Where? He only texted back one word. Santa Ziem. Yujian's eyes widened. She was stunned. Unable to believe it. Santa Ziem. He's going into the most dangerous rift zone alone. The man in the suit stood presenting in front of the map, pointing to the red-marked areas. A notification appeared, reminding them of the route. The entire hall was silent, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. After 2 days of familiarizing with the location, the heroes will be assigned to their registered areas in order. The scene outside a luxurious hotel named Bomb Hotel. Flags fluttered in the wind under the bright sun. Yujian pulled her suitcase, opened the door, and got into a yellow taxi, preparing to leave. Just as the girl was about to get in the car, a hand suddenly stopped her. She looked up, her eyes wary. A teammate suddenly called out to her. Dongpil held the car door firmly, his eyes looking straight at her with suspicion. He naively showed his reluctance. Where are you going? The schedule hasn't even started yet. Yujian's eyes were half closed, her expression calm as if she didn't care. I have somewhere to be. Dongpil was curious. So, where is that? Faced with her teammates questioning, Yujian replied in a low, cold voice. Santa Ziem. The taxi sped away. A flash of light. Dongpil still stood there, calmly waiting for the inevitable. His eyes narrowed slightly when he heard that name. A land shrouded in countless rumors and secrets no one dares to mention. Santa Ziem, the place that even the Boracay Association forbids anyone from going to. The scene changes. A desolate land, with steep, barren cliffs, as if gnawed by time. Gaunt. Skeletal trees reached up like ghostly sentinels guarding the rift zone near Santa Ziem. Dojun and Yujian's team silently advanced into Santa Ziem. No one spoke. Only the sound of hurried footsteps on the dry, barren ground. Everyone's eyes glinted with vigilance. The group walked in silence, only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the desolate land. Suddenly, Yujian's sharp voice cut through the tense atmosphere. We've come this far. At least tell us why you're in such a hurry. Dojun replied casually, with a hint of blame. I was waiting. Weren't you the one who was late? Dojun was a cold? Ruthless man. Yujian shouted angrily. No, if you had told me beforehand, you wouldn't have had to wait. Seo Doyun. She narrowed her eyes. Probing. Forget it. So what are you aiming for that you came here, Dojun? Without any hesitation. Answered decisively. Blue Dragon. Yujian. Upon hearing this, couldn't hide her surprise and shouted. Dragon, just for that. Dojun's face showed no emotion as he glanced at his teammate. Do I need another reason? She suddenly tilted her head, her tone tinged with teasing. Seo Doyun. Do you know I'm 3 years older than you? Dojun shook his head nonchalantly. So what? Yujian struggled angrily. She attacked Dojun with her words, the whole forest echoing with their argument. It's not about anything else. But you should know how to respect your elders. Inju's eyes were half contemptuous, half indifferent towards the two. Dojun shouted in frustration. I've always spoken politely. Just speak comfortably too. The journey of the warriors venturing into the dangerous land, where death always lurked, continued. Voices echoed through the mountain range. You want me to feel uncomfortable? Then just use honorifics. No. That's... Oh my god. Watching over Yujian like that. The conversation was cut short by a tense situation. A young man glanced around the shaking rift and said worriedly, Hey, is it really okay to just charge straight into the rift like this? The other person immediately burst out laughing. We have Hiro Hyo Yujian here. What's there to worry about? Amidst the tense atmosphere spreading around the rift, a voice mixed with suspicion was heard. I know she's strong, but the one leading is that rookie. A laugh immediately broke out. Sang-chan couldn't believe his ears. A rookie? He turned to remind the two gossips. He smirked again, his voice full of hidden meaning. There are rookies. And then there are rookies. If it's Seo Dojun, he's probably a legendary level rookie. The two young men turned pale upon hearing this. Is he really that good? The rapid-fire gossip made Yujian and the team frown in annoyance. She looked towards Dojun. Are you listening? Dojun immediately turned his sword to defend. Looking ahead, he snapped. It's too noisy. Yujian's serious gaze fell on Dojun. Don't tell me you came here with the intention of sealing off this entire rift zone. However, Dojun calmly replied with a surprising reason. I came here to find materials. Why would I seal it? Yujian was stunned for a long moment. Materials. Suddenly, the entire mountain shook violently. From the thick cloud of dust, a monster's arm, with long, sharp claws like blades, swung down, cutting through the wind and creating a cold, killing aura. An explosion shook the entire space. A bright light flashed as the blow hit the barrier. The soldier gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the immense pressure. Immediately after, the ground shook. Sang-chon, startled, turned back. His eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly felt the tremor spreading through the space. He tried to shout a warning to the group. Stay sharp, get into a defensive formation. Sang-chan bit his lip, his red eyes shining with a mix of anger and tension. His breath was ragged, his throat dry, only managing to let out a choked sound. A roar was heard. From within the fog, a giant figure gradually emerged. Dark black wings spread out. Its golden eyes shone brightly like piercing blades. Streams of black energy surrounded the dragon's body, emitting a pressure that made the ground shake. This was no ordinary monster, but a true dragon stepping out from the abyss. Sang-chan's jaw dropped in surprise. Compared to the picture, this thing is a real monster. Faced with the monster's terrifying power, a team member cried out in panic. Wait, isn't this a bit too dangerous? Immediately, Seo Dojun stepped forward. His decisive voice echoed. Get back! Dojun's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Green veins popping out from the pressure. The cold steel glinted, the blade humming as if in response to its master. Amidst the dazzling light, Dojun stood there silently, like a sword drawn from its sheath, just waiting for the moment to strike the world. He remembered his master's words. If you want to get the blue dragon's heart, you can't use your bare hands. I'll lend you my most precious sword. Use it to get the material. Without many words, he raised his sword. His eyes were cold, locked on the enemy. The moment the steel blade flashed was the moment the real battle began. A single slash tore through heaven and earth. The sound of the explosion was as loud as thunder, sweeping away everything in sight. Dojun braced himself and threw a punch, his eyes exploding with killing intent. Blood and afterimages flew. That punch was not just the strength of one person. The giant dragon roared, its scales shining brightly. But it was surrounded by a barrage of attacks from all sides. Light, dust, and shockwaves intertwined as if to crush it. The evil dragon spread its wings, its eyes cold. A powerful spiritual energy emanated from its body. As if exploding from within, the energy burst out violently, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode. The space trembled, as if the entire battlefield revolved around it. Song Cheon was excited, laughing loudly. As expected, it's him. The moment the weapon flashed in his hand, the observers stood frozen, their eyes filled with fear and astonishment. They couldn't believe the power they had just witnessed came from a human. What was that? And when the blade struck down, shaking the ground, the group exclaimed in terror. That's absurdly strong. Dojin stood with his back to them, his sword still dripping blood. Behind him was the giant, severed hand of the monster. Flames flickered in the dark forest. Dojun placed his weapon beside him and sat alone by a fire, looking at the brightly burning fire. The whispers behind him were clearly audible. Did you see that just now Seo Dojun took down a blue dragon dial with just one blow? He cut down so many of them by himself? I couldn't even count. He's too strong. Turning his back to him, the purple-haired guy in the group began to whisper, covering his mouth. Keep it down. Okay, I heard he took down the cockatrice in the same way. The other guy, hearing this, couldn't hide his shock and said loudly, he took down that giant bird monster too. Meanwhile, Dojin calmly stared at the fire, ignoring the chatter that continued behind him. He's clearly not an ordinary hero. Under his gaze was a pan with 2 green pieces of meat sizzling over the fire. He suddenly turned his head, looking at Yujian, who was slowly approaching, and asked, are the blue dragon dial's hearts dealt with yet? She immediately had to follow his pointing finger to the barrels behind him. He answered nonchalantly, look and you'll know. Yujian looked behind her with a heart full of questions. What are those hearts for? Anyway, and what's that meat you're grilling? It doesn't look like beef. His casual reply struck Yujian like a lightning bolt, making her stare in horror. It's blue dragon meat. It's actually pretty good. Want to try some? Yujian quickly covered her mouth and moved away from the meat in fear. We prepared plenty of food. Why do we have to go through the trouble of eating this? Dojin ignored her, leaving her with a single sentence before skewering a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. If you don't want to eat it, then don't. Meanwhile, behind him was her surprised face, watching him calmly chew. Just as Inju saw this, she also froze in disbelief, looking at the piece of meat he was eating. Her face fell. She asked in horror, is that really edible? We have so much food. Yet, you choose that. Immediately, a pair of slender hands with chopsticks slowly picked the piece of meat from the hot pan. Just as she saw her silently looking at the newly picked piece of meat, Inju suddenly shouted, Yujian, are you really going to eat that? Yujian turned to look at the person who had stood up in a panic and retorted, well, I heard it's edible. She quickly opened her mouth, intending to eat the piece of meat. To Inju's astonishment, the green meat, which seemed poisonous, began to be taken into Yujian's mouth. A second later, Yujian had to cover her mouth in surprise and thought, this is actually pretty good. Inju immediately walked over to the two of them. She quickly leaned close to him and whispered a question, which made Dojun, who was chewing meat, suspicious. Mr. Seo, what's the secret? How do you keep winning over Yujian? She's never had a boyfriend before, and she's not the type to easily fall for men. Tell me, how did you get her to eat that monster meat? After hearing her, he looked down without any expression. Dating secrets. It must have been back when I was at the Imperial Academy. I was not even 20 then. The image of a young man named the Sword God, staring intently at the beautiful girl before him, gradually became clear. Lady Misogen, daughter of Count G. A second later, he was hand in hand with the beautiful white-haired woman. Then the noble Lady Leslie Ann when I was over 20. Lady Leslie Ann. And it ended with the strong figure of a woman standing bravely before a horde of huge monsters. And my final refuge in a ruined world. Vezonir. Inju suddenly shouted right next to his ear, pulling him from his reverie. I'm asking you. Can't you hear me? I'm asking for your dating secrets. Dojun quickly turned his head to look at her, who was standing opposite him with her hands on her hips. Then, as quick as a flash, he put on an enthusiastic expression and replied, the bee doesn't seek the honey. Yo. On the other side, froze completely. A second later, her jaw dropped. She began to disbelieve what was before her. Oh my god. That's the cheesiest line I've ever heard in my life. Inju immediately rushed over and slapped Yujian on the back so hard that she dropped her chopsticks and coughed violently. The scene shifts to a modern city, full of tall buildings. After so long, Barakai. Inside a luxurious room, Dongpil's assistant came to report. That's all the information. Dongpil swirled the wine in his glass. His tone bewildered. I don't get it. The campaign hasn't even started yet. And they're already rushing off. And Seo Dojin, Dong In-ju, and her Carnation Guild are participating too. There are no valuable monsters in that Santazime area. As far as I know, there's nothing special there. The other guy quickly replied, if you ask the Barake side, they just say it's extremely dangerous there. Just then, the phone rang. When it comes to that bastard Seo Dojin, nothing is ever as expected. Seriously. Director Hong, what brings you to call me today? The person on the other end of the line asked back. Is that Seo Dojin guy still alive? When are you going to get to work? He laughed mockingly and asked back. What's bothering you now? Did something happen? The person on the other end of the line immediately replied, my father. He must have seen the news about Dojin being ranked S rank, so he told me to bring him back home. Dongpil shot up, speaking in a jeering tone. Even the chairman of the T group has to personally step in. That's why our director is so anxious now. This made the other party impatient and shout, stop joking around. What are we going to do now? Dongpil approached the map hanging on the wall. I've finally found a good partner. I have to know how to please them. Seo Dojin will definitely not be able to return from Boracay. The other party replied, their tone full of satisfaction. I like that answer. He pointed his pen to a spot on the map and replied, if you understand, then hang up. Director Hong Hijo. Contact the Takagi side. The assistant quickly replied, yes, sir. At the same time, a name circled in red pen appeared on the map. Now that Seo Dojun has wandered into the wilderness on his own, it's much easier to take him out. Back in the forest, Dojun was leading the group straight ahead. Yujian stared intently at the map. We're entering the dense forest. I heard there are very dangerous monsters there. He asked back. What kind of monsters? She quickly imagined a terrifying creature. The Lin. Dojun calmly looked up at the sky. The Lin, that thing is here too, Yujian asked back. You know about the Lin, he replied. Of course I do. Dojun strode forward. Yujian looked dejectedly at his back, which was getting farther away from everyone. I knew it would be like this. I won't stop you. But put this on. Dojun looked at the object in his palm. What is this? Yujian ignored him and quickly walked over to him, handing it over and starting to give instructions. Earplugs. If you're mesmerized by the Lin's howl, your mind will be paralyzed. You just said you knew. His answer left her bewildered. I don't need them. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Yujian to shout in alarm. You shouldn't underestimate the Lin. The Boracay Hero Association warned to be extremely cautious with it, but he still paid no attention to her words. Night gradually fell over the quiet forest. Dojin was still the one leading the way. A furry creature silently followed their every step. Under the full moon, its body gradually became clear. Everyone looked at it with fear. A piercing sound quickly rang out, causing Inju and the others to cover their ears in panic. It's the Lin, everyone. Cover your ears. Meanwhile, Dojin calmly looked at the monster with sharp eyes. He looked at the monster howling under the moon. As soon as it appeared, the Lin tilted its head back and howled, its voice echoing through the space. Yujian was annoyed by its roar and had to cover her ears. Inju and her teammates behind her also quickly covered their ears. Only Dojin stood there calmly, without any emotion. She was surprised by his expression and thought, why? Why isn't he covering his ears? Dojin casually picked up a stone from the ground. He channeled fire into the hand that was clenching the stone. His cold eyes swept over it. Dojin swung his arm and threw the stone in his hand. The flame engulfed the stone, turning it into a wind-cutting arrow that shot straight towards the Lin on the tree branch. She and Yujian couldn't help but be surprised by his recent action. The Lin turned its head and quickly fled. Dojun didn't let up and immediately chased after it. Inju ran after him, still bewildered. What just happened? She couldn't help but be amazed. The Lin's roar has stopped. He ran for a while and then suddenly stopped. His teammates behind him quickly caught up. Under the quiet night sky, Dojin's figure stood tall, facing countless Lins. The Lin he had just attacked was baring its teeth in extreme anger. It glared, its red pupils emitting a faint golden light. The Lin stared intently at Yujian. She was stunned, her whole body frozen as it looked directly at her. Yujian seemed to be hypnotized. Her eyes were now like the Lin's. Just then, Dojun stepped forward and gently covered her eyes. His deep, warm voice rang out. It's not the howl. Yujian glanced at him, her eyes still a faint golden color. He continued to explain. The thing that paralyzes the mind is the Lin's gaze. Dojun took his sword and reminded her. Close your eyes for a moment. She followed his words and silently closed her eyes. Dojun coolly advanced towards the pack of Lins in front of him. The sword was surrounded by a blazing red flame. He thought to himself, this is the limit. With just a light swing, the sword created a brilliant circle of fire. Dojun stood tall in the firelight, his aura majestic. He thought to himself, the sword style of the Vanjin clan. Dojun's eyes glowed, extremely focused. First form, Cleomila Yoga. 1 point creates a miracle. The flame enveloped the sharp sword. His eyes were cold, his aura heroic as he swung the sword up. A ball of fire appeared at the tip of the sword. The pressure from this made the Lins lie flat in fear. The ball of fire grew larger and larger, shining brightly in the air. His teammates behind him couldn't help but be stunned. What? What the hell is that? It looks incredibly dangerous. Dojin's face seemed to be covered in a layer of metal. Streams of faint yellow energy emanated from his eyes. He executed the technique. The flame from the sword shot forward like a rocket, tearing through the air. A blazing red circle of fire lit up the entire sky. Rushing straight towards the pack of Lins, it watched the flame rushing straight towards it, its eyes still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Only when the flame was close did the Lin startle and widen its eyes. In an instant, the entire pack was surrounded by the flame. The giant, fierce flame swept through the forest in the quiet night. Inju and Yujian shielded themselves from the fierce flame, seemingly seeing something. She widened her eyes in amazement. The giant wall of fire tore through the ground, leaving a black, scorched path. The trees on both sides were also burned to ashes. On the ground, the Lin lay collapsed, its body still smoking, lying motionless amidst the embers. The other ones met a similar fate. The group looked at this scene, stunned and speechless. Yujian sweated and stammered. No way. Amidst the ashes, one Lin was still barely alive. It struggled to prop itself up. Dojin slowly walked over. He approached the still living Lin with his sword. It glared, its pupils emitting a light, trying to hypnotize Dojin. Unaffected, he mercilessly swung his sword, cutting the Lin in two. Cut in half, it was still bewildered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Lin's eyes reflected Dojin's image. He said in a cold voice, "Don't act so arrogant here." Dojin touched its wide-open eye. "I'll take this eye. It might be useful later." Doyun, with his cold eyes, stared at it. Inju and Yujian watched him. At this moment, Inju exclaimed, "This is insane. Is he even human anymore? He's probably even stronger than Izzy Afonso. Maybe even on par with Calester. Calester, the strongest hero in the world. No way." Around them, monsters were waiting in the water, preparing to attack. They bared their sharp teeth at Dojin's group. Dojin's group assessed the situation. They really don't know how to read the situation. Undead don't have brains. After all, as soon as he finished speaking, the monsters quickly leaped forward. Unfortunately for them, they were immediately met with a heaven-shaking punch from Dojin. Not just punching, he also rewarded each one with a kick. His face looked at them dangerously. Then Dojin's body moved like lightning. He passed through all the monsters, sending them to their graves. Heads flew from necks. Bodies were dismembered. Dojin forcefully stomped them into the ground. Seeing the horrific scene, everyone could only stare in amazement. Ugh. I almost threw up. The entire space was filled with the roars of the monsters, crying out in pain. Returning to a peaceful scene. Now, when alone with Dojun, Yujian spoke up. "That sword style. Where did you learn it?" The clash of steel made a familiar clicking sound. In Dojun's mind, an image of himself also flashed. He replied, "What? You want to learn it?" Yujian was stunned. "Can I learn it?" Thoughts began to form in his head. In this peaceful world, what's the need for it? Thinking this, he replied, "If you learn it now, when will you ever use it?" Yujian thought resentfully. "He's just looking down on me. I'm an S-rank hero too." She replied irritably, "At least I can use it once before I die. Right? Or you just don't want to teach me." Dojun glanced at Yujian. She wasn't afraid and looked back at him. Finally, he had to concede. "Fine. To you. I'm just that." Inju spoke up helplessly, mediating their conversation. "Come on. Let's go through the rift." The team quickly followed the order. "Yes, ma'am." Everyone quickly headed towards the rift. Inju thought to herself, "Thanks to Dojun, no one was injured. Next time we come near this area, we can shorten our travel time even more." After thinking, she also quickly slipped through the rift and entered. As soon as she stepped through, Inju heard a cursing voice. "I'll kill you." She was bewildered. Japanese. The cursing continued to ring out. "How dare you stand in our way?" Inju now recognized the voice. This voice. At this moment, Yujian was being held in Dojun's arms. The person who had been speaking was Jizoma Takagi, an S-rank hero, the guildmaster of the Empire Guild from Japan. Jizoma came before Dojun and continued, "I was just having some fun with the Fist King today, and you dare to ruin it. If he was going to start something, he was ready to finish it." He whispered softly, "Get lost before I smash your face in. Do you understand? This team is so annoying." Hearing him communicate fluently with Jizoma, Yujian asked in surprise, "You know how to speak Japanese?" Dojun suddenly replied worriedly, "A little." He thought to himself, "Actually, the one who learned it was the original Dojun." Jizoma, seething with killing intent, warned, "What are you thinking about? Spacing out like that? You dogs." His guild members quickly chimed in. "What are you saying to our guildmaster? Apologize right now. Do you know who this is? This is... if you dare." Dojun's cold eyes cut them off. "I don't need to know. Get lost." The air suddenly seemed to freeze. The killing intent between the two sides was tense. Inju also began to think to herself, Empire is an S-rank guild in Japan, notorious for being undisciplined, with a gangster-like attitude, originating from the Yakuza. No matter how strong Dojun is, he should avoid this. Thinking this, she quickly stepped forward to mediate. Both sides. "Please calm down." He shooed her away. "This is not a place for a woman to interfere." Hearing that, Injo's face froze. A woman. The people on Dojin's side suddenly erupted in criticism. What the hell are you idiots doing, insulting our guild master, you damn fools? Inju quickly intervened. Everyone, be quiet. Then, she calmly introduced herself. I am Dung Inju, from the Carnation Guild. It would be better to resolve this peacefully here. Jizoma didn't care and continued. So what, I've never heard of your guild. If you want a beating, don't worry. Your turn will come. He casually pulled Yujian away from Dojun. He quickly stepped forward to stop his action. Seeing Dojun approach, he threw a punch. Get lost. I have something to show you. I was going to kill you anyway. So just sit still and die. Dojun thought to himself. Something to show me? Are you trying to piss me off? If you want to fight that badly, then let's do it. A terrifying punch landed squarely on Jizoma's cheek. Just a light tap sent him flying 100 meters. Seeing their guildmaster fly away like that, Jizoma's subordinates were suddenly terrified. Dojun reminded everyone. Everyone. Step back. He started it. So this is just self-defense. A one-on-one fight. Let's get rid of the minions to lighten the load. Jizoma had woken up from his daze. He ordered. Everyone. Fall back. The muscles in his arm bulged. His face grew more and more ferocious. Yujeon, at his side, began to worry for Dojun. She thought to herself. Doyun. Please only kill half of them. Takagi's men looked ahead in surprise. Yujeon. Yo. And Song-chan looked ahead with horrified expressions. Dojun jumped up and stomped straight on Takagi's head, causing him to smash his face into the ground. Groaning in pain, then Dojun kicked him far away. Takagi, in pain, covered his nose and thought, damn it, how is this guy so strong? Who is this bastard? This isn't like what I heard about him. Damn it. Dojun glanced at him. Doyun, seeing that look in his eyes, trembled inwardly. I'm going to die. Immediately after, he turned and fled, but Dojun quickly appeared in front of him. Dojun growled. Who sent you guys to cause trouble with me? I have a vague idea who it is. But with that, Dojun grabbed his hair, making him tremble and beg. Please forgive me, Dojun replied coldly. You want me to forgive you? Never. Then he clenched his fist. Then he punched him straight in the face, sending blood flying. Yujian's group all widened their eyes in astonishment. Dojun rubbed his arm after punching Takagi to the ground. Inju looked surprised. I expected it, but I didn't think it would be so one-sided. Dojun placed his foot on Takagi's head. Injo, seeing this, pulled on Yujian's sleeve and said, at this rate, he's going to kill that guy Yujian. Say something. Seeing Dojun stomping hard on Takagi's head, Yujian finally spoke up to stop him. Doyun, stop. If you keep this up, he'll really die. He replied without hesitation. I'll take responsibility. But Yujian pulled him away and questioned him. Take responsibility. How can you take responsibility? It would be better if you didn't do things that you'd have to take responsibility for later in the first place. Dojun explained. I've seen many scumbags like him. It's best to just kill them. Inju also came over and took his hand, persuading him. Doyun, you shouldn't let yourself be affected by trash like this. Please stop. Yujian added. They've learned their lesson. Inju quickly shouted. If you don't want to end up like him, then speak respectfully. Say you won't cause trouble anymore. The three of them immediately knelt and bowed their heads, replying in unison. Yes, ma'am, but Dojun still looked unsatisfied. He accepted. Just kneeling. Slam your heads on the ground. Hearing that, they immediately slammed their heads on the ground, obeying like little puppies. Dojun asked, don't you gangsters have to cut off a finger when you mess up? Hearing that, each of them slammed their heads on the ground repeatedly, begging for mercy. Please spare us. He made a request. Say, I am scum. I am very sorry. And I'll let you go. The black-haired man gritted his teeth and said, I am scum. I am very sorry. Inyo, hearing him say that, looked speechless, while everyone else laughed mockingly. Even the tall guy lying on the ground stammered and repeated, scum. Dojun looked at him with a satisfied expression. In Boracay. After so long. The man frowned as he read the file in his hand. He frowned. Then he looked at Inju and Yujian standing in front of him. Then he rearranged the documents and thought, do I really have to believe this? An S-rank hero. Yet Takashi was beaten to a pulp, and his opponent was just one person. Takashi is the only one injured. So we can't say it didn't happen. But it's still too hard to accept. Our side. Yi Jiang. Hope South Korea can cooperate to close the Santazil rift. Then he spoke up. If this report is accurate, then our Brazilian Hero Association cannot intervene. We will send this person back to the Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You will receive their decision. Inju replied. Understood. He continued. And you guys are already near the Santazil rift. Right, is there anything unusual there? Inju quickly answered. Nothing unusual. Yujian thought to herself. Unusual? Like what? After hearing that? He replied. I see. By the way, the name Dojin appears the most in this report. So why isn't he here? Inju stammered. Well, Yujian quickly made up an excuse. He said he had some things to take care of. He wondered. Take care of some things in the hospital corridor? Groans echoed everywhere. Takashi groaned. His eyes filled with fear. It turned out he was looking at Dojun, who was standing in front of him holding flowers. He spoke up to correct him. Lee still. I really came here to visit you. Dojun took out a sphere. He placed it on Takashi's forehead. then said, "Now, tell me what happened." The room suddenly became eerily quiet. Takashi, as if hypnotized, said, "Because of lowly trash like me. I caused trouble with the Korean guild." Dojun frowned at him. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Takashi to keep mumbling, "Gangsters are scum. Gangsters are scum." Dojun walked out of the room, his fists clenched tight. Rumors of the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes spread rapidly. Articles reporting the brawl between Dojun and Takashi popped up one after another with headlines: "Takashi defeated in a single blow, a violence more terrifying than violence itself." Hatred, public support for Dojun was spreading everywhere. The mysterious hero, Doyun, finally speaks up. Taegwon read the news and said, "He's really sweeping all the domestic news. It's truly explosive. News about the hero CEO Dojun is coming out every day." The bespectacled man spoke up. "But is it true that the Japanese Hero Association refused to investigate further?" Taegwon replied. "I heard the victim, Takashi himself, said so. I don't really get it. He's always been the type to make a big fuss out of everything, which proves the Japanese side is trying to avoid something." The bespectacled man looked confused. "What do you mean by that?" Taegwon gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know. Soon enough, everything will revolve around the hero Dojun. I feel like the balance of heroes around the world is about to be shaken." Day 1. With only one day left before the operation to close, the rift in Brazil begins. The Korean heroes arrived early to adapt to the area. They coordinated with heroes from around the world who gathered in the later waves, sharing joint operations as well as individual plans. A pre-deployment party was held to boost morale for a successful mission. The star of the party, of course, was CEO Dojun. At the party, Dojun was standing and talking with a group of people. Inju looked at him and thought in admiration, "The rumor about him crushing Takashi seems to have spread globally. Everyone here is only talking about that. Yet he isn't bragging about it at all. Truly impressive. Compared to him, don't you think we're just ordinary?" Seeing Yujion stay silent for a long time without answering, Inju looked at her and thought, "She's not even listening to me. What did she see to make her look so tense?" Thinking that, she looked ahead. Ahead was Dojon, standing near a glamorous woman. She was looking at Dojun with eyes full of admiration. She was Gloria Tyler, an S-rank hero from the United States, ranked number 1 globally in the most beautiful heroes poll. Inju smacked Yujion's arm hard, startling her. Inju said loudly, "That's enough moping around. Why are you just sitting there? Go on," Yujion stammered. "What? Do what?" Dojun glanced over at Yujion. She shyly walked toward him. Yujion blushed, not daring to look at Dojun. Seeing her adorable expression, he smiled happily. Just as Yujion arrived, Tyler turned to leave. "That was interesting. See you later." Cassell. Hearing that, she wondered, "Who is Castle?" Dojun took a sip of his wine and replied, "That's me." Yujion was surprised. "You have an English name?" Dojun explained. "It's the name I used before Dojun." She looked at Dojun and thought, "Did he live abroad when he was young? I didn't see this info when I checked his background before. Why has he never mentioned this name to me?" In the distance, someone was secretly observing Yujion and Dojun. He thought to himself, "That bastard Takashi, he couldn't even punish a piece of trash like that. Looks like I'll have to handle it myself in the end." He overheard Yujion warning Dojun, "But you have to be really careful." Doyun. He walked past the two of them and eavesdropped. "I know you're very strong, but enemies don't always play fair. Takashi has some close allies. The most famous one is..." Before she could finish, Dojun interrupted. "Forget it." Yujion froze for 5 seconds after hearing that. "What do you mean?" "Forget it, you should know who." Dojun scoffed. "They're the same breed as Takashi. Cowardly, weak, but love to act tough. Right, those types aren't worth worrying about. Not worth it at all." A man standing in the corner of the cocktail party heard his words and trembled with rage. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. In contrast, Dojun wore a mocking smile. He clenched his fists, glaring at Dojun, and cursed inwardly. "That bastard. I'll kill him with my own hands." In the evening, the moon and stars appeared in the sky. Inyu, with a thoughtful face, spoke up. "This is the first time I've seen something like this." At the area near the Santazil Rift, Inju continued. "The entrance to the rift looks so gloomy and dark." Xiang Cheon smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? We have 2 S-rank heroes here. Let's just go in quickly and close it." Inju agreed. "That's right. What could possibly go wrong, everyone? Let's go in." Everyone replied in unison. Understood. Everyone was now standing in front of the rift. Seeing Dojun seemingly hesitating, Yujion looked at him in confusion. Then she asked, "What's wrong?" He replied. "Don't you feel it?" Yujion answered. "Feel what?" Then she turned to ask Inju. "Do you feel anything?" Inju was also puzzled. "Not at all." "You mean you're sensing something?" Dojun looked ahead anxiously. He sensed that the spiritual energy concentration had increased. The surrounding air suddenly became eerily quiet. At this moment, high above, someone was measuring the spiritual energy concentration at 23. Baffinger Losher E. He spoke up. "It'll reach 30% in no time." Filthy bugs. It would be easier if they all died right here. Everyone was now feeling pain. "My body feels so heavy. It hurts, suffocating. I can't breathe," Dojun thought to himself. This level of spiritual energy is completely different. The concentration is even denser than in the Patisua forest. Yujion glanced at him. "This is the first time I've seen Dojun so tense. There's definitely something here." Dojun was also staring intently ahead. Inju spoke up to reassure everyone. Stay calm. This might be a characteristic of this rift zone. Since our bodies feel heavier than usual, don't let your guard down. Yujian, you protect the formation. You too. Doyun. Yujian obediently replied. Got it. Inju continued. Just until we find out the reason for the mana density change. Dojun also agreed. Inju ordered. The priority target is to close the rift. Everyone. Stay on, high alert. Move out. Everyone received the order and shouted in unison. Roger. Everyone heightened their vigilance and observed their surroundings as Dojun entered the Santazil Rift, the northern region of Brazil. Manaus, the largest city in the Rift Zone, where the French and Brazilian teams were dispatched. Suddenly, everyone was attacked, poisoned, and bleeding from their mouths. Buzzing sounds echoed everywhere. Poisonous bees appeared in the sky, relentlessly attacking Inju's group. They were killer bees. Flying type wasp monsters. Seeing his teammates poisoned and gradually falling, someone in the group thought, impossible. Killer bees are supposed to be monsters that even C-rank heroes can hunt. Everyone seemed helpless against the swarm's attack. On by one. They were poisoned and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a group member thought, even A-rank heroes are being defeated one-sidedly. A wasp brandished its sharp stinger and darted toward him like a bullet. He raised his hand to punch it, but it dodged. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. My body is too heavy. Normally, it would have been smashed to pieces. Seeing the wasps frantically attacking his teammates, he thought, how many people will even survive this place? A blade slashed fiercely toward Inju. A black orc suddenly appeared with a sharp weapon in hand. Xiang Qian wondered. This is weird. Why are the black orcs so strong? The group members stepped forward one after another to attack the orcs. Another group member also continued to advance and attack them. The black orc glared at him with fuming eyes. Then it raised the sharp axe in its hand high. It swung the axe down mercilessly. But fortunately, Yujian rushed in to save him from the black orc's blade. He spoke up. Thank you. Then she warned. Don't approach so carelessly. The noise of the black orcs was getting closer. Yujian immediately flew toward the orc. Seeing this, it swung its axe. Suddenly, a purple smoke surrounded the black orc. Yujian was now flying around it. Then she delivered a flying kick straight into the black orc. It turned toward the attack in pain. But Yujian had instantly vanished. By now, she had flown above the black orc's head, raised her leg high, and darted down like an arrow to kick its head, both in pain and enraged. It swung its axe forward, but unexpectedly hit another black orc standing in front of it. It grew even more furious. Yujian continued her assault. She delivered a powerful kick that sent the black orc flying away. It cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone thought, Dojun is so terrifyingly strong that I forgot. As expected of an S rank, she's so strong, the black orc screamed in agony. But right after, it took a punch from Dojun. Dojun instantly took down a black orc in the blink of an eye. Inju thought to herself, with this level of difficulty right upon entering the rift, even with the two of them, closing this place won't be easy. The black orc lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing Dojun observing the unconscious black orc, Yujian walked over and asked, What are you looking at? He replied. There. Do you see something like black ripples anywhere? She asked back. Ripples, he confirmed. You have to focus to see it. What is this? This is the reason they suddenly got stronger. Dojun thought to himself. Why is there dark mana here? Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Both Inju and Yujian frowned in confusion. The surrounding air gradually quieted down after hearing Dojun speak. On a dark, moonlit night in a desolate wasteland, a monster was fiercely trying to destroy something. Naturally, someone was trying their best to stop its power. But it seemed the monster still refused to yield. Everyone felt that things were becoming increasingly difficult. They really wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible. This chaotic battle truly needed to end here. Everyone felt the situation was now more unstable than ever. Someone also wondered about this strange phenomenon. Even the monsters in the swamp had grown unusually strong. Human strength couldn't withstand it either. If this continued, humanity wouldn't be able to hold out. Was that last attack enough to tear right through combat armor? This is truly dangerous. What in the world is happening? Even at my most alert, I couldn't stop it. A blue-haired girl flew straight up and unleashed her power. That monster wasn't about to give up either. But that girl was exceptionally clever. If the swamp monsters are already this strong, then it's definitely even more dangerous. Could there be something special about the rift here? She seemed to have something on her mind. Her face turning anxious. Is it not just in Brazil? But could all the rift zones around the world be like this? At the rift zone near Manaus, a desolate wasteland, a young man was frantically racing against time. His face was filled with anxiety, drenched in sweat. Those things, they're all S-rank, yet they lost their lives just because of some Biokura. The purple-haired girl turned in surprise upon hearing that name. As Dojin turned around, he clearly understood what the man was saying. That's right, especially the ones infected with dark mana. We absolutely must be on guard. Dark mana. You mean the dark aura that surrounded the dark wood the other day? Now it's appearing on the swamp monsters too. Is that what's making the monsters stronger? The vortex continued to swirl endlessly. Just imagine dense energy rushing straight into their bodies. Yujian was trying to control everything as best as she could, like in a game to cast magic spells. What's with that sigh? No way. Does mana actually exist in real life? The biggest difference between heroes and ordinary people is whether or not they have mana. The beasts were growing fiercer by the day. Dojin really wanted to smash everything as quickly as possible. Everything was getting completely messed up. Did the concept of mana originally not exist in this world? Then it must have been a peaceful world once. It was just a pity that such peace wouldn't last much longer. Honestly, he didn't want this to happen at all. Dojin wanted everything to return to its previous track. But regardless, he had tried his best. Dojin wanted to kick everything down. He would prove that this world deserved peace. He was the bravest person ever. His teammates all looked at him with admiring eyes. Yujian still had questions in her mind. In short, among the types of mana, it's that dark one that makes the monster stronger. Right, if I had to compare it, it's like pumping an athlete full of steroids. She had a question, so she asked him, "But how do you know about that?" Dojun to him. This was too simple. On the contrary, it's weirder that you guys don't know. After leaving the swamp, the Carnation Guild followed the warning. This was an extremely dangerous area, so they deliberately slowed their pace and moved with caution. Everyone felt a lingering fear after hearing that, but a hand suddenly signaled for the entire group to halt. I found it. Dojun. It's a scent pod. I can tell just by its shape. Everyone, be careful. That dangerous thing must be somewhere around here. But one person spoke up, denying this. Dojun saw a more serious problem? The real danger is right here. We're lucky we found it early. What, Dojun? Are you some kind of mage? You mean the danger is... All of this. Dojun was about to show everyone just how dangerous it was. Those things suddenly exploded. That's right. They're infected with Hamana, and it's controlling them like puppets. If we don't deal with it now, they'll surround us from the front and back and wipe us out in an instant. Now, all that's left is to take it down. Dojun was still trying to prove the truth to everyone. It has absorbed Hamana and is controlling them like puppets. If we don't handle it now, we'll be surrounded and wiped out in a flash. Now we just need to defeat that dangerous thing, and it'll be over. Everyone was focused, listening to his words. They were all amazed by Dojun's attitude. It's his first time in a situation like this. Yet nothing seems to faze him. The more I look, the stranger it gets. This man. I thought he was just strong. But this kind of power is beyond human limits. Jurion gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Tell me the truth. Have you been reincarnated and are living your second life? Dojun found this amusing. A second life. A second life. Huh, I guess you could say it's something like that. How much farther to the core of the rift? The short-haired girl immediately relayed the information. We just need to get through this forest, and we'll be halfway there. Dojun suddenly made an abrupt decision. I'm going to seal this place today. Even Jurion couldn't believe what he said. Someone spoke up about the current situation. Dojun might be able to do it, but the other members can't. They're exhausted after the battle in the swamp. Dojun looked at the tired faces of his comrades. He didn't want to force them into a difficult situation either. Then rest. I'll take care of it quickly and come back. And with that, Dojun ran straight into the deep forest alone. He had made his decision and was determined to see it through. The others still couldn't understand what he was planning. How does he still have that much incredible strength? Dojun had entered the deep forest. His eyes were on high alert. Dojun moved at a very fast pace, observing the situation. His eyes were filled with vigilance. This forest really is terrifying. Suddenly, a spider appeared in front of him. Dojun tried to see if it was the thing he needed to destroy. He was glad that after all this time, he had finally found it. Dojun immediately raised his sword. The spider also possessed a terrifying power. In a flash, it was above Dojun's head. More and more spiders began to appear. It was trying to break his concentration. Dojun had to focus as quickly as possible. Their powers were evenly matched, but he couldn't afford to lose to it so easily. Dojun fought it with only the sword in his hand. He was feeling tired, but had to keep giving it his all. Dojun let out a sigh of relief as he looked at his hand. By circulating my mana technique, I was able to absorb Hamana, so I don't feel tired yet. Dojun returned. To everyone's astonishment, Jurion and the others stared at him with wide eyes. He took it down all by himself. I can't believe it just hearing it. And yet, he doesn't show any signs of fatigue. Dojun gave an order to the group. I can't sense any more monster presence in the forest. Let's rest for a bit. And so, they all gathered around a fire to warm themselves. The smell of roasting meat was tantalizing. Dojun was seriously focused on his task. A girl approached and shyly asked him, "Can I try some of this meat?" Dojun agreed immediately without any objection. The person next to her asked out of curiosity, "Why do you suddenly want to eat that?" She replied, "Who knows? Maybe eating this is what makes him so strong." Hearing that, the other person excitedly ran over. "I'll try some too. I wonder if it really works." Well, it can't hurt to sit down and try. The two who were bandaging their wounds saw her eating and felt an intense craving. Of course, he had already guessed their intentions. That meat won't do anything but fill your stomach, but I don't dislike people who aspire to become stronger like this. He decided to give them a small gift. As the two were eating, they felt a strange sensation in their bodies. The girl thought it was working and was overjoyed. Eating this meat makes me feel full of energy. Seeing their reaction, Dojun couldn't help but find it amusing. It's time to discuss our next objective. A little further and we'll reach the rift's core. But everyone's tired. Let's go back and rest. We'll attack again tomorrow. Dojun said he wanted to seal it today. But our bags are already full. Dojun felt something was off and turned to Jurion. You agree with this? What else can I do? It'd be a lie to say I'm not tired. The monsters have also gotten stronger because of that thing called Hamana. Dojun looked at the map and thought deeply. The original plan was to delay sealing the rift for as long as possible. We needed to gather as many rare materials as we could, like blue crocodile hearts or materials only found abroad. The more, the better. But the appearance of Hamana has changed everything. A variable like this is never a good sign. There's something about this Hamana that makes me feel uneasy. He poured all the diamonds out of his bag. Take these and go back to the hotel first. Dojun abruptly turned and left as soon as he finished speaking, leaving the two of them confused. He didn't forget to turn back and reassure them. I'll seal it and be right back. The monster was still unleashing its fierce destructive power. Dujun was doing his best to stop it. He would not let it invade so easily again. Dujun's eyes seemed to spot something terrifying. He immediately readied his sword. Without waiting any longer, Dujun thrust it straight into the creature. He instantly obtained a brilliant diamond. Everyone had been witnessing his skill this whole time. The short-haired girl was worried about his condition. Do-jun. He'll be okay. Right, Jurion felt this was normal for him. You saw it, didn't you? He just said a quick goodbye and shot off like a bullet. He's got plenty of strength to spare. He's still full of energy. The short-haired girl looked at her expression and teased. But why do you look so gloomy? Worried about him? Jurion tried to dodge the question. Worried. It's a bit embarrassing to say he's the same S rank as us. In this world, is there anyone who can compare to him? Dujun continued to fight without a moment's rest. He was close to defeating the monster. Dujun just hoped he could finish it as quickly as possible. He quickly took his sword and stabbed it straight into its head. The monster grew enraged at him. Dujun was able to let out a sigh. The monster was furious at his calm demeanor. Dujun continued to use his power. He would burn it with his own intense energy. Before the monster could even fight back, it suffered a painful end. Dujun was their mortal enemy. 2 giant monsters. Yet he defeated them with such ease. Dujun had also obtained the diamond he needed. Both girls had their luggage ready to go. Everyone carried heavy backpacks on their shoulders. They all continued their journey. Dujun kept thrusting his sword into the monsters. He wanted them to be destroyed in the most painful way possible. When Dujun strikes, his ruthlessness is second to none. He would make them feel the most excruciating pain possible. Dujun even ripped out their internal organs. He placed them in a jar without a shred of pity. He quickly sealed the lid and put it away. The monsters' bodies gushed with blood. The diamonds he collected appeared more and more frequently. Soon, he would be the one with the most. Getting this many from a single monster is pretty good. Dujun shouldered his pack once more. He would go to a new place and continue his journey. At the Hero Association headquarters, in the Situation Room, everyone had a panicked expression. A signal was detected again in a small region. It seemed danger had appeared there once more. Everyone's face clearly showed their anxiety. But after a moment, the 3 of them celebrated together. The rift is closed. It was a dangerous area. Which team was dispatched there? It was a team from South Korea called Carnation. But the woman next to him was puzzled. But the report said they returned 10 minutes ago. They said they had just stepped out of the rift gate not long before that. What is this? What on earth is happening about 10 minutes ago? The 2-headed monster had revived. Dujun hadn't expected its power to be so intense. This monster evolved rapidly thanks to Hamana. Its wounds were also healing quickly. He felt that they were even stronger than before. Dujun noticed something strange. Is that the core over there? Soon? Let's end this quickly. The 2-headed monster refused to lose to him. Dujun drew his sword. It also had a weapon in its hand, its fist. Dujun felt this fight was becoming harder to win, but he wouldn't give up because of it. The flames were about to ignite. The monster was still determined to use its fists. Dujun realized danger was approaching. He had to find a way to resolve this as quickly as possible. The spellbook was activated. Magic was cast through the path of his sword. The monster cried out in pain as it suffered the consequences. It felt like 1,000 knives were stabbing it from within. The monster was in agony and could do nothing more to him. Dujun still had many interesting secrets up his sleeve. Surprising. Isn't it? This is just the beginning. He quickly drew his sword again. The monster was about to attack him from behind. But before it could act, it was stabbed straight through the stomach. The 2-headed monster wanted to fight back, but couldn't. Dujun found provoking them to be quite amusing. Now it's my turn. No one knew what he intended to do. The 2 monsters were bound by invisible flames, writhing in endless pain. Their bodies couldn't withstand the heat and were being torn apart. It was about to reach the highest temperature ever recorded. The monster never expected to suffer such consequences. It wanted to retreat quickly to ensure its own safety. The monster tried to strike him from above, but its leg was once again sliced in 2. It screamed endlessly in pain. Dujun's power was growing stronger and stronger. He continued to unleash as much power as he could. His goal was to create a barrier to keep the monster from getting close to him. And just like that, he quickly eliminated all of them. Dujun let out a sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. The core began to become clearer and larger. He walked closer to it, feeling no fear. Even as I approached the core, the concentration of dark mana hasn't diminished at all. If the core isn't emitting it, could this mana be coming from an external source? Does that mean someone is behind this incident? To fill an entire rift area with this much dark mana is no easy feat for anyone. It could only be a lord or an archmage from ancient times. If they are truly present here, most life on Earth would have already lost all hope. I can't draw a clear conclusion yet. In any case, if the mana source is external, closing the rift won't solve the problem completely. He told himself he had to find a way. Dujun punched the core with all his might. A crack actually appeared, and the core shattered into many small pieces. He still couldn't conclude anything for certain. I still need to investigate further. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association headquarters office, a man held a paper, his hands trembling as he read. Regardless of the mana's origin or the investigation, this report sounds unbelievable. There are some rifts that require a 3-nation allied force to enter and close. And in the end, only one S-rank hero survives. Meanwhile, another team from South Korea not only closed the rift but also managed to preserve the lives of every single member. The person reporting clarified the doubt. We are receiving a series of urgent reports from other rift areas, but most indicate that the teams have failed and retreated. I will gather all the information and send a detailed report as soon as possible. But this did little to ease the man's anxiety. Even though each rift has at least one S-rank hero in charge, they still failed so miserably. So the only successful team was the Korean team, led by hero Dojun, but calling it the Korean team isn't entirely accurate. He held the report but still didn't quite understand. Did we miss something? Wasn't it the dispatch Korean team that closed that rift? The rift was closed after they left. It's hard to believe. So, who closed it? Where is Hero Jurion now? The reporter updated him on the current situation. She will be at the headquarters shortly to report on everything. The man couldn't wait any longer. Let me see her right now. From the time Jurion and that team left the rift, it took them about an hour to reach the headquarters. During that time, Dojun had finished closing the first rift and was entering the second. The core of this rift is underwater. He immediately dove in. All right. Let's go. The man seemed a bit skeptical after hearing her out. You really expect me to believe that? Jurion felt that what she said wasn't wrong at all. If it's him, it's possible. But the man was still suspicious of her words. You mean Hero Dojun sealed the rift all by himself, perhaps? The man sat in deep thought. This is supposed to be top secret. But in these areas, quite a few S-rank heroes have been killed in action. Jurion revealed everything he had done for their team. If it weren't for Dojun, I'm afraid I would have ended up just like them. The man lowered his head, unable to say a word. To be honest, it's too hard to believe. Even if the monsters became stronger thanks to that energy called Hamana, and that power can surpass even an S-rank hero, does that mean Dojun is above all those ranks? However, there was just a report that a few rifts in the southern region have been sealed. Maybe Hamana hasn't appeared in that area yet, but she still had to give a warning first. Sir, don't be too complacent. The level of danger is completely different from before. The man picked up his phone to check the situation. You said the color of the rift gate changed. Right now? Besides that, there's no other way to confirm it. So he immediately gathered everyone. Check all the rift gates in the territory right now, hurry. After speaking, Jurion quietly turned and walked away. She walked with heavy steps in her high heels. Suddenly, Jurion received a phone call from the president. He seemed to be calling her about something. Jurion wanted to ask him a clear question. That thing called Hamana. Have there been any developments in the South Korea region? He replied coldly with a single sentence. There have been no such reports yet. Just continue to monitor the situation closely. Jurion thought to herself, feeling that something wasn't right, even for an S-rank. Facing a horde of monsters with Hamana is extremely difficult. If even one of them absorbs that power, the consequences will surely be terrible. I need to prepare everything I can. Quickly, at that moment, Dojun was about to swim to the other side. Rifts in rivers, lakes, and seas of this type usually have their cores deep underwater, but humans can't breathe underwater. So the number of heroes who can exert their full power in this environment is extremely small. There's a national hero here, an S-rank hero who specializes in underwater combat. He is always paid very high fees by various countries to handle underwater rifts around the world. Thanks to the special ability of underwater breathing, he awakened when he became a hero. I can feel it. The Hamana in the water is much denser. Dojun began to dive deeper as he got used to it. He was determined to conquer the rift at the bottom of the lake. This is great. It must be the Hamana. Dojun continued to swim deeper into the sea. He told himself to breathe steadily. First, I have to control my buoyancy. He calmly swam down into the 1,000-mile deep lake. Dojun had carefully studied the rules before coming down here. His face was filled with determination. After a long time, he finally stood on the bottom. Dojun immediately scanned his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Right after, he detected a giant beast behind him. It had found its target to attack him. Dojun had already recognized what it was, thanks to the dark mana. It seems full of life. Huh? He decided to use his fists. Dojun was determined to get everything under control immediately. He wouldn't easily give in to anything. Dojun silently observed everything. Ugly-looking fish also appeared here. They were fiercely biting the beast. He was lost in observation of something in the distance. Dojun had imagined the most dangerous scenario. He truly couldn't imagine the scene that would follow. Anyone who saw them would surely be terrified. Disregarding buoyancy, he could freely control his body. His 2 feet were as steady as if he were on solid ground. The punch he threw was as fast as it would be on the surface. Dojun was trapped in the middle of them. He had to find a way out of this place before figuring out what to do next. Damn it. Fighting all of these will be exhausting. Dojun decided to find a way to escape. He would fly into that empty space. But there was also something very dangerous up ahead. With sheer determination, Dojun flew over. Some kind of beast was opening its eye. Dojun still couldn't identify what it was, but he felt it was also a threat. Dojun thought he had to end the current situation quickly. He quickly ran over to see what it was. One of its eyes kept glowing. This was the first time he had seen a creature like this. Its gaze seemed to be fixed on him. He never expected to find it here by chance. In the previous world, those who left behind legendary names all had one thing in common before they became famous. They had hunted this creature. How could I miss such a golden opportunity? But it wouldn't be easy for Dojun to possess it. That creature actually dove straight into the deep part of the lake. He immediately punched down with his hand. Dojun couldn't let this precious opportunity slip away. For that species, there is no such thing as a natural predator. No matter who the opponent is, it creates an illusionary space to swallow them whole. Dojun was almost submerged in the ocean. He felt the situation was becoming even more dangerous. Dojun had to try to stay as calm as possible. He wanted this to end quickly, but fighting this creature was truly a difficult task. It just kept its eyes wide open without making a move. Meanwhile, he was gritting his teeth and enduring. Dojun was trying to think of the most practical way. Just killing it would be easy. But then I wouldn't be able to claim the illusionary space. I have to use per mana to suppress it. Only then will this illusionary space become completely mine. His figure seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Yet, for some reason, some fish began to rot. They had been contaminated by the light from his power. Du-jun was trying to focus with everything he had. He felt his body's strength was also being depleted. If this continues, I'm going to lose. Du-jun's hand reached out as if to touch something. He was trying to fight with his determination. The more mana I pour out, the more dark mana I have to absorb from the abyss. Du-jun decided to use both hands to counter the power. He seemed to feel something strange again. Du-jun couldn't afford to lose. Is this too much for my current body? His reflection had unknowingly appeared in the creature's eye. Du-jun felt he had nothing left to lose. Alright. Let's go all out this time. The current was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, an eruption from the seabed burst up to the surface. The fish and he both leaped up together. Du-jun had executed the plan he had devised. Du-jun felt a surge of joy in his heart because his plan had succeeded. He had finally obtained what he wanted. But a moment later, for some reason, he fell. The water's surface was no longer as calm as it was before. Only a space in the middle was empty. And so, things continued to unfold. Du-jun seemed to have drifted to some mountainous region. In front of him was a flock of birds. Watching him, Du-jun was still dazed and not fully conscious. But suddenly, an animal approached, startling him. Then they suddenly flew away. Du-jun opened his eyes. Having just witnessed this scene, he remembered everything and felt like he had fainted. Du-jun sat up and tried to clear his head. He was recovering the strength in his hand. My mana has increased compared to before. It was worth the fight. Du-jun seemed to remember something else. That illusionary space was still deeply ingrained in his mind. Du-jun had to fight to win it. It was the most precious thing. He entered the circle again with his belongings. He was happy, feeling that he had completed a noble mission. Now there's nothing left to linger for in this rift. Time to seal it up and head back to the station to rest. At the Korean Hero Association, the assistant spoke up, although no official announcement has been made. The news of the heroes' deaths is confirmed information. Taegwa sighed with a regretful expression. We have lost valuable talents. The assistant continued. I heard this only happened in a few areas with special rifts. Taegwa asked. Was Hiroseo able to seal such places? He's truly more talented than I thought. He added. The association's attention was already drawn to the incident involving Zomasi. I'm afraid this will create an even bigger wave. He recalled. Back in England, Hero Hyun Jurian was a person of interest. Honestly, I was very happy that a hero from our country became a topic of discussion for his actions. How is the situation with the rifts in our country now? The assistant replied, holding a paper. No unusual signs similar to those in Brazil have been detected yet. I suspect this might just be a sudden, localized incident that can be resolved. Hearing this, Taegwa warned. We cannot jump to conclusions so hastily, and we must not neglect the monitoring of those rifts for even a moment. The assistant replied obediently. Yes, sir. Taegwa spoke with concern. Oh, by the way, I'm a bit worried about Hiroseo Dojun, the assistant asked, confused. What do you mean? Sir, he explained. President Daniel Lopser of the BJA is known for being extremely stingy. I'm sure he'll find a way to make the most of Hiroseo's abilities during his time in Brazil. The assistant countered. No way. Taegwa looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? No way, the assistant continued. I think President Lopser might end up having all his resources cleaned out by Hiroseo Dojun. After hearing that, both men were silent for a few seconds. Then, Taegwa burst out laughing. That sounds about right. Seo Dojun is no pushover. Scene change. President Lopser frowned, his expression tense as he looked ahead. Then he said loudly, Hey, don't be so unreasonable. Dojun asked calmly. Unreasonable, then I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving. The man in the gray suit saw him turning to leave and quickly stopped him. Wait, please think about the safety of Brazil. Isn't that the responsibility of an S-rank hero? Dojun questioned. Responsibility? I've already closed 2 particularly dangerous rifts by myself. What other responsibility do I have? Go say that to the Brazilian heroes who haven't fulfilled their duties. Don't misunderstand. The safety of Brazil has nothing to do with me. Conversely, if the rifts in South Korea were to change like the ones here, would you be willing to dispatch your heroes to help? The man in gray stammered. That's... The assistant, seeing his nonchalance, tried to persuade him. Hero, Seo Dojun. The current situation is extremely critical. All rift areas within a 500-kilometer radius of Santarem are inaccessible. The man in gray added, That's right. The areas where these incidents occurred are beyond saving. If this kind of incident happens again, Brazil will face a catastrophe. Hearing this, Dojun frowned and looked at him. Indu and Jurion also glanced at each other. Jurion spoke up. Mr. President. If that's the case, the answer you're looking for becomes even simpler. Please accept Dojun's request. Compared to the safety of Brazil, his request isn't unreasonable at all. President Lopser thought in silence. Then, he made a decision. I agree. From now on, for every rift you successfully close, I will pay you $50 million. Dojun replied with satisfaction. It would have been better if you had done that sooner. First, for the 2 rifts that have already been closed, please transfer $100 million up front. Jurion thought to herself. If this gets out, he'll definitely be criticized as a money grubber, but the Brazilian Hero Association has a very high sense of pride, so they won't let it leak. Then she glanced at Dojun. At that moment, he was looking at the man in gray with a resolute expression. Jurion smiled to herself, and he himself is not the type to be bothered by such things. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone for him. Indu saw her smiling and looked curious. Dojun stared straight ahead. Then he closed his eyes and thought, Seo Do Hun. This amount of money is enough to buy the safest house you've always craved. I've kept my promise. Are you satisfied? Although the Brazilian government was hesitant about Do Jun's demands, they had no other choice and finally had to agree. At the same time, they also required Do Jun to sign a confidentiality agreement first. Therefore, Do Jun's public image was not negatively affected. The scene changes to a muscular man drinking alcohol, and another man is in the hospital, covered in injuries. A group of people are carrying coffins onto a plane. Their relatives are all crying in mourning. Among them are Do Jun and his teammates. Do Jun lowered his head sadly. At the hotel, Indu asked, "Will you be coming with us to the next rift?" Do Jun just ate in silence without answering, which made her feel a bit awkward. "You don't seem very enthusiastic." Suddenly, Do Jun spoke up. "I'm just considering what would be more beneficial." Hearing that, she asked. "Beneficial," he continued. "While I'm sealing one rift, your team should move to the entrance of the next rift," Indu asked. "And then we'll close that rift together." Do Jun smiled and praised her. "You're smart." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "While we're cleaning up the rift that was just closed, Do Jun will go and close another one." Do Jun confirmed. "Exactly. By doing this, we can close up to 3 locations a day. I'll share an extra portion of my reward from the rift we cooperate on." Everyone cheered in excitement. Suddenly, Do Jun whispered in the purple-haired girl's ear, "Before I get to that rift, don't overexert yourself. Just focus on protecting the guild members. You can do that. Right, after all, you're an S rank." This made her blush as she replied, "Yes." Seeing this, everyone started whispering. What did those two just whisper to each other? They're probably just encouraging each other. Look at Hiro Hyunjurion's face. It's all red. They must really be dating. Then everyone laughed loudly. Do Jun announced, "Let's head out after we finish eating." Everyone obeyed. "Yes, Captain." Scene changed to a sunny blue sky. Do Jun is walking alone in a grassy field. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise. It turned out to be a tall monster standing before him. Do Jun smiled at it. It's one of the Cyclops-type monsters. "All right, let's see." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the monster and punched it hard in the face. Then he smiled and said, "Let's take them down and earn some pocket money." Sunlight streamed down into the forest. In the peaceful scene, a flock of birds suddenly flew into the sky. It turned out that Do Jun had just physically impacted the Cyclops-type monster, causing it to spit blood. The monster staggered after his punch. It looked at Do Jun with eyes full of hatred. Seeing it still standing after a punch that could shatter the heavens, he exclaimed, "You really are tough as nails. Let me test out a new skill." The monster let out a roar and charged at him. Do Jun quickly dodged its attack. Then he kicked the monster straight in the face. His kick knocked out a few of its teeth, sending blood splattering everywhere. However, this monster was quite resilient. After Do Jun's kick, it still stood tall as if nothing had happened. Its eyes, filled with hatred, stared at him. Suddenly, smoke emanated from its body. Do Jun glanced at it, then created a spatial distortion. Just as the monster raised its hand to attack him, it was sucked into the space. It cried out in pain. It turned out the punch intended for Do Jun was reflected by his space, hitting the monster in its own head. Do Jun thought to himself, "It's not very efficient in actual combat yet. The mana consumption is insane." At that moment, the rift in the southern Mauje region had been dealt with. Everyone was shocked when they heard the news. The man in the suit thought to himself, cleaning up a rift in just 8 hours. Then he immediately ordered his assistant, "Pay them right away." He obeyed. "Yes, sir." After saying that, he immediately transferred 50 million USD. Then he said in a bewildered tone, "But at this rate, in just a few days, the budget will hit $1 billion. Mr. President." The man in the suit replied sinisterly, "There's no way I'm letting him take all that." The assistant now understood the implication in his words. He turned and asked, "So, your intention is for us to delay the payment?" The man shouted. "Fool, what if Seo Do Jun gives up and stops working if we do that?" The assistant stammered. Then, "Do you have a better idea?" "Sir," the man in the suit ordered, "immediately summon all the international A and S rank hunters from the resort. Form a special team to compete with Seo Do Jun. Offer this team a reward of $10 million. We need to pressure them with money and psychological tactics to get them fired up and force them to close the rift gates before Seo Do Jun does." The assistant immediately obeyed. "As you command." The man in the suit thought to himself, "All right, let the showdown begin. Between Seo Do Jun and the International Hero Alliance, let's see which side can handle more gates." Just then, Kang Do Wong received a message. He picked up his phone to look. "President Lopser." "Huh, so he finally decided on this plan." The assistant next to him spoke up. "The rumors about the S-rank hunters dying are spreading like wildfire, causing chaos everywhere." Kang Do Wong replied, $10 million split among them isn't much, but the loot from the rift will be much more lucrative. So this is fine. But are we all being grouped into one team, all deploying at the same time?" The assistant answered, "That's the order from above." Hearing this, Kang Do Woong gritted his teeth and said, "I'll be so pissed if I get put on the same team as that detestable Salad Jun." The assistant read the list and exclaimed, "The name Selto Run isn't on the list." He was surprised. "What? Let me see. It's true. Both Hyun Jurion and Cheon Indu have also disappeared from the list. So what the hell is going on?" At that moment, Do Jun was checking the amount that had just been transferred to his phone. Jurion asked curiously, "Did the association send the payment yet?" He replied coldly, "Yes. Jurion guessed. The fee for you must have been too high. So they gathered all the foreign hunters into one team. Dujun snorted after hearing that. Then he continued. The association isn't stupid. Why would they let me take all the reward money? Jurion replied thoughtfully. Well, seeing her like that, he noticed something was off. Is something wrong? Jurion then cheerfully exposed the truth. You're really laid back. Dojun, it's obvious the association is playing dirty behind our backs. Dujun thought to himself. It's because I've already gathered the amount that Seo Dojun originally agreed upon. Money is no longer important to me now. From this point on, there's something more urgent that needs to be done. Just as the Brazilian Hero Association had calculated. The race between the two sides was decided early on. A person in the control room kept typing. Updating the situation at the rifts. 1500 hours. The rift in area, a 35 has been closed. It was the achievement of Seo and his guild. 1710 hours. The rift in area C12 has been closed. Accomplished by the Hero Alliance team. 1 S rank and 5 A ranks with minor scratches. But 2 A ranks are seriously injured. Call the medical team. Quick 2150 hours. Area A37 has been completely closed. The team in charge was Seo Dojun. He handled it all by himself. Dujun looked ahead with a sharp gaze after defeating a monster, and so, several days passed. Everyone in the newsroom looked exhausted from monitoring this battle for so long. A man saw his colleague's fatigue, handed him a can of coffee, and teased, You've got dark circles down to your chin. He took it and replied, I'm a bit tired. I tried to take a nap earlier, but it didn't help at all. That's just how things are now. The places where rifts shrouded in dark mana appeared were dealt with extremely quickly. However, in other words, the normal rifts are being ignored. Those places are being closely monitored 24/7 by agents with machines and sensors. Since they don't know what kind of incident might suddenly occur, they are always ready for battle every day. The man with glasses continued to monitor the situation at the rifts while drinking his coffee. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared on the computer screen. However, the red dot then vanished, meaning the breach at the rift had been completely sealed. This made the two agents monitoring it stare in surprise. A loud shout came from a room in the building. Dujun and the other heroes had successfully closed all the gates. A joyful voice rang out. The rift in area B41 has been completely sealed. Everyone cheered. It's finally over. Someone quickly ran towards a room. It was Lopser's assistant. He joyfully announced, Mr. President, we have sealed all the rifts within a 500-kilometer radius of Santarem. Lopser let out a sigh of relief and asked, So, does that mean the emergency situation is resolved? He confirmed. Yes, sir. All rifts containing dark mana have been sealed. Hearing these words, Lopser seemed relieved. I see. You all have worked very hard. Seeing the assistant about to leave, he quickly called him back. Wait, hold on. Although there are still a few rifts left, taking a day off to relax probably won't kill anyone. The assistant, still not understanding, stammered. What do you mean? Sir, Lopser replied. We will hold a banquet to show our appreciation for the hard work of the hunters and agents during this time. At the party, fragrant barbecue was being grilled over charcoal. Kangdu Wang was chatting with his colleagues. A band was also playing music on stage. Indu approached and said, Mr. President, we came to say our goodbyes. Lopser asked in surprise. Goodbye, Indu smiled and replied. Our team is preparing to return home. Hearing this, he asked hastily, Returning home, why so soon? Lopser looked towards Dujun. He didn't look at him but smiled while looking elsewhere. Lopser tried to persuade them. There are still plenty of areas with rifts. At the very least, you should complete this campaign before you go back. Indu reiterated their agreement. The original agreement was that our team would only handle the Santarem area. Once that's done, we have to withdraw. Lopser quickly tried to stop them. Wait. Don't be in such a hurry. How about this, at the very least? Can Hero Seo stay behind? Hearing these words, Indu felt annoyed. What do you mean? At the very least, it's clear he's only targeting Dojun. She turned to Dujun and asked, What do you think? Seeing Dujun's silence, Lopser quickly spoke up. Hey, this isn't a good place to talk. I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. Watching their backs recede, Indu asked Jurion. Do you think Dujun will stay? Jurion replied worriedly. He's earned enough money, and he's gathered plenty of high-quality materials like elite crocodile hearts. He'll probably leave. Indu teased. You silly girl. You can't bear to be apart from him. Can you? She shyly denied it. That's not it. You're talking nonsense. The two of them secretly watched the conversation between Lopser and Dojun, seeing Dujun turn and walk away. They continued to guess. Looks like he's decided to leave. Well, that's great. Isn't it? I don't know. Suddenly, they exclaimed. Ah, it's Beth Holly. Indu nudged Jurion, urging her. Go see what they're talking about. Quickly, Jurion refused. What's there to see? But Indu continued to give reasons. Go see if they're secretly on a date or something. Jurion refuted. A secret date in a crowded place like this. Indu, seeing her naivety, reminded her. You're so naive. Do you think he has the mind to pay attention to his surroundings when he's standing in front of a great beauty like that? If you don't want him to be snatched away, you'd better act. This made Jurion's face go blank. Suddenly, she overheard the conversation between Dujun and Beth Holly. Please consider it carefully. Seo, because this is also a great opportunity for you. Hearing this, Jurion thought curiously. An opportunity? What did she just say? Could it be some kind of indecent proposal? Something like living together. For instance, Beth Holly proposed. I'll be waiting for your reply. Just contact me anytime. Dojun didn't refuse immediately but replied, I'll think about it. Jurion looked at Beth Holly and praised her internally. She really is beautiful, but he still seems quite calm. Could it be that he has erectile dysfunction? What am I thinking? Suddenly, Dojun spoke up, asking for a favor. Since we've met here, could I ask you for a favor, Beth? Holly agreed. Of course. Jurion continued to eavesdrop on their conversation. Dojun asked, The Golden Market is coming up. I'd like to check it out. Could you get me an invitation? She thought to herself. The Golden Market. Is that the world-famous auction held annually in Las Vegas? Why would Dojun want to go there? Beth Holly smiled and replied, Of course. However, I have one condition. A week before the market opens, come to my house. Hearing Beth Holly's request, Jurion was even more shocked, her mouth agape. In her mind, images of the hot and seductive Beth Holly kept appearing. She looked at the two of them and thought nervously, What are you going to do? Jun. Jurion looked at the two of them with daggers in her eyes. Beth Holly smiled at him with an expectant look. Suddenly, she noticed a pair of eyes staring at her. It turned out to be Jurion, who had been standing there watching them talk for who knows how long. She spoke up. Take your time to answer. But because I sincerely hope you'll come, I'll give you the Golden Market ticket. This is better than a one-time use invitation. Isn't it? Right after he checked his phone and saw he had received a VIP Golden Market ticket, Dojun thanked her, while Jurion was still bewildered, thinking, when did she get Dojun's phone number? Suddenly, a voice rang out. The view over here is quite a sight, isn't it? It was Kang Do-wong. He walked over, sneering. The two great beauties of Korea and America are standing next to each other. My, what a beautiful and pleasant sight. Seo Dojun is quite something, isn't he? Holding two flowers in one hand. You must feel like you have the whole world in your hands. Right. Dojun glanced at Kang Do-wong, and he looked back at him with a provocative expression. Jurion felt a sense of unease. Kang Do-wong. It looks like he's about to start something. Suddenly, he laughed loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Kang Do-wong feigned nobility. Really? Don't be so tense. I don't intend to do anything. I just want to introduce you to a friend of mine. Oh, but I wonder if you two know each other. Dojun looked at the person approaching. Beth Holly also looked at the person with surprise. Jurion thought in astonishment. Takashi. The person standing before them was Takashi, with one arm in a cast. Jurion frowned and thought, You've been discharged from the hospital already. President Lobster was also a bit startled to see him here. Actually, I didn't invite Hiro Takashi precisely because I was afraid this would happen. Why did you two have to run into each other at this very moment? Dojun looked at him with emotionless eyes. Takashi, on the other hand, looked at him with a furious expression. Suddenly, Dojun spoke up. It seems your body has fully recovered. Hasn't it? He also replied politely. Thanks to someone. I had a truly memorable experience. Dojun replied. As long as you think it's fine? President Lobster, seeing the tense atmosphere, spoke up to inquire. Hiro Takashi, your body has recovered a lot. I didn't invite you to this event because I was afraid you would be exhausted. But seeing you like this, my heart is also less worried. There's a very comfortable sofa over there. Please, feel free to rest and chat. Kang Do-wong, seeing the situation wasn't going as he had hoped, cursed internally. Damn that old man. I can't let the opportunity I worked so hard to create be ruined like this. He immediately chimed in. Takashi, you should be resting. The wound Dojun gave you must still be very painful. Right. Oh. And I wonder if you've received an apology yet. After all, you were beaten. So you deserve an apology. Don't you? The more he talked, the angrier Takashi became. He looked towards Dojun. Jurion and Beth Holly also looked nervously towards Takashi. Dojun smiled and called out. Hey, Takashi. The Yakuza are a scum, aren't they? Everyone was shocked to hear Dojun ask Takashi so directly. Jurion and Beth Holly were frozen for 5 seconds, thinking, What? What is happening? Takashi gritted his teeth, his voice filled with anger, and replied, Can you really say that here and now? But Dojun didn't care what he said and insisted. Of course they're scum. Kang Do-wong seemed unable to believe it and stammered. What? Dojun continued to ask. They're trash that brings no benefit to society. Right, absolutely. They're trash. Jurion thought to herself. This scene. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Kang Do-wong placed his hand on Takashi's shoulder and whispered, Takashi, what the hell are you doing right now? Takashi didn't answer but turned to look at him with a face full of anger. This made Kang Do-wong flinch. Then he held up his phone and played back a recorded conversation. A voice echoed throughout the place. Takashi, about what I said last time. He needs to proceed quickly. What was it? Have you forgotten? There's someone in Brazil who needs to be eliminated. And oh, I've been too busy lately. What was his name again? Seo Do-jun. The listeners were extremely surprised. The voice continued to emanate from the recording. Just take care of him inside a rift. Right, talking too much just tires me out. Is there anything else to do in Brazil? If so, maybe date some girls. On this occasion, I want to try hitting on Gloria once. Or Hyun Jurion would be fine too. I don't think she has a boyfriend yet. Well then, see you in Brazil. Kang Do-woong looked at Takashi with an expression of disbelief. Do-jun thought with amusement, I didn't expect the Eye of Lean to be so effective. Gang Do-woong, you picked the wrong opponent. From this moment on, I will trample you to the point where you'll wish you were dead. Right now, hundreds of eyes were on Kang Do-woong, making him sweat with shame. He frowned so hard that the veins on his face bulged. Suddenly, Kang Do-woong snapped. A voice rang out. Damn it was all ruined by that stupid Yakuza. Takashi stood opposite Do-jun, the atmosphere between them like a fire ready to ignite at any moment. The voice continued. That's right. Even though he's already caused all sorts of trouble, Do-jun thought to himself. But if he keeps rambling, something big is going to happen. As expected, Kang Do-woong raised his hand and punched Takashi hard in the face. This caused him to vomit blood. Takashi cried out in pain. While he was injured, Kang Do-woong quickly fled. President Lobster immediately ordered, Quick, seize him. The bodyguards acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. They chased after Kang Do-woong. Jurion, seeing this, urged, Do-hun, catch him. Suddenly, she froze. Seeing Do-jun still standing motionless, she thought to herself, he's not chasing him either. In that situation, if it were Do-jun, he could have stopped him. Jurion asked, puzzled, why didn't you stop him? But Do-jun just remained silent without answering. It was a shocking night. The incident quickly spread throughout the world, and the shock that both South Korea and Japan had to bear was far beyond imagination. Both governments and the hero associations tried to avoid public opinion. The media continuously exposed the past actions of Kang Do-woong and Takashi. In a room, furniture was seemingly being smashed by someone. Hong Hee-ju cursed angrily. Idiots, bastards, damned fools. Hong Hee-ju continuously used a golf club to smash the furniture. She seemed to be venting her anger on the household items. Manager Lee stood outside, silently enduring her wrath. Suddenly, she called out loudly, Manager Lee, get in here. This made his heart jump. By now, the furniture in the room was shattered after Hong Hee-ju's rampage. She picked up a cigarette and asked, what's Kang Do-woong's situation now? Manager Lee immediately reported the situation. I hear that Interpol and the World Hero Alliance are actively searching for him. But there's still no information about his capture. She cursed angrily. That despicable bastard. I hope he resists and dies, just to get him out of my sight. What about the loose ends? Have they been tied up? Manager Lee replied. Yes. I have taken all necessary measures. From our accounts to the compromised communication network, and even the security cameras have all been dealt with. Is there anything worrying you? Madam Chairman, Hong Hee-ju didn't answer but threw her phone at him. Manager Lee caught the phone. Then he asked in surprise, wait, is this a phone? Hearing that, she asked back, can't you tell by looking? It's the one I use for personal matters. The only people who know this number are family. However, read the new message. Manager Lee looked down at the phone. He saw the threatening message, cooperate. Partner, if you refuse, I'll release the evidence. I'll be in touch later. He asked suspiciously, could this be Kang Do-woong? What kind of ridiculous cooperation does he want from us? Hong Hee-ju seemed to lose her composure and screamed. What does that matter? Just being involved with him is enough to cause big trouble. A bunch of incompetent, useless parasites. Get out of my sight. Then she picked up a vase and threw it at him. As Manager Lee walked out, he thought worriedly, if I get any more involved, I'll be in danger myself. I need to find a way to save my own skin. Just as he stepped out the door, he ran into Seo Kyung-choi. His dagger-like gaze was fixed on Manager Lee. Seo Kyung-choi was Hong Hee-jo's father-in-law, the head of the T Group. The moment Manager Lee saw him, his face turned pale with fear. He quickly said, my apologies, Chairman. The moment Hong Hee-ju saw him, she flinched. She trembled and explained, Father, I wanted to say... But Seo Kyung-choi didn't let her finish explaining and slapped her. Hong Hee-jo held her face, trembling on the ground. He angrily questioned, do you see me as some has-been old man? Hong Hee-ju asked, trembling. What are you talking about? Father. Before she could recover, Seo Kyung-choi slapped her again. He questioned, did you think I didn't know you hired Kang Do-woong to kill that Do-jun kid? My own flesh and blood is an S-rank hero. I will definitely bring Do-jun back home. Hong Hee-ju was surprised to hear these words. Seo Kyung-choi continued, I've never liked that arrogant T-group bunch. Just because they have that Kang Sung-ho. The heavens are still smiling upon me. Seo Kyung-choi. Then he gave a sinister smile. To do that, first we need to figure out how to clean up the mess you've made. Hong Hee-ju frowned, sweat beading on her face. While the situation around Kang Do-woong was in chaos, Do-jun's group had returned to South Korea. Looking out the airplane window, Do-jun thought to himself, this rift expedition was quite profitable. I gathered enough materials. And the money too. Jurion suddenly leaned forward and asked him, I'm very curious about something. Can you explain it to me? Do-jun looked at her and asked back. What is it? Jurion continued. It's about Kang Do-woong. You let him escape on purpose, didn't you? Do-jun smiled and replied playfully. Only by doing that can we proceed to the next step. In Seoul, South Korea, Uno happily enjoyed the hamburger in her hand. Do-jun smiled and asked her, is it good? The little girl replied with satisfaction. It's absolutely delicious. He watched her eat with a happy expression, but his eyes seemed to hold something else. Do-jun recalled what had happened before. After returning home and reuniting with his family, Do-jun was shocked, because his grandmother's health had clearly weakened. Seeing this, he anxiously ran to her and asked, Why didn't you go to the hospital? Why didn't you even call to let me know? Un-oh said in a small voice. Big brother. Don't scold grandma. She said it was money you had to risk your life to earn, so it shouldn't be spent wastefully. Do-jun put his hand to his grandmother's ear, then spoke. Going to the hospital when you're sick isn't reckless spending. He whispered in her ear. I earned a lot of money in Brazil, so don't worry and just go to the hospital. The things you need to do. The things you want to buy. From now on, don't hold back. Just live comfortably. Hearing this, his grandmother was moved to tears. Do-jun immediately had his grandmother admitted to the best hospital in South Korea, and visiting her every day with Uno, then eating hamburgers together, had become his daily routine. The two siblings happily ate hamburgers together. The scene shifts to the Gasan Digital Complex residential area. Inside the shop, Seo Ong Chen commented, The more I look, the more impressed I am. This is the first time I've seen a blue crocodile heart this intact. I can forge a sword that's even more effective than expected. Do-jun asked curiously. How long will it take? He thought for a moment, then announced. About 3 weeks. I'll start working on it right now. Suddenly, he proposed. Besides the sword, I'd like to ask you to make something else. Is that possible? Seo Wang Cheon nodded in agreement. Anything. If you're asking, I'll do it all. Do-jun pulled a disgusting-looking item from his bag. He was a bit surprised and stared at the item in his hand. This is, he calmly announced, this is the silk and salivary gland sac of a Belkega. Hearing this, Seo Ong-chan seemed to understand. You want to make armor made to your size. Right, he shook his head. No. I plan to make it for my sister to wear. His expression gradually changed. Your sister armor made from Belkega silk has excellent defensive capabilities. Many heroes would line up to buy it. Is your sister a hero too? Do-jun laughed and showed him his phone. No. You'll be surprised. It's this cute little girl. He continued to instruct. Make it look like normal clothes. Not a combat suit. Seo Ong-chan laughed and nodded. Understood. But? He asked curiously. Is there a problem? He smiled and shared an important piece of information with him. Kids grow up fast. Even if you make it. She might only be able to wear it for a year or two. Do-jun didn't seem to care about this. Seeing him pull out a bottle of water made him confused. What's this now? He resolutely handed it to Seo Ong-cheon. It's the essence of a tillabage. If combined with the fabric, its elasticity will increase tenfold. His eyes lit up. Really, tillabage? That extremely common plant monster. Do-jun nodded and turned to leave. Then I'll leave it to you. Seo Ong-jon, still confused, asked. Last time it was Cyclops' blood. And this time, where do you find these things? He suddenly stopped at the question. Right after. Do-jun laughed and announced. This is my second life. After all, the scene shifts to a large city. Sung-wook slowly walked forward. In this place, he was no different from an ordinary person. Sung-wook's eyes were now filled with a strange look. After walking for a while, he entered a basement underground. Next, Sung-wook went inside a cafe. The staff smiled and welcomed him. Welcome, he thought to himself. Opening a cafe in a basement. The owner must have a good eye. Suddenly, Sung-wook recognized the man before him. He felt a bit of admiration in his heart. But because of that, it's good that I can meet this person quietly. He silently looked at the back of the person in front of him. Sung-wook stepped forward to greet him. Nice to meet you, he thought to himself. Maybe that's why he wanted to meet here. At the same time, he introduced himself. I am Park Sung-wook, the one who was contacted, 52 years old. Formerly the head of the secretarial office at S Group, currently a freelancer. At the same time, the person opposite him also introduced himself. Hello. I am Seo Do-jun. Sung-wook slowly sat down and asked. You're the hero who's been gaining popularity recently. Right. What brings you to me? He got straight to the point. I was referred by Jurion. I heard you're the person who helps when corporations or heroes want to do something secretly. Hearing that, he nodded. Yes. I'll do anything. As long as it's not illegal. A hot espresso. Suddenly, Do-jun spoke up. I want to build a house. He looked at him. Confused. A house? The way you're asking me instead of a construction company? It seems you need an unusual house. He realized. He gets straight to the point. Huh? Do-jun continued to announce. I need the safest house in the world. Sung-wook continued to probe. What is your desired location and budget? The server brought the coffee. Here's your coffee. He thought silently for a short moment. Preferably in Seoul. Budget is around 5 trillion won. This number made Sung-wook spit out all the black coffee in his mouth. He frowned in annoyance. Is this the first time you've handled such a large budget? He quickly shook his head. No. It's not that. Then he carefully stepped forward to wipe Do-jun's face clean. Sung-wook sighed and continued to ask. It seems you're planning to build a castle. Not a house. He was surprised. A castle. Perhaps a castle would be better. Then, the budget will be... is a budget of 1 trillion won. Okay, this number made Sung-wook freeze. He quickly reacted. Hero Seo Do-jun. Do you happen to know where the safest house in South Korea is right now? He thought for a moment. It's the private residence of Chairman Oh Jin-woon of S Group. In Gangnam. He nodded in agreement. Yes. That's right. Mr. Jin-woon's house is valued at 1 trillion won. But the actual cost of the land and construction was only about 800 billion won. Looking at the budget, Hero Seo could build a much more magnificent house, but it's difficult in Gangnam. You can't buy land. Because a rift has never occurred in Gangnam, the land prices have never dropped. They only keep rising. The conclusion is, you can build the best house, but the safest area is not easy to secure. How will you handle that? Dojun calmly sipped the coffee in his hand. Then he calmly declared, the safest place is not Gangnam. The idea that Gangnam is the safest place is just the hope of the people of Gangnam. Sung-wook still didn't understand what Dojun had just said. Just a hope, he thought silently. The belief that Gangnam is safe is just an illusion created by the media. The fact that nothing has happened in Gangnam so far is purely a coincidence. Even in the world that was destroyed, it was only a matter of a different order. Dojun recalled every rift that had appeared. He understood. Because, in the end, rifts appeared in every area. Suddenly, he asked, so, do you have a target area in mind, or should we buy in Guro? Sung-wook was extremely confused. He asked blankly. A rift appeared in Guro a few years ago. Even Mappo, not far from here, recently had a rift. Dojun silently realized, Mappo. I'm the one who handled that place. Suddenly, Sung-wook asked curiously, you chose Guro. Is there a special reason? His answer made him extremely worried. Guro, because it's close. After he finished speaking, Dojun's expression remained very calm. Elsewhere, a rift had appeared in the sky. Monsters began to invade the land. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked in one direction. Its eye widened as if it had realized something was wrong. Before it could react, Do-jun, with a single slash of his sword, finished off the monster. He felt relieved that this monster didn't waste his time. Do-jun held up his sword and observed it closely. This sword is even better than I expected. Seo Ong-chan had joyfully announced back then. I can confidently say, this is the greatest masterpiece of my life. The money. It was all made from the materials you provided. I won't take any money. You've already transferred it. The satisfaction I feel right now cannot be exchanged for a few coins. 10 billion. Seo Ong-chan's face completely changed when he saw this number. Dojun laughed and told him, I don't like being in debt. With this sword, he handled the monsters with extreme ease. It seemed none of them were his match. This made him very pleased. This sword would be worth hundreds of billions. And it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thanks to this, hunting will be much easier from now on. After meeting with Mr. Sung-wook and deciding on the house, Dojun spent the next few weeks entirely on hunting in rifts. To buy 10,000 pyong of land in the Guro district, equivalent to 0.57 square meters, would cost at least 400 to 500 billion won, and even that might not be enough if the landowners jack up the prices. To Mr. Sung-wook's proposal to increase the purchase area, Dojun simply replied, I'll take care of the money. With the help of his sword, Dojun handled the monsters even more easily, until one evening, he was taking Uno out to play. The little girl smiled happily. I heard Grandma will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. That's great, he nodded. That's good. The little girl pouted a little. You've been so busy lately. Dojun forced a smile. I have been a little busy. Seeing this, Uno suggested. Then you don't have to visit every day. Let Uno take care of Grandma. The little girl's maturity was heartbreaking, leaving Dojun silent. He was still thinking when the man in front of him suddenly appeared. He stared at the two of them and asked, You're Seo Do-jun? Right, Chairman Seo Ki-eung Choi sent me to pick you up. Please get in the car. I was instructed to escort you with the utmost care. He thought silently for a moment. Then he lifted Uno and set her down. Oi no. Come down for a moment. The little girl nodded in agreement. Okay. He continued to instruct. Oi no. Close your eyes for a bit. The little girl obediently followed. Okay. The next second, Dojun used his foot to smash the luxury car in front of them. Before the secretary could understand what was happening, the car was completely destroyed. He rushed forward to stop him. Hey, his eyes were now filled with hatred. Get lost. And don't ever show your face again. While he was still flustered, Dojun turned to his sister. He quickly explained, I was just teaching a lesson to someone who tried to take me away from Uno. Hearing this, the little girl smiled and looked at him. Then if someone tries to take Uno away from you, can I handle them? Dojun laughed and comforted her. Don't worry. He gently bent down and picked her up. Then he returned to their home with her. Remembering what was just said, Dojun decided, anyone who dares to have that thought, I'll kill them all. Indu's voice rang out. Are you planning to buy a house? Dojun and Guro, Jurion nodded in confirmation. It seems he's doing it through the person you introduced. She quickly stood up. Then what about you? What are you going to do? Jurion asked blankly. What am I going to do? Indu laughed. Silly girl. You still have to ask. You have to move in next door. You have to become the single woman living next door. She had already imagined the scene of Jurion smiling and striking up a conversation. I cooked a little too much. Can I bring some over to share? Her fantasies left Jurion completely speechless. This woman is crazy. She didn't back down either. When are you going to use all that money you're sitting on? Money is meant to be used at times like this. And so, the two of them continued to argue in the villa. Jurion's body moved closer. She took the opportunity to get close to Dojun. I wish we could be even closer. The thought of this scene made Jurion blush with embarrassment. Indu reminded Hare. You can do it. It's totally possible. I heard he's not just moving, but building a whole new place. Right, so it's not like he'll be there for a year or two and then leave. She also nodded in agreement. That's true. That's right. Jurion thought silently for a moment. Indu was still staring at her. Suddenly, she asked, "Or maybe I should move near Dojun too. Look at this girl. She's clearly tense." She quickly reacted. "You're teasing me, seriously." Indu took the opportunity to repeat it once more. "But I'm not kidding. It's not what you're thinking. After the incident in Brazil, I became certain of one thing. No matter where I go, I have to choose the right side to follow. In that case, it's better to choose the sports car speeding down the highway." Jurion looked suspiciously at Indu. "Are you saying Dojun is that sports car?" She laughed. "You even have to ask, you've seen it. His class is completely different from other S ranks. On this occasion, I plan to build a whole complex. I'll also set up the guild office there." She also nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." Indu brought her wine glass closer. "Come on. Jurion, you should decide quickly." "Not yet." She nodded in agreement. "All right." Inside the building, Taegwa commented, "Hero's SEO Dojun has been very busy lately. In just 2 weeks, he's closed 9 rifts. Because the payment is not small, I called you all the way here. I also wanted to hear your reason. Are you in such a hurry because you predict that South Korea will also become as dangerous as Brazil?" Looking at the amount in his account, Dojun thought intently. 452 billion has been deposited. He shook his head and replied, "It's still fine for now." Taegwa was surprised. "For now? So what's the real reason you're hunting monsters so hard?" Hearing this innocent question, Dojun let out a confused laugh. "I'm just doing what I see in front of me. Because I need money." Taegwa was completely surprised. "Money," he nodded and continued to announce. "To build a house. And regarding the house, I also have a favor to ask of you, Mr. Chairman." From that day on, real estate transactions around the land Dojun bought skyrocketed, starting with Jurion and Indu. Then even Taegwa's guild and the Carnation Guild. Who knows where they sniffed it out from. But some heroes and land speculators also jumped into the fray. Chairman Heizo laughed uncontrollably like a madman. He felt excited. The blood of a rich man flowing in his veins truly doesn't lie. If it's an investment, it has to be real estate. Look carefully at where he bought it. And buy up all the surrounding land for me. The secretary immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. Rumors bred more rumors, drawing in even more buyers. Before long, land prices in Gu district skyrocketed to the heavens, but Dojun had already bought 10,000 pyong of land beforehand. He calmly placed the blueprint down on the table. Sung Wook, still surprised and confused, asked, "Is this all of it? I really don't get it. You have a 10,000 pyong plot of land, but you're only building a house that's 150 pyong. Then what are you going to do with the rest of the land?" Dojun slowly handed the blueprint to him. "I need to make this house the safest place possible." He was confused. "Safe? It just looks like you're building a circular outer wall." Sung Wook thought to himself. Is he planning to build an actual fortress wall? He continued to remind him. Since there's no interior work, it can be built quickly. But what's the intended use? You have to register it with the district. It seemed Dojun had prepared for this. Chairman Taewa will take care of that. Seeing him so confident took Sung Wook by surprise. He became even more curious. Just what is he using it for that even the chairman of the Hero Association has to step in? The scene shifted to the rift area on the mountain. Dojun walked casually, preparing for his mission. The voice of Taewa's secretary rang out. "Hero Seo Dojun personally asked you." Chairman He nodded seriously in confirmation. He made a very bold request. After confirming the monsters on the mountain, Dojun immediately took care of them. Meanwhile, the assistant was still surprised. Taming a monster. Taewa felt a bit of anticipation. When I first heard it, I was just as shocked. Isn't this completely unprecedented, taming a monster? It seems Seo Dojun is truly serious. He calmly walked toward a cave on the cliffside. His tall figure slowly advanced deeper inside. Taewa was still full of anticipation. He asked for permission to raise a monster right on his own land. After entering the cave, Dojun observed his surroundings. Taewa continued talking to his secretary. But there's something even more shocking. Do you know what it is? The monster Dojun intends to tame is the Castesian. Seeing the monster before him, he felt even more anticipation. I'll go easy on you today. It swung its massive tail and lunged at him. With his agile body, Dojun easily dodged. The Castesian continued to unleash a massive surge of power to attack. Its eyes glowed red, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Dojun stepped back to keep a safe distance. An hour passed. Finally, he finished dealing with the Castesian. It lay exhausted on the ground. Motionless, he approached and calmly patted its head. I'll drop by again next time. Stay here and be a good boy. Feeling in a great mood today, Dojun hummed a tune as he left. The Castesian behind him looked incredibly depressed. Jurion's phone kept ringing continuously. She wearily reached out to grab her phone, then slowly answered it. A familiar voice rang out. Were you sleeping? I have something to ask you. Jurion was surprised. Dojun. Is that you? He continued his inquiry. Does Sanman distribute magic crystal powder? She was confused. Powder. Magic crystals are so precious. Who would grind them into powder? I heard that grinding them dissipates all their energy. Why are you asking out of the blue? Dojun calmly looked at the giant rift before him. I have a use for it. Jurion was even more surprised. What are you using it for? Now I'm curious. But he didn't tell her. Never mind. I'll find it myself. After hanging up, Jurion frowned in annoyance. What the heck spouting nonsense so early in the morning? Meanwhile, Dojun stepped directly into the rift. The most fundamental thing to protect a house is the exterior. As for the guards inside to protect the house, I just need to station them when the construction is almost complete. Du Jun looked up ahead. And finally, I need to create a device to neutralize external impacts like earthquakes. Seeing the monster attacking him, Du Jun chuckled. To make that, I'll need magic crystal powder. From you. When it attacked, he quickly jumped to the side to dodge. The monster's attacks were incredibly powerful, forcing him to be on guard. Even though a long time had passed, the monster's strength was still. Du Jun took the opportunity to leap into the air. Before it knew it, he had appeared right behind it. This monster was highly vigilant. It had detected his movement. Naturally, Du Jun didn't hold back and attack directly. His body was enveloped in a strange aura. He slowly brought his sword forward. Panzeran swordsmanship. Third form. Du Jun's eyes widened as he stared ahead. The light on his sword grew increasingly fierce. He decisively slashed at the monster with powerful strikes. Everything happened so fast that it was left dazed. The space around them gradually changed. A spiraling destructive force hidden behind a flashy display. Spirals of fire crashed straight into the ground. The monster was still bewildered, not knowing what to do. In just a few seconds, the fiery spirals continuously rained down on its body. With nowhere to hide, it was severely injured. As it collapsed, Du Jun landed on the ground. His eyes were filled with nothing but pure terror. The reward for this battle was a sparkling magic crystal. Du Jun didn't hesitate to crush it. He ground it into powder and carefully poured it into a vial. Then, Du Jun continued to calculate. Come to think of it, a rift is also a form of external impact. Maybe using this can suppress the formation of rifts. If that works, it'd be great. The scene shifted to a press conference. People were gathered there, while Du Jun was busy hunting in rifts and visiting his grandmother in the hospital. Shocking news broke out. The grandson of TG Group's chairman Heijo, Seo Do Jun. The truth that Do Jun was the grandson of TG Group's chairman. Chairman Heijo burst into hearty laughter. Looks like Do Jun got scared, holding a press conference out of nowhere. Once the rumors have spread, no matter what you say, people will only see you as my grandson. This topic was heavily discussed by everyone. No wonder it seemed weird. That kid is so young, yet he's an S rank. Who would believe that TG Group must have poured a ton of money into him? This is beyond a silver spoon. It's a diamond spoon. What's the point of a press conference? He's probably just going to deny everything and play dumb. Let's see what that Seo Do Jun has to say. In front of all the cameras, Du Jun appeared strangely calm. Finally, he decided to speak. Born as an illegitimate child, I was abandoned from a young age. This news left everyone stunned. Jurion and Inju were dumbfounded. Even Chairman Heijo couldn't believe he would say such a thing. Du Jun slowly recounted the life he had lived, or more accurately, the life Seo Do Jun had experienced. He told it briefly, but clearly, for those who were still half doubting Do Jun's words. Verification posts from Seo Do Jun's school friends surfaced. Even interviews with the bosses where he used to work part-time were broadcast. Gradually, a wave of sympathy for Do Jun spread wider. Comments kept pouring in. Seo Do Jun's personality is flawless too. Just what kind of person is he? I want to marry Do Jun so badly. As a result, TG Group's stock price, which had been steadily rising before the press conference, plummeted by 30% in the blink of an eye. Chairman Heijo went completely mad, clutching his head. In the past, though still young, Du Jun carried only one resolve. There is only one thing I want. For my grandmother and Yui Wang to live safely for the rest of their lives. That was why he never stopped trying. Soon enough, that promise would become a reality. Absolute safety, unshakable. The loan sharks had been cleared out long ago. TG Group had also become much more docile after that devastating blow. Even though Kang Jampyo was still alive, he would definitely walk right into the trap himself. The only thing left to guard against until the very end were unexpected rifts. Once the house was complete, even if a rift appeared nearby, it would have enough defensive power. Sung Wook stepped forward to report. We finished the exterior first. Exactly as you instructed. The house itself is also almost done, Du Jun asked. When will it be fully completed? I want to move in early. He was utterly confused. How can you say that? This is the residence of the world's #1 hero. We absolutely cannot afford to be careless. Not even with a single screw, Do Jun suddenly announced. I'll pay double the construction cost. Sung Wook's expression instantly changed completely. 10 days. I guarantee it'll be done. Suddenly, he remembered something. One more thing. Tonight. Don't let anyone come near here. The time shifted to evening. Du Jun ventured deep into the forest. He was still focused on thinking about his next steps for the future. His expression gradually grew calculating. All the magic crystals I've saved up so far. I'll use them all tonight. With that said, Du Jun pulled out all the magic crystals he had on him. A magic circle appeared. He bent down, preparing to act. His body radiated a fiery red aura. He raised his hand, controlling the magic crystals from afar. These magic crystals all fell into different positions. The common thread was that all of them had been calculated by Du Jun beforehand. This magic circle made the fortress wall increasingly sturdy. His eyes swept over the area. They're all fantasy rank magic crystals. Arranging them like this looks really neat. Alright, I'll use the magic crystal powder to crush any variables that might arise. Magic crystal powder fell to the ground, making the area sparkle brilliantly. After finishing, Du Jun headed in another direction. So the base is done. Time to go pick up some gatekeepers. Heeju's screaming voice rang out. It really is you. Kang Jampyo, if you have time to threaten me, go kill Seo Do Jun first. Fake IDs, hotel fees, and even the cost of investigating Seo Do Jun. I took care of everything for you. Didn't I? Now go get that bastard's head and bring it back here immediately. Seeing her attitude, he was incredibly annoyed. I heard this woman was shunned by both her in-laws and her own family. Yet she's taking her anger out on me. Do you think I like being in this position? I've had to suppress the urge to bury the bastards who put me in this state alive. Just to focus solely on that Seo Dojun. Hearing this, Hiju was about to lose her mind. Then why haven't you made a move? Are you so scared of Seo Dojun that you're cowering in fear? He stepped closer and warned her. Shut your mouth and crawl into some corner and lay low. Do you think S-Rank's fighting is child's play? To end it as cleanly as possible. I need to take that old woman or the little girl hostage. But it's like he knew beforehand he hasn't left his family's side for a single step. Once we get involved with Seo Dojun, neither you nor I have a way out. I'm enduring this humiliation with the resolve to completely wipe out that bastard's entire family. And you dare say what? Say that I'm scared, that Kang Jampio is scared of some snot-nosed brat. No one I've ever declared I'd kill has lived to tell the tale. Does Seo Dojun think he can protect his family forever the moment he lets his guard down? They'll all become my prey. If you understand, then shut up and don't interfere. You don't need to rush me. I know how to defeat him. At any cost. I will definitely get it done. The scene shifted to the Dark Castle. Only Death Knights existed here. There were no distinct bosses. Only Death Knights. Dojun stepped inside the castle. 3, right at the entrance. Quite manageable. But they're not easy opponents. There are many reasons for that. They have no physical bodies. Nor do they feel pain. If you don't slash their soul cores, they won't fall. Furthermore, they retain the swordsmanship they learned when they were human. Each individual fights with their own unique style. Dojun chuckled with excitement. Since you were all knights once, it'd be rude to greet you empty-handed. With that, he gripped his sword and leaped into the air to attack. His strikes were incredibly decisive. His power was so overwhelming that these knights couldn't even fight back. Seeing them flounder, Dojun laughed. Besides, I really enjoy sword fighting. For the next while, they clashed against each other. When the knight attacked, he gracefully dodged. Ever since I could walk, I've lived by the blade, the secret technique of the Panzeran family, without using any other physical arts. Dojun's speed kept increasing, making it impossible for the knight to keep up. This gave him an even greater advantage, rendering them unable to retaliate. I'll conquer this place using only my sword. This self-imposed challenge is making me so excited I can hardly contain it. Is there only one left now? A strange noise rang out. Dojun turned his head to look behind him. He noticed the chaotic scene before him. I thought even among the ordinary ones, there'd be a standout. How disappointing. Dojun sighed softly, noticing someone else approaching. He paid attention. Before him was a knight that seemed much stronger than the previous 3. Dojun grew even more expectant. It's about time. I figured a high-ranking one would show up eventually. The knight didn't say a word and directly attacked with its sword. He merely twirled his sword lightly to block it. Then, the two clashed in a duel of swordsmanship. Dojun thought to himself, it really is different. That blade is incredibly sharp. Not bad. Keep going, I'm starting to like this. The two of them fought each other for the next while. He even had to nod in praise. Very impressive. But Dojun had found the knight's weak point and struck, unable to withstand it any longer. It collapsed to the ground. He pressed his sword against its neck and declared, "You will be my guard." And just like that, Dojun gained a few more guards. He chuckled with amusement, hunting 5 elites in 2 days. The effort was well worth it. Suddenly, he raised his hand to the side. All the knights were listening to his orders. They abruptly vanished completely from the area. Dojun chuckled and muttered to himself, "Recruiting guards is done. I suppose I should get a watchdog too." Deep in the forest, the Castesian noticed something unusual. It was the human who had come here last time. Its eyes were filled with nothing but pure hatred. Upon seeing Dojun, it shrieked wildly. The Castesian angrily warned. "Get out of my nest right now," he replied. "I'm not here to play today. Be a good boy and come with me." Arrogant beyond words, the Castesian didn't back down and retorted, "A lowly human like a bug dares to. Do you want to die?" Dojun's expression grew even more annoyed, realizing something was wrong. It flinched. He's different. This guy is completely different. This guy. He's terrifyingly strong. The Castesian hurriedly spread its wings. It seemed to have accepted a compromise, carrying Dojun on its back as they left the area. Observing from above, he coldly ordered, "First, let's get out of the gate." It was about to say something else. "Get out, but my home is here." Naturally, he didn't care about what it just said. Go. Left with no other choice, the Castesian could only obey. Yes. The scene shifted to a bustling street. A dark shadow flying in the sky caught everyone's attention. Seeing the Castesian flying in the middle of the city terrified people. "What is that? A monster?" Dojun was still instructing it. "Fly carefully. Don't crash into the buildings." Its eyes flashed with a hint of malice mixed with hatred. Of course. He had also noticed something was amiss. "Control your gaze. You want to defy me." Dojun's series of actions had driven the Castesian mad. "I won't tolerate this anymore. Do you have any idea who I am?" At its roar, all the citizens screamed in despair. My ears are about to go deaf. It became even more smug. "See, engrave my nobility into your very bones." Just as the Castesian finished speaking, Dojun struck its body. "You're scaring people. Fly more gently." Although it was furious, it had no choice but to obey. Guam. A.U.S. Territory in the Mariana Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Under the force of the Castesian's flight, Even the trees had to bend. It carried Dujun and appeared in this place. He calmly jumped down to the ground below. He calculated in his head. A spatial rift can appear anywhere. If it appears on a deserted island and waves of monsters keep repeating, that place will turn into a monster den. Dujun looked up ahead. Just like this place. Go over there and cause a ruckus. The Castesian immediately obeyed. The monsters, seeing a human appear, charged forward to attack, but none of them were a match for the Castesian. On by one. They were quickly and easily dealt with by it. Dujun walked over to pick up the mana stones, reaping the benefits. He laughed with great satisfaction. You have to at least earn your own keep. I'll take you for regular walks. Not long after, Dujun's new house was also completed. 1 basement level, 3 floors above ground, fully equipped with the latest systems. Grandma was extremely surprised. Heavens. This isn't a house anymore. It's a palace, but hey. She suddenly turned her head to look behind her. Realizing the Castesian was sleeping peacefully in the yard startled her. What is this? Dojun, he announced. People in the countryside usually raise a chicken in their yard. Grandma, it's the same thing. Grandma nodded, but the Castesian was deeply hurt. A chicken Uno was very excited. Big brother, can I go tour the house for a bit? Dojun nodded. Of course. Feel free to touch anything you want to see in the house. Grandma quickly went to the little girl. Be careful not to fall. Come with Grandma. Now, only Dujun and Jireon were left in the yard. She suddenly called out. Dohun. There's been a dark aura rising from underground. Besides the Castesian, are you raising something else? He gently reassured her. It's not dangerous. Don't worry about it. He thought to himself. Her senses have become much sharper. Hearing him say that, Jireon nodded. I guess so. From underground, the knights that Dujun had recruited appeared one by one. Dujun suddenly spoke, catching Jireon's attention. Anyway, thank you for taking care of Grandma and Uno while I was away. Let's go eat this weekend. Just the 2 of us. Jireon was completely surprised by this proposal. Jireon looked at him, confused. Dojun, have you forgotten? We already made plans to take Uno to the amusement park this weekend. She's really looking forward to it. He was startled. His face immediately became serious. I've been so busy hunting gates lately that I forgot. So be it. Uno is the #1 priority. Jireon suddenly spoke up. Then, let's go together. Let me come to the amusement park with you too. Okay. She looked at him with expectant eyes. The day of the amusement park trip arrived. The 3 of them happily went to the park together. The people around them were surprised. Isn't that Seo Dojun? And that's Jireon next to him. They look amazing together. Who's that little girl? Could she be their child? Haven't you seen the news? That's Seo Dojun's younger sister. Not only are they dating, but he even brought his sister along. They're totally the type of couple approved by the family. They all had a great time playing together. When it came to the roller coaster, Uno was a bit scared, but due to exhaustion, she fell asleep on Dojun's back. He and Jireon talked for a long time. Suddenly, he fell silent for a moment, which caught her attention. What are you staring at? He remembered what Uno had once told him. Big brother. She made pasta for me yesterday. It tasted a little strange, but she was very gentle. I like her a lot. Before that, I even went to a super pretty cafe with her and Grandma. It was sparkling. Thinking of this, Dujun smiled warmly. Thank you for always being by my family's side. I hope for your continued help in the future. Seeing this, Jireon was surprised. The safest house in the world is already complete. And you're talking about the future. Could there be another meaning? What does he mean, Dujun? The time gradually shifted to evening. The 2 of them quickly returned. Jireon focused on driving while Dujun sat in the passenger seat. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He abruptly turned his head and warned. It's that bastard. A familiar killing intent has entered the house. I have to go first. I'm leaving Uno with you. Although she was very surprised, she nodded in response. Leave it to me. Dujun hurriedly ran forward as fast as he could. Soon after, he completely disappeared from sight. Dujun even flew higher than the skyscrapers. The scene shifts to Dujun's house. In Guro, Seoul, standing high above, he saw Kang Do-woong fighting the Castesian. He was annoyed. Having someone get in my way while I'm fighting? What the hell are these tin cans? His taunts only made it angrier. Its power was terrifying, causing the ground to shatter. Kang Do-woong jumped to the side to dodge. He shouted, A Castesian? Why is that thing here? Dujun observed silently from above. Just as I predicted. He chose a time when both Jireon and I were away. If he were a little less cowardly, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap. He immediately waved his hand to command them. Fall back. Right after, the knights gradually disappeared, leaving Kang Do-woong in a panic. What was that? Dujun's voice rang out. You had a hard time getting here. It would be a shame if you were chased away by the guard dog. So I had them back off a bit. He immediately recognized him. You bastard. Seo Dojun. He looked at Kang Do-woong with a cold gaze. Stop barking. It hurts my ears. This contempt drove him mad with anger. Before he even knew what to do, Dujun had already punched him. He appeared right in front of Kang Do-woong. I only swung lightly. And you couldn't even dodge it. Want me to go easier on you? His power was so overwhelming that Kang Do-woong was in despair. Impossible. How can there be such a difference between S ranks? Dujun continued to raise his fist. Or should I go even easier? He coldly threw a punch. If he had been just a little slower, his ear would have been completely gone. Kang Do-woong fumbled for a vial of elixir from his clothes. All right. This is humiliating. But a direct fight is impossible right now. Once I've decided to kill, No one can stop me. I'll take his family hostage. Seeing his hate-filled eyes, Jun was surprised. You seem pretty thirsty. Huh. His body had now completely transformed. Even his arm had swollen abnormally. Seeing things get complicated, he sighed. The elixir of Okano. The thing that gives you the left arm of a titan, but if you don't make it, it's a one-time use item. Jun asked him again. You probably bought it on the black market. Right, all your assets must be gone. Huh. These seemingly casual words drove Kang Do-woong even crazier. He furiously attacked him. Instead of standing there mocking me, go protect your old woman. This time, he had noticed the house behind him. A wicked smile appeared on Kang Do-woong's face. I just need to create an earthquake to make the house collapse. When he runs to save them, before he could finish his calculation, Jun whispered right next to him. Nice calculation. But it's useless. Kang Do-woong was bewildered. When did he get behind me? He continued to announce. Because the powdered mana stone I spread all over the ground here has already absorbed all the vibrations. Well, had enough to spare. Now, pay the price with your own body for daring to target my family. After saying that, Jun used his hand to slam Kang Do-woong's head into the ground. A single blow left him motionless, not letting up. He continued to raise his foot. Then he treated his body like a soccer ball and kicked it straight ahead. A familiar sound caught Do-jun's attention. Oin-oh is back. Jurion stepped forward to cover the little girl's eyes. It seems everything is over. Oin-oh. Don't look. The little girl obediently nodded. Okay. Kang Do-woong was handed over to the Hero Association. Barely clinging to life. The present, Do-jun saw the past, Do-jun. He was surprised. It's you again. Long time no see. The past, Do-jun. Moved. Placed his hand on his chest. Thanks to you. My wish seems to have been fulfilled. Now I have nothing left to worry about. I sincerely thank you. You have done more for me than I could have ever wished for. How can I ever repay this kindness? The present Do-jun replied. Don't worry about it. Just consider it a service. The next morning, Jurion smiled. Do-jun. Did you sleep well? He stepped outside. Good morning. He felt a warmth in his heart. That's right. Seo Do-jun. You don't need to worry about anything. Because I, too, have found my happiness here. This is where the story ends. Thank you for watching until the end. Have a great day.